Book 2. From Homer to DRACON. Chapter 1. Social and Legal Transitions. Sect 1-on-1. Political Changes in Post-Homeric Times. Fall of Achaean Empire and its Causes. Post-Homeric Migrations. Achaean Survivals. The Hesiodic Age of Chaos. Tribal Stability and Decay. Evolution of the Attic State. Aristocracy and Democracy. Section 2. Religious and Legal Transitions in Post-Homeric Times. Asiatic Greek Intercourse. Compromise between Asiatic and Greek ideas adopted in regard to homicide. Origin of Apolline purgation system. Rise of Apolline influence, organization of theocratic nobles. Apollo and pollution, extradition. Origin of the laws of DRACON. Proofs of author's theory from Greek legends, from Plato and Demosthenes. Pollution doctrine and wergeld. Question of legality of private settlement for homicide in historical Athens. Sect 1-on-1. Less than 100 years after the Trojan War, and sometime about the year 1100 BC, the great and glorious rule of the Achaeans over Greece came to an end. Greece, as Leaf puts it, relapsed from the temporary union imposed upon it by its rulers into its normal conjuries of loosely coherent cantons. The Achaeans did not, of course, entirely disappear, but they ceased to maintain that unified control and domination over Greece which they had enjoyed for 2 or 3 centuries. The causes of this change are variously estimated. Historical analogies, such as that of the Normans in England and in Sicily, suggest in general the brief duration of such a hegemony. The domination of a small military caste over a large subject population contains of necessity, says Leaf, the germs of its own destruction. The Iliad itself gives us vividly, in the portrait of Agamemnon, the inherent weakness of all hereditary military despotisms. The time came. Whether through the effort of the Trojan War which had reduced their numbers, or through lack of moral grit following on too long a tenure of power, when the Achaeans had to cast in their lot with their former vassals. The group system resumed its sway, and the Achaeans were drawn into it. Ridgway, arguing from analogous instances, attributes the decay of Achaean vigor partly to climatic influences, partly to the enervating effects of luxury and power. In regard to this latter factor, he says, "It is a known fact that the upper classes in all countries have an inevitable tendency to die out. The dwindling of the master races in the Mediterranean, whether they were Achaeans, Celts, Goths, Norsemen, or Turks, must be in part accounted for by the mere fact that they formed in each case the upper and ruling class, and could therefore afford to lead a life of luxury, which was the very bane of their race. For our part, we are convinced with Leaf that an invasion of southern Greece by rude tribes from the north or northwest swept away the Achaean civilization after the Homeric age. That a military confederation of hereditary monarchs and nobles, such as that of the Achaeans, could not have lost its unified control if these inherent factors of disintegration had not been supplemented by an invasion from without. O. Muller has pointed out that in Thessaly, the former realm of Peleus and Achilles, there existed in historical times 3 strata of social and political privilege. 1, the Thessalians, post-Homeric immigrants, who ruled directly over the central territory, including the towns of Larissa, Cranon, Pharsalus, Iolcus. 2, Pyrrhos or semi-independent vassals, such as the Perrhaebians, the Magnesians, and the Phaeocian Achaeans, who paid tribute and were bound to assist in war. 3, Penesti of Pelasgian stock, like the Helots of Sparta, who cultivated the land and served in war, who had private rights but no political privileges, who were, in a word, serfs but not slaves. He mentions further that the Achaeans of the north coast of the Peloponnese remained in towns and fortified strongholds, keeping entirely aloof from the natives. They were still conquerors here, though they had become vassals elsewhere. In Sparta, there appears to have been a mingling of Achaeans and Dorians. Thucydides says that here, the few rule over the many, having obtained sovereignty by victory in the field. That this victory was not very decisive is suggested by the view, which is commonly held, that one of the 2 royal families of Sparta was Achaean. The Pyrrhosi of Laconia were always considered Achaeans. There were about 100 towns of Laconian Pyrrhosi, both inland and on the coast. They paid tribute to Sparta, but they had a monopoly of trade and commerce, and in the time of Nabis were liberated and federated as independent states of the Achaean League. The Helots, of course, were serfs. They tilled the soil and lived in hamlets which made up the greater part of the town of Sparta. They were probably Pelasgians, though they are called Achaeans by Theopompus. Similarly, in Argos and in Corinth there are traces of pre-Dorian peoples who can probably be regarded as including some remnants of the Homeric Achaeans. Leaf suggests that the Dorians may have followed methods of conquest similar to those of the Achaeans, yet he has no doubt that they were identical in social organization with the Pelasgians. Hellenism, as we know it, he says, is founded on tribal distinctions, beginning with the great racial divisions of Dorian, Ionian, and Aeolian in the wide sense, the general name for all which did not belong to the other two, passing thence to the local state, Athenian, Spartan, and the rest. Each of these again is divided internally by tribe, clan, and family systems of the most complicated nature. Upon these ramifying subdivisions is based the polity, and largely the religion, of classical Greece. This statement is of first-rate importance for our theories concerning post-Homeric homicide. It means, in effect, that in spite of conflicts and migrations, the dominant Hellenic or post-Homeric Greek society was based on clan and tribal organizations similar to those of the early Pelasgians. The militarist Achaeans of the Iliad and the Odyssey must then be regarded as a solitary accidental ephemeral phantom, which crossed the stage of Grecian history, never to return. The Achaeans who survived the invasions either remained in isolated groups as in Achaea and in South Thessaly, where they seem to have preserved for a time their military character, though they may, in course of centuries, have evolved the mechanism of clan life. Or they became subject periosa and were rapidly merged in tribal organizations, or they were accepted as partners in government, as at Sparta, at Argos, at Corinth, and at Sicyon, and like the Roman paters minorum gentium, developed along the lines of tribal society. Their peculiar Homeric character disappeared, they were Hellenized, which is to say with Leaf that they were drawn into the group system, which, after Homer, resumed its sway. It was perhaps because of special circumstances that Sparta developed along peculiar lines of a quasi-Achaean and non-Hellenic kind. Thus, Muller holds that the Spartans represent a continuation of the heroic age, a system of military rule over agricultural classes. So Home says that the Spartan monarchy was a continuation of that of the Homeric age, only its authority was more strictly defined and became gradually more limited. Grote, criticizing the opinion of Muller, who holds that the Spartans were typical Dorians, maintains that the institutions of Sparta were peculiar to herself, distinguishing her not less from Argos, Corinth, Megara, than from Athens or Thebes. Crete, he says, was the only other portion of Greece in which there prevailed institutions in many respects analogous, yet still dissimilar. The creator or inventor of the peculiar Spartan character was, he thinks, Lycurgus. We consider these opinions much more probable than that of Gilbert, who believes that the three Dorian tribes, known as Hyles, Dymanes, Pamphiloi, existed in the earlier days, at Sparta, as a social organization. The reference of Demetrius of Sepsis, about 100 BC, to the existence of 27 phratries and 9 tribes at Sparta gives, of course, no basis for assuming their existence in post-Homeric times. We have a special reason for emphasizing the peculiarity of Spartan institutions. A solitary reference in Xenophon to a penalty of perpetual exile for involuntary homicide at Sparta, in contrast with the well-known penalty of temporary exile at Athens, has been taken to justify the opinion that the murder laws of Athens were peculiar to herself. But, in our view, the peculiarity of Sparta militates against the validity of such a conclusion. We hope to prove more clearly at a later stage that this conclusion is false. The social evolution of post-Homeric Boeotia is a subject on which a wide diversity of opinions appears to exist. Ridgway thinks that the Boeotians were Achaeans. Leaf supposes that they were Thessalians. Muller believes that they were Pelasgian Aeolians driven out of the land, which was afterwards called Thessaly, by invading Thessalians. Leaf argues that the Achaeans did not occupy Boeotia at the time of their domination in Greece, but we do not see why they may not have occupied that district at a later date. Barry contrasts the Boeotian conquerors with the older Greek inhabitants of Boeotia. Hogarth distinguishes between Aryan Boeotians and the non-Aryan Asiatic Cadmeans of Thebes. We cannot attempt to decide between these various opinions, and, fortunately, it is not necessary that we should do so. We have indicated the probable fate of the Achaeans after the fall of Troy, and for the rest we may be satisfied with the description of Thucydides. The country which is now called Hellas was not, he says, regularly settled in ancient times. The people were migratory and readily left their homes whenever they were overpowered by numbers. There was no commerce. The several tribes cultivated their own soil just enough to obtain a maintenance from it. They were always ready to migrate. The richest districts were most constantly changing their inhabitants. Thucydides mentions, as rich districts, Thessaly, Boeotia, and the Peloponnese, except Arcadia. Attica, however, of which the soil was poor and thin, enjoyed, he says, a long freedom from civil strife and retained its original inhabitants. Hence, the Athenians were the first who laid aside arms and adopted an easier and more luxurious mode of life. Again, he points out that, even in the age which followed the Trojan War, Hellas was still in a state of ferment and settlement and had no time for peaceful growth. The return of the Hellenes from Troy after their long absence caused many changes. Quarrels too arose in every city, and those who were expelled went and founded other cities. A considerable time elapsed before Hellas became finally settled. After a while, she recovered tranquility and began to send out colonies. Glotz paints a lurid picture of the homicide customs of what he calls the Middle Ages of Hellenism, le Moyen Age Hellénique. Passé, le temps où toutes les forces du groupe si collissaient spontanément, instantanément, contre toute aggression, du quel vint. Le meurtrier rich et puissant en avait, plus à craindre un aussi grand nombre de vengeurs. Il en était plus contraint de fuir par un aussi formidable soulèvement de haines. Le meurtrier d'un parent pouvait, avoir des accomplices, au trouver des complaisants parmi ses plus proches. Ainsi les homicides commis à l'intérieur d'une famille étant moins, sûrement punis à l'époque où s'organisèrent les tribunaux de l'état, que dans la période précédente, où la justice du gamme epsilon nu omicron sigma avait encore toute son efficacité. Il y eut un moment où vraiment, dans certains cas, le parricide en avait rien à redouter d'aucune justice. The references which Glotz here makes to the control exercised by the clan in cases of kinslaying are quite in harmony with our theory of the nature of Pelasgian homicide customs, but they are quite inconsistent with Glotz's general hypothesis as to the nature of Homeric blood vengeance. This inconsistency is to be explained by the absence of that distinction between the Achaean and the Pelasgian attitude to homicide which we have made the basis of our reasoning. Moreover, Glotz is not quite sound in supposing that the Age of Chaos began about the year 800 BC. The date of Hesiod is now generally regarded as approximately 850 BC, and the condition of things which he depicts must have existed for a considerable time before that date. It was not a temporary or spasmodic condition of things. Substituting, therefore, the dates 1100 BC, 700 BC, for Glotz's figures 800 BC, 600 BC as the time limits of the Age of Chaos, we may accept as trustworthy Glotz's description of the Dark Ages. He quotes a Hesiodic passage to which we have already called attention. Rien des unions de pire enfants, de haute à haute, d letter 1 f11 tau alpha letter 1 fd6, rho omicron sigma a letter 1 f11 tau alpha letter 1 fd6, rho omicron sigma. Plus de more fraternal, comedjadis. Vite en jet l'opprobre sur les parents qui violent, on leur parle en langage et insultant, impie, sans sauce de la vindicte divine, on refuse la violence de parents les vivres quan a recuse du dans l'enfance, car on y connaît que le droit de la force. Pas de gardes pour la bonne foi, la justice, la vertu, au crime et la violence tous les honneurs. Into this chaotic condition, he says, came the new religious doctrine of homicide as a pollution. La religion force la société à intervenir dans les affaires de sang intrafamiliales, et la société agit non pas contre le coupable mais contre la famille qui refuse d'agir. Une idée nouvelle si fait jour dans l'esprit des Grecs, l'idée de la sueur qui s'attache à homicide. La purification du meurtrier en est pas une caudum primitive, en était pas connu à l'époque homérique. In many such passages, Glotz implies that in the Hesiodic age there was a general weakening of tribal authority and of clan law, a breakup of the power of control exercised by the kindred, the phratry, and the tribe over their members in cases of homicide and in other matters. Yet, when Glotz comes to discuss the Solonian legislation, we find him still speaking of an anti-clan policy, of the desire of Solon to weaken the clans. Solon, he says, Futname par la confiance de ses concitoyens arbiter et legislateur. Pour remplir cette double mission, Il lui fallut de toute nécessité, affaiblir les gammes epsilon nuita dans leur action extérieure et leur constitution in time. L'esprit même de la constitution, salonian est opposé au classement des citoyens par gamme epsilon nuita. Elle est s'y met directement en rapport avec les individus. Les groupes, ils ne les détruit pas, ils les ignore. Effet indirect des lois constitutionnelles, le démembrement du gamma epsilon nu omicron sigma est le but immédiat et constant des lois civiles. Cette signature de Solon, c'est l'hostilité envers les solidarités des vieux temps. Again, he says that at the beginning of the 6th century B.C., at a time when all cities had equally suppressed tribal or clan responsibility, la responsabilité familiale, in common law, Athens surpassed all others by the vigor of the blows which it struck at the internal organization and the civic action, l'action sociale, of the clans. How can these apparently different viewpoints be reconciled? Can we express the facts so that the apparent discrepancy will disappear? We have seen that in post-Homeric times the long-submerged group system of tribal society resumed its sway. Though the wars and migrations of the period must for a time have weakened its power, yet ultimately, as Thucydides says, Hellas recovered tranquility and began to send out colonies. The new doctrine of Apollo, which regarded homicide as a pollution, was, we think, adopted about the 7th century, which was preeminently the period of Greek colonization. Henceforth the homicide was conceived as an enemy not merely of the ghosts of those whom he had slain, but also of the gods of the new states which had evolved out of chaos through synocism. But Attica, almost alone of all Greek states, was immune from the chaos of migrations and invasions, and retained for the most part its original inhabitants. Therefore Attica, more than any other Greek state, required, for its political unification, a more strenuous lawmaking, a more violent attack on the civic action of the clan. Yet we cannot suppose that the clans and tribes of the group system were destroyed in Attica any more than they were in other parts of Greece. All through the historical era, clans and tribes continued to exercise limited powers and jurisdictions. The old ties of kindred and of neighborhood were maintained under the form of religious corporations long after the group system had lost its political power. All this is merely to say that the old aristocracy of birth was replaced by plutocracy and democracy. The various stages in this transition will be made clear if we give a brief sketch of the political evolution of Attica, a sketch which is all the more necessary because of the analysis which we shall have to give, at a later stage, of blood vengeance in Attic tragedy. Evolution of the Attic state. We need not allow ourselves to be detained by the obscure and conflicting legends which center round the birth of the Attic nation. Coulanges refers to the traditions concerning local kings of Attica before the time of Cecrops. Pausanias refers to a kind of religious amalgamation which was doubtless the concomitant of political synocism. Sacred to Athene, he says, is all the rest of Athens and similarly all Attica. Although they worship different gods in different townships, none the less do they honor Athene generally. He points out that 4 villages at Marathon were still in his time united in a local worship of Apollo, and that legend attributed to Cecrops a federation of Attica into 12 different states. While Coulanges accepts the legend which attributes to Theseus the political unification of Attica, he thinks that Plutarch and Thucydides are in error in supposing that Theseus abolished the local prytanes and magistracies. If he attempted this, he says, he certainly did not succeed. For a long while after him, we still find the local worships, the assemblies, and the kings of the tribes. In theory, the 4 tribes of ancient Attic society were Ionian tribes which, in the days of oligarchic power, imposed their will upon the rest of Attica. Muller points out that there is a distinct change in Attic mythology when we come to the Ionian kings, Aegeus and Theseus. But Leaf thinks it possible that the adoption of the 4 Ionian tribes in Attica does not represent an Ionian conquest, but was due to the fictitious self-inclusion of Attica in the Ionian race. Barry holds that the statesmen who united Attica sought their method of organization from one of those cities of Asia Minor, which Athens came to look upon as her own daughters. That the names of the 4 Attic tribes, Gelionts, Aegicores, Argades, and Hoplites, were borrowed from Ionian Miletus, and that Attica was united into a single state in the period of what is known as the Life Regency, 1088 BC 753 BC. The tribal continuity of Attic life is most clearly indicated in the excellent analysis of F. de Coulanges. The people of Attica, at the birth of the Attic state, were governed, he says, by noble clans called EPHETAE who had abolished, about 1050 BC, the power of an hereditary monarchy. Some 300 years later, these same noble clans limited the power of the life regent, a member of the royal family, by insisting on an election being held every 10 years. About 700 BC, annual election was in force, and the royal family was represented by only one member in a government of 9 archons elected from the EPHETAE caste. These EPHETAE, who dwelt in scattered groups in Attica, created a united Attic state when they formed a confederation for the purpose of defense and common worship. But the absence of sustained danger from abroad and the development of mutual rivalry and internal feuds diminished, at length, their pristine vigor. Non-privileged classes, herded together in towns and hamlets, saw in EPHETAE weakness their own opportunity. The introduction of coinage in the 7th century and the expansion of trade and commerce led to the presence, in Attic ports and cities, of a new nobility of wealthy merchants who could not aspire to enrollment in the exclusive EPHETAE tribes, who could not be permitted to worship at the altars of tribal gods, who were not, in fact, recognized as a functional element of the civic organism. Naturally, these merchants imported new worships. They seized on Oriental cults which, like Buddhism, excluded no caste. Conscious of the barriers which confronted them, they often had recourse to armed revolt. The conflict ended at length upon the appointment of a legislator who was expected to revise and to codify the laws. DRACON, the first great Athenian legislator, certainly codified the laws, or some of them at least. But being too loyal a EPHETAE, he failed to remove the grievances of plebeian nobles. Solon, a EPHETAE by birth, had the advantage of being a merchant by occupation. He first attacked the large domains of the EPHETAEs and their political power. He assailed their monopoly of judicial authority by setting up a timocratic, if not a plutocratic, areopagus as an alternative to the aristocratic EPHETAE courts, and by the institution of popularly elected heliastic juries, which possessed at first appellant and later universal jurisdiction in Attic law. But it was only in the time of Cleisthenes, about 510 BC, that the 4 patriarchal tribes of Attica were removed from the pedestal on which they had stood so long and which was the basis of their political existence. 10 new tribes were created, on an entirely novel principle of local segregation. New hero cults arose. New priests offered sacrifice, who were liable to annual election, and the 4 Ionian tribes ceased to have any political meaning. But they did not, therefore, cease to exist. Obscure and hidden, they still lived on. Clan courts still sat to decide disputes regarding property, adoption, and inheritance. In the time of Demosthenes, such courts imposed fines for the embezzlement of property. Homicide, in particular, which from the 8th century onwards assumed a religious, which is to say, a theocratic or patriarchal aspect, was in historical times purged, and in certain cases judged by the EPHETAE and the exegetee who were chosen from EPHETAE families. We shall now proceed to consider the advent in Greece of that new religious doctrine, which for the first time declared the murderer to be a sinner against the gods and debarred him forever from his country and his home. Section 2. Religious and legal transitions. The evidence of mythology and archaeology points so clearly to frequent and continuous intercourse between the early Greeks and their non-Aryan neighbors of Egypt and Asia Minor that up to quite recent years, it was possible to maintain that early Greek civilization was derived from African and Asiatic sources. Thus, to quote a writer easily accessible, Mahaffy held that to the Phoenicians and to the Egyptians is to be traced the prehistoric culture of Argos, Mycenae, Orchomnus, and Crete. There are, he thought, Oriental, Assyrian, and Syrian influences in Mycenaean remains. Egypt, especially, was regarded as the home of wealth and culture. It is only in more recent years, when the explorations in Crete have shown, for example, that, compared with the palace of Cnossus, the palaces of the pharaohs were but hovels of painted mud, that the early Aegean culture came to be regarded as derived from an indigenous Cretan civilization, and Minoans received the honor which was previously accorded to the Phoenicians. It is now recognized that the great period of Asiatic intercourse with Greece was the post-Minoan period. the fall of the Minoan thalassocracy opened the Aegean Sea to Asiatic traders. The Phoenicians, says Barry, had marts here and there on coast or island, but there is no reason to think that Canaanites made homes for themselves on Greek soil. Their ships were ever winding in and out of the Aegean Isles from north to south, bearing fair naperies from Syria, fine wrought bowls and cups from the workshops of Sidonian and Cypriot silversmiths, and all manner of luxuries and ornaments. This constant commercial intercourse is amply sufficient to account for all the influence that Phoenicia exerted upon Greece. The briskest trade was perhaps driven with the thriving cities of Ionia, and the Phoenicians adopted the Ionian name as the general designation of all the Greeks. In Ionia, Barry thinks, occurred that fusion of Semitic consonants with Greek vowel symbols which produced the Greek alphabet. In close contact with the Ionian Greeks were the Lydians, who were the first people to coin money, about 700 BC, and who transmitted the discovery to the Greeks and to other Asiatic peoples. Needless to say, this discovery was of great commercial importance and incidentally rendered possible an accumulation of non-landed wealth. Now Greek coinage, as Barry points out, was marked from the beginning by religious associations, and it has been supposed that the priests of the temples had an important share in initiating the introduction of coinage. It was in the shrines of their gods that men were accustomed to store their treasures for safekeeping. Every coin which a Greek state issued bore upon it a reference to some deity. From these facts alone, apart from general considerations, it will be evident how easy and natural it was that the Greeks should also have received religious inspirations from their Asiatic neighbors. It is very significant that the first mention in Greek literature of the religious purgation of homicide occurs in an epic poem, the Aethiopes, by Arctinus of Miletus, who lived in the last half of the 8th century, 750–700 BC. In this poem, we are told that Achilles, having slain Thersites because he had ridiculed his tears for the death of an Amazonian queen, went to Lesbos to be purified. Glotz points out that the presence of Achilles at a sacrifice before his purgation implies that the doctrine was not, at that time, fully developed or understood. Again, it is very significant that Herodotus attributes to the Lydians rites of homicide purgation which, he says, are almost the same as those which the Hellenes used. According to the historian, there came to Croesus, king of Lydia, about the year 550 BC, a man in wretched plight whose hands were not clean, a Phrygian by race of royal blood. Having reached, he says, the house of Croesus, this man asked to have himself purified according to the customs of the place, and Croesus purified him. After the ceremony, Croesus asked his visitor who it was that he had slain. The stranger replied that he had involuntarily slain his brother, and that, in consequence, he had been expelled by his father and deprived of all his privileges. We shall see presently that involuntary kinslaying could be purged abroad in the Greek purgation system. We cannot conclude, because Croesus made no inquiries prior to the ceremony as to the details of the deed of blood, that therefore all kinds of homicide could be purged amongst the Lydians. The very fact that the slayer requested purgation would, in the religious atmosphere of the time, have been taken as sufficient evidence that his deed was at least capable of being purged. The conception of homicide as a pollution or religious offense is known to have existed at an early date amongst the Hebrews, and we may hazard the conjecture, though we find no express reference to the fact, that a system of purgation was practiced by the Hebrews, at least for minor degrees of guilt. The penalties exacted for homicide amongst the Hebrews, as amongst the Romans, were much more severe than those which prevailed amongst the Greeks. We have seen that in the normal operation of homicide purgation, no religious cleansing was valid while the civic penalty remained unpaid. In Roman law, death was the penalty prescribed for murder and for manslaughter. But for justifiable or justifiably accidental homicide, there was no punishment, and religious expiation could immediately take place. Amongst the Hebrews, a similar penalty was exacted for murder and manslaughter. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed, is the general principle. And again, he that smiteth a man so that he die shall surely be put to death. If a man slays presumptuously with guile, take him from my altar that he may die. For accidental or justifiable slaying, however, we find that a mode of escape from the avengers of blood was provided. If God delivers a man into his hands, I will appoint thee a place whither he shall flee. and ye shall not take compensation for him that is fled to the city of refuge, that he should come home before the death of the high priest. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are. We may assume, with some degree of probability, that in this class of homicide, some form of purgation ceremony was customary. We mention the Hebrew custom here merely to show the general trend of Asiatic thought in regard to homicide. We may therefore regard as highly probable the view which connects the origin of the post-Homeric Greek notion of homicide as a pollution with the Semites and Asiatic peoples. Glotz merely states his view of this matter without giving reasons in support of his statement. Alors, he says, les Grecs prendrant aux Semites les rites dramatiques de leurs cérémonies purificatoires. There were, however, some important differences between the original Semitic doctrine and the matured Greek adaptation of it, as will be evident from a brief explanation of the precise nature of the Greek pollution doctrine. The Greek pollution doctrine. At first, we think, there came to Greece a vague rumor of the doctrine through the medium of the cyclic poets. Greek priesthoods in Asia had already adopted it because of their proximity to Asiatic races who had developed it. But originating, as it did, in the centralized theocracies which then existed amongst these races, the doctrine could be accepted only in a modified form by the Greek people whose predominant political institution was the city-state. Traces of the doctrine in its early phase, prior to its formal adoption in Greece, appear in the story of Alcmaeon. Thucydides, in his account of the islands known as the Echinades in western Greece, which were gradually, owing to the silting up of the river Achelous, becoming part of the mainland, mentions the following legend. When Alcmaeon, son of Amphiaraus, was wandering over the earth after the murder of his mother, he was told by Apollo that here he should find a home, the oracle intimating that he would never find deliverance from his terrors until he discovered some country which was not yet in existence and not seen by the sun at the time when he slew his mother. There he might settle, but the rest of the earth was accursed to him. He knew not what to do till at last, as the story goes, he espied the deposit of earth made by the Achelous, and he thought that a place sufficient to support life must have accumulated in the long time during which he had been wandering since his mother's death. This conception of pollution is very Semitic, and reminds us of the biblical allusion to Cain as cursed from the face of the earth. But it is also to a certain extent Greek, since there was not in historical Greece any purgation for willful matricide or, if we may trust Plato, for willful kinslaying. In the Apolline era, Greek kinslaying was punished, according to Plato, by death, and it was so punished in a later Israelite penal code. In the Pelasgian era, kinslayers, condemned to perpetual exile, were often compelled to wander for years and years. Their wandering must have been almost proverbial, yet its meaning was understood. But the picture of a kinslayer wandering till he finds an unpolluted piece of earth can only be attributed to the fanciful interpretation of a novel religious law which as yet was not fully comprehended. We have already discussed Miss Harrison's views in regard to Bellerophon and the plane of wandering. Apollodorus tells us that Bellerophon was purified by Protus. Miss Harrison says, in those old days he could not be purified. We agree that he could not be purged in Homeric times because the rite was unknown. If in later times he was said to have been purged, it became necessary to suppose that the crime which he committed was involuntary. But Homer says nothing of Bellerophon's kinslaying. It was probably an invention of later minds intended to explain the Homeric reference to the Elean plain, which was interpreted as the plane of wandering, after the analogy of the wandering in the legend of Alcmaeon. We hope to show presently that this religious doctrine, which declared in effect that homicide brought down the anger of the gods upon the community which neglected to punish it, took definite shape in historical Greece under the aegis of Apollo and his priesthoods and Amphictyones. In our view, the final form of the doctrine was a fusion or compromise between the Sever-Semitic conception, on the one hand, and, on the other, the tribal traditions of Greek homicide customs, weakened and disorganized, as they were in the Hesiotic age of chaos, but unmistakably local in their outlook, and reflecting still the attitude adopted by the relatives and attributed to the victim. The Apollo of the Greek race could not accept in its entirety the Asiatic doctrine of pollution, but had to modify it at the bidding of customs, which were sanctified by time. as we believe that the draconian homicide laws were merely an eclectic codification of the 7th century unwritten laws of the aristocracies of birth. It would clearly anticipate our whole account of the draconian legislation if we were to explain at this stage the detailed operation of the Apolline pollution system. We shall then give here only an outline of the Asiatic Greek compromise, which we believe to have arisen in the 8th or 7th century BC. In the first place, wergeld was abolished, as amongst the Hebrews, for willful murder. This was the greatest concession which the new doctrine extorted from tribalism. The new provision which declared the property of the willful manslayer confiscated to the state when the slayer had gone into perpetual exile, we attribute to a third factor: the evolution of state power. Wergeld in the strict sense was also abolished for manslaughter, but the slayer was allowed and commanded, after a period of exile, to appease, by presents, the relatives of the slain. In this, we can clearly detect a concession wrung from what we call Apollinism by the tribes. It is usually held that in the case of manslaughter, and Glotz holds that even in the case of murder, private settlement, without trial was legal in historical Athens. We hope to show at a later stage that these opinions are incorrect, except in regard to one special and rare contingency. Secondly, there was a religious compromise, which is reflected in the ritual of purgation. In the Semitic doctrine of pollution, murder and manslaughter could only be purged by the blood of the slayer, which meant, in practice, that the slayer could never be purged at all. But the ancient traditions of the tribes and their capacity for discerning the varying degrees of homicide guilt led to a peculiar compromise, by which Apollo and other state gods consented to accept the sacrifice of a surrogate victim, when the atonement which the law prescribed had been paid, the actuality of the atonement being symbolized, as it were, by this Chthonian sacrifice of reconciliation. Since Greece, unlike Israel, was a conglomeration of local civic groups, and as tribal custom had accepted exile in default of wergeld and prescribed different periods of exile according to varying degrees of guilt, therefore, when the issue was knit between the new Semitic doctrine of pollution and the ancient tribal laws, the resultant compromise produced a new law which decreed perpetual exile for all cases of willful homicide, including, we believe, originally, even kinslaying. The law of historical times which condemned the kinslayer inevitably to death was not, we have reason to believe, a product of the Asiatic Greek compromise. Like the law which decreed the confiscation of a murderer's property, it is, we think, to be attributed to the evolution of centralized state government. In regard to manslaughter, different periods of exile were, no doubt, decreed according to the different degrees of guilt. The despotic doctrine of theocratic Asia had in this to respect the long traditions of tribal Greece. Accidental and justifiable slaying probably required no civic atonement. Apollo was compelled to admit such slayers to immediate purgation. In other cases, purgation was accepted when the prescribed atonement had been made. Our account of this compromise in the Greek doctrine of pollution is complicated by the presence of a third factor, which had become more and more important as Greek states increased in size and power, and which must be indirectly attributed to the doctrine of pollution, namely, the conception of homicide as an insult to the state gods and to the state, not merely to the sun, or to the Delphian Apollo, or to some still more distant Orphic deity in the underworld. This conception of homicide raises it at once from the position which it held in the system of private vengeance. The murderer, like the traitor and the man stained with sacrilege, now stands forth, if not as a criminal in the modern sense, at least as a quasi-criminal, a vile being who has jeopardized by his act the prosperity and the destiny of the state. He is henceforth liable to letter 1 F04 Tau Godam Yoda Alpha. He must be degraded from citizenship. If he waits for the verdict which declares him a state criminal, he must die. If he flees, his property must be confiscated to the state, as was the property of all degraded exiles. Retribution to the relatives, which is the basis of tribal wergeld, has vanished into the air, but the murderer cannot now be buried in the tomb of his fathers. He can never frequent the temples of his gods. He cannot even attend the public games of all the Greeks lest the contact of his presence should pollute his fellow citizens or the gods who no longer can tolerate his presence. But, provided he avoids certain areas and festivals, he may live without fear. A law of DRACON declares that to slay such an exile was murder. Thus we see how the old tribal custom which accepted exile as a complete atonement, not, as it was amongst Achaean militarists, a mere flight from death, was respected despite doctrinal innovations, because it had been sanctified by time. Glotz holds that this immunity in foreign states of exiles who were guilty of willful murder in their homeland was due to occasional treaties of letter 1F00 sigma epsilon lambda iota alpha between Greek states. We shall see that such immunity was more probably derived from Greek extradition law, and such law implies international authorization. It was precisely because such laws could be made and enforced that Greek homicides required no cities of refuge. Thus, the Greek pollution doctrine bears on the face of it the stamp of a compromise between tribe and state, between local gods and international religion. But there was a further compromise, which we must also indicate, namely, that which inevitably took place between the ghosts of the slain and the purifying gods, the kappa alpha theta alpha rho sigma iota omicron iota, theta epsilon omicron iota. We have argued that the chaotic centuries which followed the Achaean domination produced a much more monstrous and bloodthirsty conception of the Arenes than that which existed in the Homeric age. We have suggested that the revolt of the clansmen against Apolline innovations, which abolished material retribution for homicide, may have rendered still more ferocious and implacable the Arenes of the slain. Yet, when the Greek Apolline doctrine of pollution was finally accepted by Hellenic tribes and states, the Arenes, like the Titans, were subdued, and became so mild that they could be identified with the Semnithae and called Eumenides. They could live in peace again, as in Homer, with the Olympian gods whom they had learned to loathe. They had succeeded at least in imposing many old Pelasgian traditions upon the autocrat of Delphi. In historical Greece, at least before the 3rd century BC, the state could never take the initiative in a direct prosecution for homicide, as modern states do. It could, of course, bring a charge of impiety against delinquent relatives of the slain, but the initiative rested in theory with those relatives. The wish of a dying man who had been fatally wounded was expressed in a formal charge, which he gave to his relatives, and this very often determined the course of subsequent proceedings. Forgiveness by the dying man precluded a charge of murder. If a Greek of the historical era who had been fatally wounded thus released his slayer before he died, the relatives were not bound to prosecute. They could be persuaded to refrain from prosecution by what is known as a private settlement with the slayer and his relatives. This, of course, was not a genuine wergeld, and even if it was, we could not infer that pollution could coexist with wergeld, for pollution did not arise, in any real sense of the word, as the Greeks interpreted it, when the dying man forgave. Now we cannot conceive such considerations as these affecting the theocratic, pollution, doctrine of the Hebrews. The law which decreed by divine command that, "Ye shall not pollute my land wherein ye are, for blood defileth the land," takes little account of the wishes of the dying or of the relatives of the slain. We must, of course, distinguish release from forgiveness in Greek law. Release implies the absence of any charge by the dying man. In cases of involuntary homicide, unless the dying man commanded his relatives to prosecute, no trial or formal proceedings were necessary. Private settlement was permitted. Whenever, therefore, a trial for involuntary homicide took place in historical Greece, we must assume either that the accused denied the guilt and refused private compensation, or that the dying man charged his relatives to prosecute. In this latter case, the slayer was polluted and had to undergo purgation when the civic atonement had been made. Hence, we may truly say that within certain limitations, Greek pollution depended on the will of the victim and of his relatives. In the light of these details, we can more easily explain the peculiar fact that a man who had no relatives, and it was sometimes possible that a metic or a stranger or a casual vagrant should have no relatives, could not be avenged if he were slain. In the Euthyphro of Plato, we are told how a poor freeman who had killed a slave was put in chains by his employer. It was a kind of informal arrest, till the verdict of the exegetee should be heard. The freeman died. It was not willful murder, but there was a certain degree of guilt, a certain amount of neglect on the part of his captor, a certain letter 1F00, phi epsilon lambda alpha xi iota alpha, which laid the employer open to a charge of manslaughter. Euthyphro, a son of the employer, feeling that he was polluted by the fact of living with his father, proposed to charge him before the Archon Basilius at Athens. Socrates asks Euthyphro in the dialogue if he was a relative of the slain. Euthyphro replies that he does not see what difference it makes whether one is a relative of the deceased or not. The important thing is that he is polluted unless he accuses his father. Socrates implies that such an accusation is impious. We can only regret that Plato does not tell us the sequel of this fanciful drama. We think that Plato is sophistically exposing, if not covertly sneering at, the inconsistency of the pollution doctrine. He objects, apparently, to the law which made prosecution the prerogative of the relatives of the deceased, a law which was derived, we think, from tribal traditions of private vengeance. Just as in other passages, he objects to the legends of the gods which more primitive generations had created. We have said that pollution was not confined to the murderer, but extended, as if by contagion, to all persons who harbored or protected him or neglected to punish him. Thus Plato says, in regard to kinslaying, the relative of deceased as far as cousins, male and female, who does not prosecute, shall take upon himself the pollution and the anger of the gods. In this we see an aspect of the Greek pollution doctrine which expressed the autocratic will of Delphi and of state gods in alliance with Delphi. But if the dying man forgave, or, in certain cases, did not solemnly charge his relatives to prosecute, this autocratic will could be ignored. Thus, the errors of a slain man had a determining effect on the obligation of prosecution and on the nature of the penalty. In the Orestean legends, as they were staged by Attic dramatists, this twofold aspect of pollution is never quite forgotten. But there are complications in these legends which prevent us from dwelling at any length upon them here. In the case of kinslaying and a passion, the influence of the ghosts' will was especially vigorous. Plato says that even when the involuntary slayer had served a term of 3 years' exile and had returned to his native land, he could never return to his family and his home or share with his kindred in domestic rights. Thus, the errors of the slain kinsman refused to be controlled by a centralized autocracy at Delphi or even by the will of native state gods. Hence, perhaps, it is that in the dramatized versions of the Oresteia, Athene has to use persuasion to induce the Furies of Clytemnestra to become Eumenides. Hence the Furies say of Orestes, "His mother's blood upon the earth he spilled, shall he in Argus dwell? His father's home, what phratrialtar can him e'er receive? What common lustral water can he share?" Hence, also, as Glotz points out, the preliminary plea on oath of the accuser and the accused, in homicide cases, was taken before the altar of the Erinyes or the Semnithae. And the defendant who was acquitted of murder by the Areopagus, as well as the returned exile who had paid the penalty of involuntary homicide, offered sacrifice there. The ritual of homicide purgation. In regard to the ceremonial of purgation by which the slayer, in certain circumstances, was cleansed or purified, we have already pointed out what we consider to have been the origin of the rite. And we have shown how the analogies which existed between such a ceremonial and the general Chthonian sacrifices of expiation, placation, and aversion caused these rites to be confused with one another in the minds of ancient and of modern writers. The ceremonial of homicide purgation appears at first sight so simple and elementary in character that we would be inclined to assume a priori that it could have been duly performed by any ordinary person. But in fact, we shall see, the performance became the privilege of priests or theocratic nobles. An animal, generally a pig, but sometimes a calf or a lamb, was bled to death, and the warm flowing blood was poured over the hands of the slayer, passing away into the sea or into a running stream. The dead animal was then thrown into the water, or was buried, but it could not be eaten. We may compare the Chthonian ceremony of swearing, in which the slain animal was conceived as at once symbolizing and magically inducing a similar fate in case of perjury. The Roman formula is well known. Livy tells how a certain M. Valerius, one of the Fetials or Roman priests, swore on behalf of the Roman state to the almighty Jupiter in a treaty with ancient Alba. Audi EPHETAE, Audi pater patrate populi Albani, Audi tu populus Albanus. See prior defexit publico concilio, dolo malo, tu illo die, EPHETAE, populum Romanum sic ferito ut ego hunc porcum hic hodi feriam. Tantoc magis ferito quanto magis potes palesque. Now, all such ceremonies, simple as they may appear, were hedged round with the most minute regulations as to formulae and procedure, and were thus removed from the competence of ordinary individuals. Moreover, each locality developed differences of usage, which, however slight, could never be ignored. Herodotus, speaking of homicide purgation, implies that all Greeks used the same rites. But that there were minor local variations may be inferred, perhaps, from a peculiar ceremony in the Oedipus Colonius of Sophocles. Oedipus, having gone as an exile from Thebes to Attica because he had slain his father, is told that he cannot hold converse with the Athenians while he is still uncleansed. The ban is removed when he is admitted to purgation, but for the due performance of the rite, he is entirely dependent on local direction. We shall give the relevant dialogue between Oedipus and the chorus. Ede, kind sir, be my good guide, I will do all thou biddest. Propitiate these holy powers, whose grove received thee when first treading this their ground. Ede, what are the appointed forms? Advise me, sirs. First see to it that, from some perennial fount clean hands, provide a pure drink offering. Ede, and when I have gotten this unpolluted draught. You will find bowls, formed by a skillful hand, whose brims and handles you must duly wreathe. Ede, with leaves or flax of wool, or in what way? With tender wool tan from a young ewe lamb. Ede, well, and what follows to complete the rite? Next, make libation toward the earliest dawn. Ede, with what contents must this be filled? Instruct me. Not with wine, but water and the treasure of the bee. Ede, and when leaf-shadowed earth has drunk of this, what follows? Thou shalt lay upon her then from both thy hands a row of olive twigs, counting thrice 9 in all, and add this prayer. Ede, that is the chief thing, that I long to hear. It may be said that we have not here a genuine instance of homicide purgation. There is no animal sacrifice, no cleansing by a bath of blood. Water and honey were regular offerings to the dead, and the express prohibition of wine libations reminds us very forcibly of the sacrifice to the Erinyes made by Clytemnestra in the Eumenides of Aeschylus. Has Sophocles in mind, then, a local rite of placation to the Erinyes of Oedipus at Colonus, which he interprets as a commemoration of purgation rites? We have seen how easily such rites may be confused. Or are we to assume that the purgation rite for involuntary or extenuated homicide was different from the rites by which a willful murderer could be purged abroad, or from those by which a justifiable slayer was purged at home? Was the sacrifice which was offered to the Erinyes or the Semnithae by involuntary slayers after their return from exile, and by accused persons who were acquitted by the Areopagus, a regular purgation rite? These questions we find it difficult to answer either in the affirmative or in the negative. Plato's references to greater and lesser cleansings, according to different degrees of guilt, imply that the average Greek did not understand the exact nature or purpose of purgation, and that the secrets of this magic art of reconciliation were the exclusive privilege of theocratic nobles, whose interest it was to obscure rather than to clarify the details of the system. The passage we have quoted from the Oedipus Colonius possibly points to variations in the purgation ritual according to degrees of guilt, variations, which suggest moreover the ambition and the power of local deities and priesthoods to retain their distinctive peculiarities in the execution of a central Apolline doctrine. In the Iphigenia Taurica of Euripides, we find a mock purgation ceremony arranged by Iphigenia to save the lives of Orestes and of Pylades. The image of Artemis is said, it was a fiction invented by a loving sister, to have turned in its seat, and to have closed its eyes when the blood-stained Argive cousins entered the temple. Iphigenia proposes to cleanse the pollution by the blood of young lambs shed in solitude by the sea, and such other things as she has ordered as purifications. King Thoas, not being himself appealed to, leaves the whole question of purgation entirely in the hands of the priestess of Artemis. From the legend that Bellerophon was cleansed by his host Protus, the king of Turins, we might be inclined to argue that the purgation rites for certain forms of kinslaying were performed by private non-sacerdotal individuals. But every king was a high priest in primitive religion, and further, we have already seen that Protus could not have performed the post-Homeric ceremony which is attributed to him. It is, however, possible that Croesus personally purged the Phrygian homicide mentioned by Herodotus. It is probable that in Greece, the cleansers of homicide guilt were always priests of some kind. Epimenides of Crete purged the city of Athens on a famous occasion, yet not from murder, but rather from sacrilege. Moreover, Muller points out that he was a native of Phaestus in Crete, where there was a very ancient cult of Apollo. Hence, Epimenides was more than probably a member of an Apolline sacerdotal guild. Muller is, however, we think mistaken in regarding purgation for homicide as the exclusive privilege of Apolline priests. The Euripidean reference to purgation by a priestess of Artemis, which we have just cited, Athens' interpretation of the supplication of Orestes as a supplication for purgation, in the Eumenides of Aeschylus, and many passages in the Laws of Plato, reveal the error of this opinion. The purgation of Orestes by Apollo is described by Aeschylus in the Eumenides. It is no priest or priestess of Olympian or Chthonian gods, but Apollo himself, the chief of the Kappa Alpha Theta Alpha Rho Sigma Iota Omicron Iota Theta Epsilon Omicron Iota, who performs the rite. We cannot interpret the ceremony as the purgation of a willful matricide abroad, as we think that such purgation was impossible, at least in historical times. It is the purging, rather, of a deed which is either justified or extenuated by Apollo's express command. A. Purging, which would normally take place in the slayer's homeland, but which is here attributed to a divine Delphian purifier, either because Apollo was the patron of the Greek purgation system, or because the deed was such that no one could have cleansed it save the god who had commanded it, or because a Phocian legend made Phasis, not Athens, the place to which Orestes fled after the slaying of his mother. Orestes tells Athene that he is not a suppliant for purgation at Athens because he has been already purged. We may infer from this that a homicide exile had not to be purged more than once in his changes of residence abroad, but we think it probable that such extern purgation did not dispense with the need for domestic purgation if the exile was ever permitted to return to his home. Orestes says, "There is a law that the shedder of blood is debarred from human intercourse until at the hands of a man who purifies from bloodshed the blood of a young animal has been poured upon him. Long ago have I been thus made clean by others who live elsewhere, by animal victims beside running water." From this passage, and from the reference which we have cited from Euripides, Iphigenia Taurica, as well as from more general considerations, we conclude that homicide purgation normally included the shedding of animal blood when some element of guilt was admitted. It is possible, therefore, that the rite described by Sophocles in the Oedipus Colonius was not conceived as a genuine purgation rite, but rather as an exceptional local procedure, which was intended to supplement a presumed anterior purgation. That Attica was noteworthy for its scruples regarding pollution may be inferred from the remarks of the Corinthian chorus in the Medea of Euripides. We are entirely on the side of Muller and Philippi in the view that purgation, in historical Greece, was applied to the authors of justifiable bloodshed. This we may regard as a further confirmation of our opinion that homicide purgation was not a placation of ghosts or an expiation offered to gods, but a solemn and sacred symbol of reconciliation between the slayer and his native gods. Our hypothesis of the origin of the Greek doctrine of homicide as a pollution will receive still further confirmation when we describe in more detail the historical Greek system of penalties for bloodshed and the conceptions of those penalties, which are found in Attic tragedy. We will now give the reasons which have led us to associate the Greek pollution doctrine with the Delphian Apollo and his Amphictyonic League, after which we shall be in a position to discuss the influence of the pollution doctrine on wergeld and the legality of private settlement. The following account is intended as a supplement to Muller's analysis, which errs only in attributing purgation rites exclusively to Apollo and his priests. Apollo and pollution. In Homer, Apollo has already established at Pytho a temple of many treasures. The reference to sacred Crisa, side by side with rocky Pytho, suggests, if the Greeks were right in their interpretation of Crisa as the Cretan land, that the region was already revered in the days of the Minoan thalassocracy. Aeschylus in the Eumenides reproduces the Greek tradition regarding oracle deities at Delphi before the advent of Apollo. The Delphian priestess accords priority to Ge, the earth goddess, the first of prophets, and then she prays to Themis as the second deity who gave oracles there. This legend probably originated in a joint worship of Ge and of Themis under the forms of the mother and the maid. For, just as the cult of Demeter and Kore represented the joint worship of the earth and its produce, so the cult of Ge and Themis represented the worship of the earth and of the deified uniformity of the earth's fertility. Next, the priestess prays to Phoebe, another daughter of Earth, who in turn transmitted the oracle to her son, Phobos Apollo. It was supposed that the temple which is mentioned by Homer was the fourth temple which had been built on that site. This temple was destroyed in 548 BC, according to Pausanias. Hence, it is much less probable that the oracular shrine had been handed down by continuous succession as an inheritance within a divine family, than that it was repeatedly destroyed and desecrated by successive invaders. The destruction of Crisa in 585 BC by the Amphictyonic League furnishes an historical illustration of its checkered career in prehistoric ages. The octennial festival known as the Stepteria, which commemorated the conquest of the Python by Apollo, had probably an historical foundation. For the Python, a large snake was worshipped as a symbol of the earth's fertility. It was therefore associated with Ge and Themis, who handed down the oracle according to legend. The famous omphalos at Delphi, of which the origin and significance were so mysterious to the Greeks, was really the tombstone of the Python. But Earth, though buried, still lived in the tomb. It was from a cavern of earth that the Pythian priestess received the vapors which produced her anesthetic revelation. In the Apolline shrine was the Hestia, or sacred hearth, derived from pre-Olympian ancestor worship and necromantic art. Before the pilgrim entered the shrine of the Olympian oracle, he had to perform a Chthonian sacrifice and offer a pi epsilon lambda alpha nu omicron sigma, a mixture of milk, wine, and honey, which was a characteristic offering at the tombs of the dead. Around the tomb of the Python stood Gorgon images, which were probably suggested by image magic as a placation of the wrath of the Erinyes, who sought the life of the slayer of the Python. It was from these images, we think, that Aeschylus derived his conception of the Erinyes and the famous scene which depicts them as sleeping a loathsome sleep in the temple of Apollo, whom they hate but also fear. We find in Aelian and Plutarch the legend that Apollo, in the days of his conquest of Delphi, fled to Tempe after slaying the Python to be purified from the pollution. The Stepteria festival was believed to commemorate his flight. In this legend, however, as in that in which Zeus purifies Ixion, we see the effect of etiological myth-making and the operation of a principle of primitive religion, whereby man makes the gods in his own image and attributes to them the emotions and the observances of his own day. As we cannot regard Apollo, notwithstanding Muller's reasoning, as the special product of Dorian religion, so we cannot attribute his exaltation in post-Homeric days exclusively to the Dorian invasion. The Achaeans worshipped Apollo as a prophet god and as a powerful ally in war, but their hegemony in Greece was based on military control rather than on theocratic manipulation. The Delphians are not mentioned in Homer. They were a Dorian dominant caste which conquered the Phocian masters of the Homeric temple at Pytho about 1000 B.C. Undoubtedly, they could not have retained the fruits of their conquest for any period of time if they had not been supported by the power of the Dorian invaders of southern Greece. Thus, in 448 BC, when the Phocians had reoccupied Delphi, it was the Dorian Spartans who sent an army to restore it to the Delphians. Yet the Athenians, who were then supreme in central Greece, restored it to the Phocians for a time. But about 585 BC, when anti-Dorism was at its height in Greece, it was to a northern league of Greek states, in which the Dorians were subordinate, that Delphi looked for help against the Phocians of Crisa. The fact that Cleisthenes of Sicyon, an anti-Dorian, championed the Delphians in this campaign proves that their Dorian nationality was already subordinated to the prestige which they had won as the high priests of Greek prophetic religion, and the loan of 15 talents which a Spartan king gave to the Phocian general who had once more seized Delphi in 356 B.C. shows how Dorism had lost its primal solidarity. We think then that the prestige of the Delphian Apollo, though originating in the Dorian migration, was due to a combination of two forces. One, the widespread cult of Apollo in Greece and in Asia Minor, and two, the skill by which the Delphians, who controlled the oracular decrees, impressed the Greeks and foreign peoples with the unrivaled divinity of their local shrine in matters of prophecy and healing magic, and organized under their banner the local priesthoods of Greece by annual processions and pilgrimages, by the construction of sacred roads and the establishment of religious amphictyonies. While other sacerdotal nobles in Greece worshipped a number of deities, Olympian and Chthonian, the Delphians seem to have concentrated on Apollo. They were definitely theocratic, being a select caste of nobles, whose high priests were elected by lot. They formed a criminal court, which exacted the death penalty for sacrilege. It follows that when homicide became a religious offense, these judges would not only have decided all cases within their territory, distinguished between different degrees of guilt, and pronounced upon the possibility of purgation, but they would also have used the prestige of the oracle to make their decisions imitated elsewhere. Thus, the Attic EPHETAE, who worshipped Apollo Patrus, and their judges, the EPHETAE, who swore by him before their trials, would naturally have adopted the decisions of the central Apolline oracle. Moreover, the annual processions of representatives, Theta Epsilon Omega Rho Omicron Iota, of Greek states to Delphi, the Pythian Games, a festival in which all Greeks participated, and the formation of religious international leagues or amphictyonies made obedience to Apolline oracles almost a matter of obligation. The great Thessalian amphictyony of Demeter at Anthela, a very ancient association, including Thessalians, Locrians, Phocians, Boeotians, Athenians, Dorian, and minor states, came in the 6th century to meet also at Delphi, and the temple was placed under the control of international hieromnemones who met twice a year and promulgated laws to be obeyed by all its members, called amphictyonic laws. It is significant that, in historical Athens, murder exiles were prohibited from amphictyonic festivals. This law was clearly of amphictyonic origin. We have quoted Thucydides' account of the command which was issued by the oracle of Apollo to Alcmaeon, the matricide, directing him to travel to the Echinades Islands. This legend bears, on the face of it, an antique stamp, and the function which is here ascribed to the Delphic oracle is a first-rate piece of evidence for the connection of Apollo with the historical doctrine of pollution. We have quoted Herodotus' account of the story concerning Phrixus and Athamas, in which a Delphic oracle was said to have commanded the Thessalians to purge their country by slaying Athamas in sacrifice. This legend we regard as unhistorical and pseudo-ideological, but the role which it assigns to Delphi may be cited in support of our present hypothesis. In historical Attica, the rites of homicide purgation were performed by 3 persons called exegeti or interpreters, who, Suidas assures us, were appointed or controlled by Delphi, pi upsilon theta omicron chi rho eta sigma tau omicron iota. Plato, speaking of the appointment of sacred interpreters, says, "It is right to bring from Delphi the laws relating to all divine matters, and to follow these laws, having appointed interpreters for them." Speaking of their appointment, he says that from the names of candidates which stood first on the list after election, 9 should be sent to Delphi, and the god was to select 3 of these names. The homicide laws of DRACON, as we shall see later, were not a complete code of homicide law. Many details were omitted, and these details, we believe, were worked out in the unwritten code of the EPHETAE and the exegeti. In the Euthyphro of Plato, a poor freeman who had killed a slave was put in chains and cast into a trench on the wayside to await the decision of the exegeti concerning his guilt. The man died from hunger and neglect before the decision arrived, and the question of avenging his death forms one of the problems of the dialogue. Coulanges points out that the Spartans regarded, not Lycurgus, but Apollo as the author of their laws. These laws were pi upsilon theta omicron chi rho eta sigma tau omicron iota. If they operated, concerning homicide, in a comparatively severe manner, this was because the Spartan military system absorbed without much modification the autocratic tendencies of Delphic law, but we must not attach too much importance to a single statement of Xenophon, which can perhaps be otherwise explained. Solon, the Athenian legislator, abolished all the laws of DRACON except those which related to homicide. These particular laws were themselves an anomaly in the Draconian code. Plutarch says that the laws of DRACON were said to have been written with blood, not with ink. Death was the penalty for minor thefts, yet the willful murderer was accorded the option of exile, and the involuntary slayer the further option of appeasing the relatives of the slain. The life of a murderer in exile was protected by the decree of a state whose jurisdiction ceased at its boundaries. We believe that the draconian homicide laws are an eclectic codification of existing traditions, and that these traditions were a compromise between tribal customs and the 7th century Apolline doctrine of pollution. Coulanges says that Solon did not change the murder laws of DRACON because they were divine, and to disobey or tamper with such laws was regarded as sacrilegious. In our view, Apollo and the Delphic oracle constituted one of the sources, and clan traditions another, from which sprang the laws which DRACON codified. Plato, speaking of the penalties for willful kinslaying, refers to a myth or legend, clearly told by priests of old, to the effect that justice, the avenger of kindred bloodshed, has ordained that the perpetrator of such an act shall suffer the same doom as he has himself inflicted. We have seen that in the clan system, kinslaying was normally punished by perpetual exile, but not by death. We do not agree with Calamer that the fate of such exiles was more pitiable than that of ordinary homicide exiles, but we support the following opinion of his in regard to the attitude of the kindred. Ils hacitant, he says, suvent averser la sang de leur parent, ils si bornant au bannissement du coupable. In Plato, the penalty for kinslaying is inexorably death. It was, we believe, the pollution doctrine which indirectly produced this change through the abolition of private vengeance. It could not have directly produced it, as is clear from the fact that amongst the Israelites, who still retained the avenger of blood, Cain, the murderer of his brother, was punished only by exile. But when, as in Greece, the pollution doctrine caused the state to interfere in the trial of homicide and in the execution of its penalties, state judges came to execute a penalty which the relatives of the slain would never have inflicted upon a kinsman in the days of private vengeance. We shall discuss more fully, later, the problems concerning parricide in Attic law. The fact that parricide was not expressly mentioned in DRACON's laws does not prove that such a crime was not punished by state officials in historical times. Thus, the myth which is attributed by Plato to priests of old may be regarded as another proof of the divine, which is to say, the Apolline inspiration of historical Greek homicide law. Again, in regard to suicide, Plato says that it is necessary for the relatives of the deceased to inquire of the interpreters as to the proper methods of purification and of burial. But the most decisive argument to be derived from Plato as to the connection of Apollo with purgation and with Greek homicide law can be found in the scholium to a passage in the laws, a scholium which incidentally supplies a proof of the historicity of Plato's murder laws. The passage enunciates different cases of justifiable homicide, or rather justifiably accidental homicide. The essence of such discrimination lies in the fact that certain kinds of accidental slaying were foreseen and provided for in advance, whether by custom or by public opinion or by written codes. And the cases which are here enunciated are identical with those of the draconian law regarding justifiable bloodshed. We cite only a section of the passage, which is sufficient for our present purpose. If any person unintentionally slays a fellow citizen, phi iota lambda omicron sigma, in a contest or at the public games, or during war or in military exercises, in imitation of warfare, let him be purified according to the law brought from Delphi about such matters and be immune from punishment, kappa alpha theta alpha rho omicron sigma. The scholiast gives the Delphic law as follows. The law or oracle brought from Delphi regarding a man who kills his friend, i.e. fellow citizen, as distinct from public enemy, involuntarily. Thou hast slain thy comrade, letter 1F11 tau alpha letter 1FD6 rho omicron nu, while intending to defend him, letter 1F00 mu epsilon nu omega nu. His blood doth not pollute thee, thou art purer than thou wast before. But thou, man, who standing near a comrade being killed hast not defended him, thou hast gone not pure away. That such important cases of justifiably accidental homicide should be provided for by Delphic legislation is a most noteworthy fact. Such cases are mentioned in DRACON's laws, and we presume that they found a place in other Greek written codes. The reference to public games suggests unmistakably an international code of laws. Here, then, we find Plato, a member of that Attic state which prided itself on the early foundation of the Delphinium court, for the trial of justifiable homicide, in the time of its first Ionian kings, advising a conformity to Delphic legislation in homicides of this kind. This scholium, if properly weighed and considered, would in itself be almost sufficient to demonstrate our theory of the Delphic origin of historical Greek homicide laws and of the universal similarity of these laws. We cite it here, however, as a mere link in a chain of evidence which is still very far from completion. We have already referred to the exclusion of homicide exiles from amphictyonic festivals in Greece, and we have maintained that such a law probably originated in some amphictyonic league, such as that of Apollo at Delphi. The same reasoning applies to the law quoted by Demosthenes as a law of DRACON, which protected the lives of homicide exiles abroad. The law reads, "If anyone shall slay a murderer or cause his death while he abstains from marketplaces on the state boundaries and from public games and amphictyonic festivals, such a person shall be liable to the same penalties as if he had killed an Athenian citizen." We have already suggested the origin of such a law. It was, we think, due to the influence of tribal custom in conflict with the new doctrine of pollution. In the 7th century BC, Demosthenes does not understand correctly the origin of the law, though he is reasonably successful in explaining the law. What, he says, was the legislator's object? He thought that if we slay people who have fled to other countries, others will slay those who have fled to us. If this happens, the only refuge left for the unfortunate wretches will be abolished. Also, he strove to prevent an indefinite series in the avenging of such crimes. He considered that if a man who is tried for murder and condemned once escapes securely, though he ought also to be expelled from the native state of the victim, it is not righteous to kill him in every place. Demosthenes forgets that it was quite possible for ancient Greek states to make an international compact such as appears to operate between states of the modern world, whereby all murderers who fled abroad would be extradited, not slain where they had taken refuge, but handed over to the state of the victim. We shall see presently how the Greeks did evolve a system of extradition of a special kind. All the objects which Demosthenes attributes to the legislator are the creations of his own rhetorical mind. Why should he expect pity for unfortunate wretches in a legislator who decreed that, if these wretches remained at home until the verdict of the court was given, they would inexorably be put to death? Why should a murderer expect pity from the relatives of the slain who were polluted by his presence? No, such a law must have originated in a central international amphictyony or oracular authority which, in its legislation, had to respect the traditions of tribal village communities and of tribal aristocratic states, traditions which had come down from distant ages and could not be suppressed without a struggle. Tradition held that exile saved the murderer's life, and it was not felt that such a penalty was not a sufficient deterrent. New social conditions, new religious doctrines may have changed men's conceptions of the deterrent power of exile, but they had, nevertheless, to respect the old tradition. The homicide laws of historical Greece are, we believe, a compromise between central autocratic deterrence and tribal, private vengeance. In the last clause of the Demosthenic passage, which we have cited, there is a reference to the righteousness of slaying a murderer if he did not abstain from the land of the victim, where that land or state was different from his own. We fail to understand how such a law could have existed, or could have effectively operated, without an international compact expressly made or tacitly adopted through the mouthpiece of an amphictyonic oracle. We cannot accept Glotz's theory that the immunity of homicide exiles abroad originated in separate treaties of refuge or letter 1F00 sigma upsilon lambda iota alpha. The law is much too wide and universal to permit of such an explanation. Thus, for instance, if an Athenian slew a Theban at Athens or at Thebes, the murderer was bound, after conviction, to abstain from Athens and Thebes for the rest of his life. No single Greek state could have produced such a law. Such eventualities would inevitably require an international compact or an amphictyonic sanction. Plato confirms the existence of these laws. Speaking of involuntary homicide, he says, "It is necessary that the slayer should withdraw from the country of the slain and evacuate his own native land for a year. If the deceased is a stranger, let the homicide be debarred from the stranger's land for the same period." Speaking of willful murderers, he says, "If he goes abroad without challenging a verdict, mu letter 1F74 theta epsilon lambda sigma alpha sigma, caparo o to sigma iod nu letter 1f51 pi omicron sigma chi epsilon letter 1fd6 nu, let him suffer perpetual exile. But if any such person sets foot upon the land of the slain, let whoever first meets him, whether relative of slain or citizen, slay him with impunity, or hand him to the magistrates to put him to death. So far we have assumed that only 2 states were involved in the homicide, but let us suppose that an Athenian slew a Theban at Argos. It would seem that the Athenian slayer, if he elected to become an exile rather than to die, was debarred from 3 places, or rather 3 states, namely Athens, Thebes, and Argos. Plato, speaking of involuntary homicide between strangers, metics, and citizens, says, "If a stranger involuntarily kills a stranger in the city, let anyone who wishes prosecute him in accordance with the same laws. If the slayer is a metic, let him go into exile for a year. If he is a complete foreigner, let him, if he shall have killed a stranger or a metic or a citizen, be banished for his whole life from the country which has power over these laws, and if he returns contrary to the law, let the guardians of the laws punish him with death. The city which has authority or power in regard to these laws must be, in this case, the city in which the deed took place." Thus, a person guilty of involuntary homicide could in certain circumstances be debarred forever from the place in which the deed occurred, and for at least a year from the land of the victim, and also from his native land. Who could have enacted such laws except an international authority? The operation of such an authority is also revealed in the laws regarding letter 1F00 nu delta rho omicron lambda psi iota alpha, or the seizure of hostages, when a murderer was not tried or punished by a foreign state. A law which is attributed to DRACON, but which clearly must have had its origin in some national or central Greek authority of pre-Draconian days, reads as follows: "If anyone dies a violent death, his relations shall be entitled to take hostages on his behalf, until the people concerned either challenge a verdict of murder at a trial, delta iota kappa alpha sigma, tau omicron letter 1fe6 phi omicron u omicron upsilon, letter 1f51 pi omicron sigma chi omega sigma iota nu, or extradite the slayers. And the taking of hostages shall extend to 3 persons, but not more." The meaning of the law may be thus illustrated. If an Athenian slew a Theban at Argos, and if the Argives ignored the deed, and no one prosecuted the slayer, the relatives of the Theban could come to Argos and seize the first 3 men whom they met, and hold them as hostages till the Argives either tried the slayer or handed him up to the Thebans. We have taken an extreme case, but it is such a case which Demosthenes has in mind when he comments on the law. In historical Greece, the duty of prosecution was normally limited to the relatives of the slain. The slaying of strangers was therefore likely to pass without prosecution, but this right of letter 1F00 nu delta rho omicron lambda psi iota alpha was an important corrective of the laxity of this system. Relatives, living at a distance, ignorant of the actual slayer, might be regarded as impotent since they knew not whom to accuse. But the seizure of hostages would speed up the revelation of the criminal. We may distinguish 3 different cases of letter 1F00 nu delta rho omicron lambda psi iota alpha. A. If an Athenian slew a Theban at Thebes, that is, if a stranger slew a citizen, then the relatives of the slain who were on the spot could ascertain easily enough the identity of the slayer and could put him on trial. If after conviction he fled to his native state, that state was bound to put him to death. If he remained after trial in the state of the slain, which, in this case, was also the state in which the deed took place, he was also put to death. But if he fled before trial to his own state, and if his fellow citizens did not try him and punish him, or arrest and surrender him, the relatives of the slain could legally seize as hostages 3 of his fellow citizens. B. If an Athenian slew a Theban at Athens, that is, if a citizen slew a stranger, then the relatives of the slain, being aliens, had the right to prosecute through a pyro omicron sigma tau alpha tau eta sigma. But if the slayer was not tried or surrendered, seizure of hostages followed, for such seizure was the only means by which this result could be secured, and ultimately the slayer was debarred both from Athens and from Thebes. C. If an Athenian slew a Theban at Argos, and if the slayer remained at Argos, unpunished, or if he fled to Athens and enjoyed immunity there, the relatives of the slain Theban were entitled to seize 3 Argives or 3 Athenians, as the case might be, in order to compel his surrender. The city which harbored him had either to put him on trial or to give him up to the relatives of the slain. We may infer from Plato that, if he were convicted of manslaughter at Argos, his punishment would have been more severe than if he were convicted at Athens of slaying an Athenian in Athens. But we presume that he could have elected to stand his trial at Athens if the Theban relatives agreed to accept the verdict of an Athenian court. The wording of the draconian extradition law is vague and incomplete. The emergencies which it does not expressly indicate were no doubt provided for by an Apolline Amphictyonic code, which was either unwritten or, if committed to writing, was kept secret, or if promulgated, has left no trace of itself in inscriptions or in literature. But we fail to see how even the draconian law could have ever originated in any one state or in the mind of a single legislator. We believe that it was, on the contrary, of international or Amphictyonic origin. We have suggested, moreover, that the homicide penalties of historical Greece were the result of a compromise between the religion of Apollo and the traditions of local state gods, and of the Erinyes who represented the wrath of the slain and the desire of the relatives for retribution. Does not this theory help to explain, and does it not therefore derive support from the fact that the punishment of homicide was most severe, and the duty of prosecution most widely diffused in the case of homicide committed in a state in which both slayer and slain were legally strangers? Glotz, who sees in the protection of a murderer's life abroad, which means, as we now see, anywhere outside the 1, 2, or 3 states which might be involved in the case. The operation of treaties of letter 1F00 sigma epsilon lambda, Oda alpha, or refuge between individual states, explains the extradition law regarding the seizure of hostages as an ancient tradition of the clans. Indicating the contrast which exists between ancient and modern extradition, he observes, En Greece, l'extradition a de bon hura figure dans le droit des gens. Mais elle n'était pas du tout à l'origine sequel est devenu. Les pupils civilisés des temps modernes ont pour principe de livre des étrangers présumés coupables de crimes commis en pays étranger, mais non pas leurs nationaux, même pour crimes commis sur terre étrangère. Les anciens si facient un point de honneur pas abandonner le malheureux qui essaie d'infuser leur soul et confier en leur protection. El hot est toujours sacré. Le foyer d'une cité est un asile inviolable. C'est l'extradition tel quant pratique longtemps les Arians, ut populus religini salvator. It was, according to this view, only a sense of honor, a fear of violating the sacred rights of hospitality, which gave to Greek extradition law its peculiar characteristics. But criminals cannot claim any right of hospitality, in the ordinary sense. Moreover, Glotz forgets that a Greek state had to expel or deliver up a stranger if the deed of blood was committed in its territory. It also had to give up its nationals if these nationals had slain foreigners at home or abroad. Glotz draws too fine, too neat a contrast between ancient and modern extradition. He does not explain the origin of the ancient system. To say that it existed in early clan law, but that it developed later into something quite different, is not an explanation of it. Clan extradition arose, we believe, as a solvent of war between the clans concerned. The tribal court, or the city court, may possibly have acted in Pelasgian times as a medium for the operation of this solvent. But the historical system of extradition, with all its minute differentiations and variations, bears, we think, the stamp of Amphictyonic legislation in the age of aristocratic rule in Greece, or in what we may call the Apolline era. It was only when homicide became an offense against an international god at Delphi, that is, in the 7th century BC, that such legislation came to be applied to this kind of crime. This is our explanation of the origin of the law. It was an international compact issued in the form of an oracle. As an illustration of the interference of oracles in international disputes, we will cite 1 or 2 passages from Herodotus. At the Battle of Thermopylae in 480 BC, Leonidas, the famous king and commander of the Spartan band, was slain, and Xerxes, the Persian king, mutilated the corpse by decapitation and crucifixion. This act is regarded by Herodotus as a barbarous violation of the customs of war, and is attributed by him to the rage and anger of Xerxes at the time. The Spartans seem to have been able to present the act afterwards as a case for damages, and they secured the support of the Delphic oracle. When the Persians had failed in their expedition against Greece, and Xerxes was returning to the Hellespont, an oracle came from Delphi to the Lacedaemonians bidding them ask satisfaction from Xerxes for the death of Leonidas, and accept that which should be given by him. Xerxes ridiculed the suggestion at first, but later he referred the herald to Mardonius, who would, he said, pay satisfaction. At the Battle of Plataea, Mardonius was slain, and then, says Herodotus, the satisfaction for the death of Leonidas was paid by Mardonius according to the oracle given to the Spartans. Again, we are told that after the Persian conquest of Lydia, Cyrus charged Mazares to bring to him alive a certain Pactyas, a leading anti-Persian rebel. Pactyas fled to Kyme, and when messengers came from Cyrus demanding his extradition, the Kymians resolved to consult the deity at Branchidae as to the course which they should follow. For there was an oracle established of olden time, which all the Ionians and Aeolians used to consult. And when they thus inquired, the answer was given them that they should deliver up Pactyas to the Persians. Herodotus says that the Kymians did not give up Pactyas, as they suspected the oracle of political designs. Later, the oracular shrine informed them that they were bidden to deliver up Pactyas only in order that they should be punished by the gods for contemplating the violation of a suppliant's rights. This does not imply, as Glotz supposes, that such rights belonged to murderers, for Pactyas was not a murderer. We cite the passage here merely to illustrate the custom of consulting oracles in extradition disputes. The theory which connects Apollo with the doctrine of homicide as a pollution finds further confirmation in many Greek legends. The story of the purgation of Ixion by Zeus, which is first referred to by Pindar and by Aeschylus, is, we think, an instance of reconstruction, or retrojection, on the part of legend makers who were less concerned with the matter of consistency in the character of Zeus than with the maintenance of his exalted role in the Olympian religion of post-Homeric days, which tended to extol Apollo the son over Zeus the father. Sidgwick's view that this legend originated in an attempt to derive the name Ixion from the root letter 1F34 kappa, as found in the words letter 1F31 cap epsilon tau eta sigma and letter 1F31 cap epsilon tau epsilon epsilon iota, which refer to suppliant rights, seems to us very probable. Pindar has perhaps been misinterpreted by Verrall in the translation of letter 1F10 mu phi upsilon lambda iota omicron u alpha letter 1F37 mu alpha as kindred murder. We have seen that the word letter 1F14 mu phi upsilon lambda omicron sigma sometimes carries this meaning in Homer. But in the Pindaric narrative it was his father-in-law whom Ixion slew, and fathers-in-law are not, as a rule, akin in blood to their sons-in-law, though they may belong to the same tribe, phi upsilon lambda eta. Pindar asserts that the act of Ixion was malicious, but we have said that for malicious kinslaying purgation was not possible. Of a kindred blood defiled, says Plato, there is no other cleansing, before the life that has sinned shall pay kin blood for kin blood. Hence, it is necessary to suppose that Ixion was not akin to his victim. The legend of the purgation of Ixion is open to suspicion on the further ground that Ixion is said to have been the first who supplicated for purgation, and is said to have been purged by Zeus. Now Apollo, not Zeus, was the pioneer amongst the purifying gods, kappa alpha theta alpha rho sigma iota omicron iota, theta epsilon omicron iota. It was Apollo who purified Orestes, in the legend which Aeschylus follows in the Eumenides. Mine was the house, says Apollo, and mine the hearth which received this suppliant, and I am the purger of his blood guilt. We shall see, later, what a difficult problem the Homeric saga of Orestes presented to the legend makers of the Apolline era, 750 B.C. onwards. There was only one means by which the Homeric story could be retained without assuming an atrocious indifference to kinslaying on the part of the Homeric Greeks, namely, by representing the act of Orestes as in some way justified. But the Apolline Code, if we may regard Plato as a worthy exponent of it, did not admit a plea of justification for the slaying of a parent in any circumstances. In what other way than by death, says Plato, would it be right to punish one whom no law will permit, even in self-defense and in danger of his life, to slay his father or mother, and whom, the legislator, will bid to suffer anything rather than perpetrate such a deed? We are convinced that there was one thing, and one thing only, which would have been accepted by Plato as a justification for such an act, namely, the express command of Apollo himself. Apollo was the reputed founder of the Attic court Delphinium. He was regarded as the initiator of the distinction between just and unjust slaying. He appointed and controlled the exegeti, or the sacred interpreters of the laws of purgation. Surely his command, impossible to disobey, would have been admitted as a justification for the deed of Orestes. In the Eumenides of Aeschylus, Orestes says to Apollo, "Be thou my witness, show, Apollo, whether I slew her justly. The fact of slaying I do not deny. Do thou decide whether in thy judgment I slew her justly or not, that I may tell these judges here." And Apollo replies, "I am a prophet and will not deceive. Never in my oracular shrine have I said aught that Zeus, the father of Olympian gods, doth not command. Take note, ye judges, of the value of such a justification." So in the Electra of Sophocles, Orestes says, "When I approached the oracular shrine of Pytho, to learn whereby I might punish the murderers of my sire, Phoebus made answer, No host of shielded warriors, but thine own guileful craft, O prince, and thine own arm shall deal the death blow righteously." Even in the Orestes of Euripides, a drama in which, as we shall see, the plea of justifiable matricide is almost entirely absent, Orestes tells the chorus, "Behold, Apollo, who in his palace in mid-earth gives to mortals oracles most clear, by whom we are entirely guided, him I obeyed when I slew my mother. 'Twas he who erred, not I. Is it not enough to remove pollution, if I transfer the guilt to the god?" Again, in the post-Homeric form of the legend of the Theban Oedipus, it is Apollo who commands the Thebans to search for the murderer of Laius, and when they have found him, to put him to death or to drive him from the land. In this option of death or exile we have the normal Attic, and therefore the normal Greek penalty for willful murder. The direction which Apollo gives in the Oedipus Rex of Sophocles is quite general. Apollo speaks therefore as a lawgiver, and as a deity angered by unpunished homicide, rather than as a prophet, since he conceals for a time his knowledge of the slayer of Laius. In historical Greek law, the penalty for parricide was invariably death. If Apollo had proclaimed the death penalty without the option of exile, for the slayer of Laius, the famous drama of Sophocles would have had to be considerably, if not fundamentally, altered. The area of the search would have been limited to the kinsmen of the deceased Laius. The Homeric story of Oedipus is so very different from the later, tragic story that the evolution of the legend must have been attended with considerable difficulty. Legend makers could not ignore the Homeric saga, which told how Oedipus, having slain his father, ruled over the Cadmeans, even though the gods revealed these things to men. How was this fact to be explained from the standpoint of the post-Homeric doctrine of pollution, according to which all willful parricides were inexorably put to death? We have suggested that Homer did not understand the mysterious immunity of Oedipus, and that this immunity was derived from a Pelasgian story, based on Pelasgian legal distinctions, to the effect that Oedipus did not really know that it was his father whom he slew, and that therefore Oedipus could not be regarded as a parricide of full guilt. It is also possible to suppose that the old Pelasgian story contained a reference to a further extenuation of Oedipus' guilt, namely, a certain provocation on the part of Laius and his attendants. Sophocles says that Oedipus was insulted by the herald of Laius, and that Laius smote him on the head with his goad. Sophocles tells us also that when all the facts concerning the death of Laius had come to light, Creon, instead of proceeding to punish Oedipus, decided to consult again the oracle at Delphi. Thus, when Oedipus, anxious to avail himself of the option of exile, asks Creon to drive him from the land, Creon answers, "Assuredly I should have already done so, did I not first desire to learn from the god what should be done." Now, if the deed of Oedipus had nothing to extenuate it beyond the fact that he did not know his father when he slew him, he would still have had to suffer the penalties of willful murder, namely, death or perpetual exile. If, then, Creon did not immediately proceed to punish Oedipus, but consulted Apollo a second time, this must be attributed either to the element of involuntariness or to the element of provocation, or to both these elements in the legend of Oedipus. These elements of provocation and involuntariness are most important for the legal intelligibility of the Oedipus Colonius, as we shall see later. At present, we wish to emphasize the fact that this legend, like the legend of Orestes, became, so to speak, Apollinized in post-Homeric times. Such transitions are only intelligible if we assume a connection between Apollo and pollution. We may infer that, in the post-Homeric legend, Apollo took a lenient view of the guilt of Oedipus, from the fact that, in the Oedipus Colonius, the responsibility for his continued exile is laid not upon Apollo, but upon Creon and the sons of Oedipus, who wish to enjoy the vacant throne of Thebes. According to Euripides, Oedipus' sons imprisoned him, but Creon drove him into exile. In the Orestes of Euripides, it is Apollo who saves Orestes from the wrath of the Argives who have condemned him to death. Apollo decrees that, when Orestes has endured a period of exile and has submitted to a trial at Athens, the Argives must accept as their king a man whom they had already deemed worthy of an ignominious death. In the Electra of Euripides, Castor and Pollux refer, by way of prophecy, to the fact that Apollo will ultimately secure Orestes deliverance from the Erinyes. In the Ion of Euripides, the Pythian priestess of Apollo commands Ion not to slay Creusa, who had attempted to poison him, and who otherwise would have urged in vain her plea of self-defense and the sacredness of her sanctuary. In the Andromache of Euripides, Apollo is criticized for having permitted the slaying of Neoptolemus within the precincts of the temple at the hands of Orestes and the Delphians. The messenger says, "Thus has the Lord who gives oracles to others, who is the umpire for all men of what is right, requited the son of Achilles. Like any wicked mortal, he stores in his memory an ancient quarrel." Thus the conception of homicide as a pollution permeates all Greek tragedy. However various the legends, however different the localities to which they refer, they all breathe the same Apolline atmosphere. We have already quoted Herodotus' opinion as to the universality of the purgation rites by which the pollution of homicide was cleansed. If it be true, moreover, that the laws which regulated the historical Greek treatment of homicide were more or less identical in all the more important and advanced Greek states, would not this fact suggest that the origin of these laws must be sought, not in the genius of occasional local legislators, but rather in the simultaneous universal operation of identical causes? One of these causes, we believe, was the doctrine of pollution. The legends of Attic tragedy on the whole suggest a uniform system of murder law in historical Greece. In Euripides, Orestes, we are told that Orestes did not follow the common law of the Greeks. In the Heraclide, Eurystheus, referring to a threat of murder on the part of Alcmene, says, "By the laws of the Greeks, if I am slain, I shall cause my slayer to be polluted." In the Hercules Furens, Hercules, the slayer of his children, feels that men's doors will be closed against him in all parts of Greece, without exception. We have already referred to the possibility that a more severe code of penalties for homicide existed at Sparta than in other parts of Greece. Xenophon says that a certain Dracontius was condemned to perpetual exile for involuntary homicide. If we have here a really exceptional penalty, we must attribute it to the peculiarly military character of the Spartan state. But can we be sure that the penalty was exceptional? Plato decrees perpetual exile for involuntary slaying between strangers in any given state. Moreover, for slaying in a passion, which is quasi-involuntary, he decrees perpetual exile for the second offense. Xenophon does not give us sufficient details about Dracontius to enable us to regard this penalty as a definite exception. Again, in regard to Crete, we have indicated the absence of any reference to wergeld in the laws of Gorton. This shows the influence of some universal Greek doctrine which led to its abolition. The fact that Apollo was said to have received many of his Delphic priests from Crete, and the fame of the Cretan purifier, Epimenides, in the 7th century BC, point to the same conclusion. Wergeld and private settlement. We must now discuss more fully the question, did the pollution doctrine abolish wergeld? We can answer this question satisfactorily by merely answering another question which is intimately connected with it, namely, was private settlement legal in historical Athens? Was it lawful for the relatives of the slain, if they so wished, to abstain from prosecution, and could they legally accept from the slayer a bribe or a gift if they so abstained? We do not deny the fact that such settlements did occasionally take place, but if these settlements were legal, then our theory that pollution abolished wergeld cannot stand. We are glad to be able to quote the authority of Philippi in favor of the illegality of private settlement. But as the arguments of Philippi are rejected by Glotz, we must in turn reject the arguments of Glotz. It is strange that Muller, who holds that wergeld originated in pollution, maintains that in historical times, private settlement was not valid except in cases of involuntary slaying. For the sake of clearness, we will summarize our own conclusions in advance. We believe that private settlement was permitted by law or custom. It was not expressly prohibited or permitted by any written code. Whenever a release from blood guilt on the part of the victim, before death, was formally granted or, in the absence of a charge, could be tacitly assumed. But that otherwise private settlement was a sin, a religious quasi-criminal offense, and must therefore have been legally invalid, in the sense that the offender was liable to prosecution. This view is not only consistent with, but is in part derived from, our theory of the incompatibility of pollution and wergeld. Private settlement is not, of course, wergeld in the strict sense, but it has this much in common with it, that it allowed the slayer to remain in his native state for the rest of his life. His presence was not a cause of pollution. We have seen that the Greek religious doctrine of homicide as a pollution expresses a compromise between the newly evolved power of synokized states and the traditions of the tribes, between the ideals of an international autocratic Apollo and the claims of the Arenes of the slain, who reflected the desires of the dead and of their relatives. It follows that whenever the laws which resulted from this compromise were observed, whenever the prescribed penalty or atonement was paid, Apollo and the Arenes were logically compelled to accept the appeasement and to signify by their consent, in certain cases, to the ceremonial of purgation, that the pollution of the criminal was washed away. But it was never forgotten that, in theory, the pollution of the slayer had a twofold source, that the stigma of bloodshed was, so to speak, bicellular and was expressive of the anger of Apollo, on the one hand, and of the anger of the Arenes on the other. It is obvious, therefore, that a release on the part of a dying victim precluded any serious anger on the part of the Arenes, whereas a victim's solemn command to his relatives to prosecute his slayer set in motion the entire supernatural vigor of the avenging Arenes. Thus, in the Eumenides of Aeschylus, the Furies tend to go to sleep and to forget until they are goaded into activity by the ghost of the slain Clytemnestra. Hence, it is correct to maintain that in the event of a formal or presumed release on the part of a dying victim, the slayer was not in any real sense polluted. In such cases, the slayer may have had to undergo purgation of a minor kind, one of these local supplementary purgations, which were intended to free the citizens from religious scruple. Purgation, we have said, was not symbolical of guilt, but rather of atoned guilt or of innocence. But in such cases, the slayer was not really polluted. His presence in his homeland did not anger the dead or the gods. But if the dying victim did not formally release his slayer, if he charged his relatives to prosecute, then in all cases, even in the event of justifiable homicide, the slayer was polluted until he was formally purged. This purgation could not be performed by any ordinary person or at any ordinary time. The conditions of its performance were regulated by Delphic law and by state law. Once charged by the relatives of the slain, the accused had either to admit guilt or to advance a plea, and the civic penalty had to be paid before purgation was permitted. It is difficult to understand how Glotz can attribute to pollution a considerable influence in abolishing private vengeance and in necessitating state interference in homicide, and at the same time maintain that in historical state justice, private settlement was legal as an option for prosecution. Attic law proves that the slayer was polluted during the long period of time, 3 or 4 months, which intervened between the first public accusation at the funeral of deceased and the trial. He could not enter the city temples or frequent the public places under penalty of death. Glotz admits that a person who was accused but unconvicted of murder was polluted, but he seems to think that the pollution could be privately purged or ignored altogether. Before the public accusation, one may say, the slayer was not polluted. He was perhaps not publicly known to be polluted, we admit, but in reality, we believe that he was polluted when the victim died without release. If the relatives chose to hush the matter up, this did not destroy the real pollution. If the matter became known to the public, these relatives could themselves be indicted on a charge of impiety. They had broken the religious laws, the unwritten customs of the state. They could not righteously settle except in the event of release. We will now support and illustrate our views by a few quotations. Demosthenes tells us that, if the victim, letter 1F41 pi alpha theta omega himself releases the slayer from guilt of blood before he, the victim, dies, it is not lawful for the relatives to prosecute. This is a most important piece of evidence, although the context in which it occurs is vitiated by rhetorical exaggeration. It means, in effect, that in any kind of homicide the relatives of the slain were powerless in regard to prosecution if the dying man released his slayer and did not charge them to avenge him. Thus even the homicide laws of a theocratic Apollo and of centralized Greek governments depend for their operation on the will of the victim. In such an event, the slayer was not polluted. No impiety, no illegality was involved in private settlement in such a case. On the contrary, to prosecute the slayer would probably have been impious. Not even a charge of involuntary homicide, which was possible in the case of simple forgiveness on the part of the dying, could be brought against the slayer if the victim released him from all guilt of blood. This decree of the dying was tantamount to a release. In law, it did not merely reduce the charge to one of justifiable or accidental slaying. Hence, the private settlement, which no doubt occasionally occurred in such cases, was not so much a bribe offered to prevent prosecution as an informal offer of material retribution, a relic of the old-time wergeld traditions of tribal Greece. In a speech of Lysias which is concerned with political or judicial murder, we are told that one of the condemned, named Dionysodorus, summoned his brother and sister and brother-in-law to prison before he died and charged them, and all his kindred, phi iota lambda omicron iota sigma, to punish as a murderer Agoratus, who had given the false information which led to his condemnation. Thus we see converted into a charge of willful murder an act which ordinarily would have been regarded as political perjury. The relatives of Dionysodorus actually decided to take the law into their own hands. Political ferment demands such drastic action, and they would have slain Agoratus as a criminal, kappa alpha kappa omicron letter 1 fe6 rho gamma omicron sigma, if Anytus, the general, had not persuaded them, on grounds of public policy and expediency, to desist. The 30 tyrants acquitted Agoratus later, presumably because of political prejudice. The plaintiff in this speech appeals to the Heliasts to do the pious and just thing and to condemn him to death. Thus we see how the relatives of a slain man were directed and compelled by the charge of the dying. There was nothing involuntary about this case of homicide, as some writers seem to assume. It was deliberate political murder. Muller says, when a verdict of manslaughter was returned, it was allowable for the prosecutor and the accused to enter into a compromise on the spot, if they pleased. He admits, however, that in the regular mode of procedure, the convict quitted his country by a certain road and at a certain time and remained absent, until he appeased the relatives of the slain, whereupon he was permitted to return home under certain prescribed forms, and, after the due performance of sacrifices and rites of purification, he was at liberty to dwell once more in his native land. The question of the appeasement of relatives after exile in cases of involuntary homicide will come up for discussion later. At present, we are speaking of compromise, or of private settlement, without exile. We may note Muller's admission as to the regular mode of procedure. He cites no authority for his statement about a compromise. Plato uniformly insists that a period of exile was always compulsory in cases of involuntary homicide. Forgiveness on the part of the dying, as distinct from release, which Plato has not in mind, always reduced the charge to one of manslaughter. Hence we have argued that release abolished all guilt and pollution. Speaking of forgiveness, Plato says, if any person of his own accord gives an absolution, letter 1F04 phi epsilon sigma iota sigma, to anyone for such a deed, let the purgations take place for the slayer as if the act had been involuntary, and let there be a period of 1 year in exile, according to law, letter 1F10 nu omicron mu letter 1FF3. Speaking of general cases of manslaughter, he says, if anyone kills involuntarily a freeborn person, let him be purified with the same purgations as he who has killed a slave, and let him not dishonor a certain ancient legend. Hence the slayer must withdraw into exile for all the seasons of a single year. The legend which Plato mentions is suggestive. A freeman slain by violence was, he says, angry with his murderer while his death was still recent. And seeing his slayer roaming about in the places which he himself frequented, when alive shuddered at the thought, and sore distressed, harasses with all his might the slayer and his movements, using memory as an ally in the task. Here we can plainly detect that minor local pollution, which was caused by the temporary resentment of the slain, and such pollution could only be removed by a period of exile. There is a difference, then, between release and forgiveness. In the latter case, the slayer was still polluted. The ghost has absorbed the anger of the gods, which is caused by the shedding of blood. Hence, we think that the relatives were not free, in such a case, to compound with the slayer, except at the risk of incurring the anger of the dead and of the gods. We agree with Muller's statement regarding Plato, namely, that his scheme of criminal law is in the main based on the same principles as the Attic Code. But in his theory of the legality of private settlement, in cases of manslaughter, Muller seems to have omitted to notice these passages which we quoted from Plato. He was probably influenced, in his judgment, by one or two passages in Demosthenes which are obviously rhetorical and which we shall presently discuss. Glotz also attaches considerable importance to such Demosthenic passages, forgetting that they are not legal documents and that they are, moreover, inconsistent with other passages from the same author. Glotz is anxious to establish the theory that wergeld was abolished in Athens not by DRACON, as is generally held, but by Solon, who sought to exalt the power of the state and to weaken the influence of the clans. To arrive at this conclusion, Glotz boldly assumes that a certain clause in a draconian law, namely that which forbade the acceptance of ransom from a murderer found in his homeland after conviction, was not inscribed by DRACON, but by Solon. Our opinion is that neither DRACON nor Solon abolished wergeld, but that it had been already rendered sacrilegious by the Apolline doctrine of pollution in the 7th century BC. The laws of DRACON do not anywhere mention real wergeld, they simply assume that such a system was obsolete. But the phrase muita delta, letter 1F00 pi omicron iota nu letter 1FB6 nu in the draconian law, which is usually but quite erroneously connected with wergeld, suggests, if it does not prove, what Glotz would not apply to the period of DRACON or of Solon, namely, the fact that private settlement was illegal. Why should a law forbid the ransom of a murderer's life after conviction if it permitted such a ransom before conviction? Leaving aside religious considerations, which we, however, believe to be essential to the matter, and viewing the question from the standpoint of Glotz's own pet hypothesis as to the exaltation of state power, we believe that the opposite procedure would have been more logical, that a state would more naturally have prohibited ransom before conviction, but permitted it afterwards when the property of the slayer had found its way into the coffers of the state, and when the state had extracted all that it could possibly extract from the unfortunate slayer. But, as a matter of fact, the ransom, which is prohibited by this law of DRACON, was not a real ransom of the slayer's life in the legal sense. It refers only to a slayer caught en rupture de ban. It was merely a bribe which the slayer would be disposed to offer to any citizen whom he encountered in order to be allowed to escape from forbidden territory. His life was still forfeit if he returned again, or even if he did not succeed in escaping after he had bribed, say, one citizen out of the total number of citizens in the state. The law says, "It shall be lawful to kill murderers found in our territory, but not to immerse them." The penalty for immersement was double the amount extorted. To our mind, the law suggests the illegality of private settlement rather than the abolition of wergeld. Glotz, moreover, seems to ignore the Demosthenic references to a gamma rho alpha phi letter 1F74, letter 1F00 sigma epsilon beta epsilon iota alpha sigma, an indictment for impiety, which could be brought against the relatives of a slain person if they did not prosecute the slayer. We need not dwell upon the importance of a gamma rho alpha phi letter 1F74 in Attic law. It denoted a most important species of public accusation, similar to our modern indictments or impeachments. Human nature being what it is, and Greek human nature being what it was, can we conceive that a Greek would have omitted to propose a private settlement if it had been legal for him to do so, as an option for prosecution? Can we conceive that prosecutions for homicide would ever have occurred if such an option would have freed the relatives of the slain from liability to a charge of impiety, which involved their banishment and the confiscation of their property. We must then rather assume that the guilt of impiety would have been still incurred if the relatives of the slain accepted settlement and failed to prosecute. Glotz makes no reference to the gamma rho alpha, phi letter 1F74, letter 1F00 sigma epsilon beta epsilon, O alpha sigma. We agree with him that there was no gamma rho alpha, phi letter 1F74, phi omicron u omicron upsilon in Attic law. But we do not understand why he should credit solon with the institution of gamma rho alpha phi alpha iota for letter 1F55 beta rho iota sigma and kappa alpha kappa omega sigma iota sigma, but omit to mention letter 1F00 sigma epsilon beta epsilon iota alpha. The indictment for impiety, which we attribute to solon, is incompatible with private settlement for homicide, which Glotz believes to have been legal in the days of Demosthenes as in those of Solon. Let us see what Demosthenes has to say of this indictment. In his speech against Androtion, a certain Diodorus says of Androtion, "He accused me of a deed which anyone who was not of his type would have been afraid to mention, namely, of slaying my own father. He prepared an indictment of impiety not against me, but against my uncle, impeaching him for impiety in associating with one who, as alleged, had committed this crime. He put him on trial, and if he happened to be found guilty, what man would have suffered a more cruel fate than I would at this man's hands? What citizen, phi iota lambda omicron sigma, or stranger would have ever consented to associate with me? What city, i.e. state, would have tolerated within its precincts a man who appeared to have perpetrated such an impious deed? None whatever. It is noteworthy that the indictment, which is here referred to, was brought not against the alleged parricide, but against his uncle. The reason is not, as Glotz would maintain, that parricide was not a crime in historical Athens, but that direct prosecution of homicides was limited by a legal technicality based on immemorial custom to the relatives of the slain. If Glotz's theory of unrestrained, private settlement is assumed, what a glorious hunting ground for unscrupulous blackmailers must Athens have been. We can conceive Diodorus, uncle approaching Diodorus with his hand outstretched and crying, "Your money or your life." We can also conceive any outsider, there is no limit to the number, approaching the uncle of Diodorus equally determined to settle the indictment for impiety. This is much too absurd for reality, even in a modern state, not to speak of the ancient city with its ubiquitous gods and ghosts and scruples. This passage explains, incidentally, an episode in the Euthyphro of Plato. Euthyphro proposes to accuse his father of homicide, since a poor freeman in his employment at Naxos, whom his father had put in chains and cast by the wayside to await the decision of the executive regarding the slaying of a slave by his freeman employee, had died of hunger and neglect. Socrates asks if Euthyphro is a relative of the freeman. Euthyphro says that he is not, but that he is polluted by associating with his father who is a murderer, and that he is therefore bound to prosecute him. Plato, as we have said, is probably here posing a problem which the Attic legal mind would have found it difficult to solve. But the atmosphere of the dialogue is very far removed from that of private settlement for homicide. That the action of Euthyphro was from one point of view impious, letter 1F00 nu omicron sigma o, omicron sigma, which is to say of doubtful legality, is suggested by another passage in Demosthenes. A nurse in the employment of the plaintiff died as a result of rough treatment at the hands of two men who came to his house to distrain his goods and chattels. The plaintiff tells how he went to the interpreters to ask their advice. The interpreter said that the only course which was open to him in law was to carry a spear in front of the funeral procession, and at the tomb to publicly inquire, pi rho omicron alpha gamma omicron rho epsilon 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 iota nu, if the woman had any relative, and to watch the tomb for 3 days. For the woman, they said, was not akin to you, nor even a slave of yours, and it is to relatives and masters that the law assigns the duty of prosecution. The plaintiff then looked at a copy of DRACON's laws and consulted his friends, and taking into account the fact that he was not a personal witness of the assault and could not find any witnesses that would weigh with a court, he obeyed the interpreters and refrained from further action. The draconian law required, we are told, that in taking the oath in a murder charge, the accuser had to state definitely in the court in what relationship he stood to deceased or whether the deceased was his slave. This technical legal condition, the demands of this legal formula could not be complied with by the plaintiff. Hence it is doubtful if Euthyphro could have complied with them, unless, perhaps, he regarded himself as a kind of master in relation to the deceased freeman. But the indictment for impiety was based on the religious doctrine of pollution, rather than on clan technicalities connected with funerals and burial and obsolete wergeld agreements. It is an instance of unsolved conflict between these two systems, which we find in the Euthyphro and in the speech against Androtion. A conflict which was in other respects mitigated by the compromise we have described in historical Greek homicide law. The indictment for impiety could be brought by any citizen against the relatives of a murdered man if they failed to prosecute, and if the dying man had not given a release. If such failure to prosecute was impious, then surely a private settlement which prevented prosecution was also impious. We will now examine two passages, one from Demosthenes, the other from Aristophanes, which Glotz quotes in support of his theory of the legality of private settlement. Glotz's theory is clearly stated in these words: Il est improbable que la réconciliation et été explicitement interdite et la silence de la loi valait une permission. Par autorisation formelle ou par tolérance, ouvertement ou tacitement elle est devait consacrer dans tous les cas le privilège de la famille. The only thing, in Glotz's view, that would have forced a recourse to the state was the absence of unanimity in the relatives concerning the amount for which they would settle. One dissentient voice compelled a recourse to prosecution. In the speech of Demosthenes against Theocrines, we read that a certain Theocrines whose brother had been murdered threatened to bring Demochares, the alleged murderer, before the Areopagus unless he paid him a sum of money. The money was paid, and that was the end of it. The relevant passage reads, "Not very long after his dismissal, his brother was slain by violence. Mark how he behaved. He made inquiries as to the murderers, and having discovered who they were, he accepted a sum of money and abandoned further proceedings. He went round threatening to bring Demochares before the Areopagus until he compounded with the guilty parties. What an honest and trustworthy man." Philippi's conclusion that the action of Theocrines was illegal does not convince Glotz, who inquires, "Questi donc qui recent Demosthene deflatur untel pacti comme illicite." But it is quite obvious that the action of Theocrines is presented by Demosthenes as unusual and disgraceful. The object of Demosthenes in the speech is to emphasize the mercenary character of Theocrines. He is more concerned with this aspect of Theocrines' action than with its legality or illegality. We may therefore answer Glotz's question by asking another. If this action was legal, why does Demosthenes refer to it as a disgrace? Or, again, could an act be described as illegal which was not expressly prohibited by law? Glotz, in seeking to prove that private settlement was legal, infers that it was legal because it is not here declared illegal. This argument seems to us invalid. Demosthenes wrote speeches for private and public litigants. Sometimes he emphasized one point, sometimes the opposite point. He does not wish to stultify himself unnecessarily. He is not a self-constituted legislator, as Plato in his ideal world was. He leaves the legal decision to the jury and aims merely at a victory in the suit. Moreover, we must point out, in Attic law there was a statute of limitations. If Theocrines kept his secret to himself, and if he had no religious scruples about the matter, he could, after a number of years, have divulged it with impunity. But Demosthenes speaks as if the whole action only took 24 hours. This may be excellent rhetorical skill, but it may also involve a complete distortion of facts. We admit, of course, that private settlements for homicide did occasionally take place in historical Athens, as they do in modern states. The actuality of such a settlement may perhaps be inferred from the speech of Demosthenes, but certainly not the legality of it. The second text which Glotz adduces in support of his theory is a passage from the Frogs of Aristophanes, in which Euripides criticizes, as a redundant expression, the following Aeschylean verse, which describes the return of Orestes to Argos after his sojourn as an exile in Phocis. Letter 1F25 cap omega, gamma letter 1F70, rho letter 1F10 sigma, gamma letter 1F C6, nu tau eta nu delta epsilon, kappa alpha letter 1F76, kappa alpha tau epsilon rho chi omicron mu alpha iota. Aeschylus, in reply, denies that there is any redundancy in the verse. asserting that there is a very real difference between the homecoming of a citizen and that of an exile. Euripides, changing his ground, attacks the application of the verb kappa alpha tau epsilon rho chi omicron mu alpha iota, I return from exile, to Orestes because, he says, Orestes came home secretly, without having duly appeased by gifts those who were competent to permit his return. It does not, says Glotz, occur to Euripides to say that no appeasement was possible in the case of Orestes. And since, in the eyes of Aristophanes, the deed of Orestes was regarded as willful murder, therefore, Glotz argues, Aristophanes may be regarded as implying in this passage that a willful murderer could always return to his homeland, if he happened to be abroad, provided he paid compensation to the relatives of the slain. There is a strange but very obvious error in this reasoning. Glotz has forgotten that in the early portion of the Chophoro, in which the verse in question occurs, Orestes has not yet slain his mother. At this stage, therefore, he was not a murder exile at all. He was merely a political or a quasi-political exile. Homer and later legend are quite clear in regard to the nature of this exile. Hence, obviously, the persuasion of those in power in this passage has no connection with homicide, and is, for Glotz's argument, irrelevant. The return of political exiles was a common occurrence in the Greece of Aristophanes and Euripides. The persuasion used in such cases may have consisted merely of some kind of promise or undertaking to obey the existing government, but it may, of course, occasionally have taken the form of gifts or bribes. But the ruling power at Argos which Orestes would have had to persuade consisted of his deadliest enemies, Clytemnestra and Aegisthus. He came home without their sanction and without their knowledge. Euripides, therefore, is right in his opinion that Orestes did not come home by permission of the Argive government. The verb kappa alpha tau epsilon rho chi omicron mu alpha iota, which normally implies a formal and recognized return, has not therefore here its normal meaning. Aeschylus is therefore technically in error in his use of this word, but he is right in maintaining that there is no verbal redundancy in the verse. Apart from the irrelevance of this quotation, as an argument for the legality of private settlement, we may point out that we have no reason for believing, as Glotz believes, that Aristophanes regarded Orestes as a willful murderer. Aeschylus in the Eumenides makes the Arenes say so, but their viewpoint is shown to be mistaken by an Athenian court. Euripides also was aware that not only Homer but several Attic legends conceived Orestes as very different from a murderer. In spite of the variety and the confusion which characterized the Orestian legends, Aristophanes, Euripides, and Aeschylus were probably well aware that the Homeric and legendary accounts of the exile of Orestes at Athens or at Phocis had no connection with the penalty for homicide. We can only say of Glotz's reasoning here. Indignare quandoque bonus dormitat Homerus. There is another passage in Demosthenes to which Glotz seems to attach considerable importance, but which does not, in our view, warrant the conclusion which he has drawn from it. In a speech against Nosomachus, in which an action for breach of trust is brought by the plaintiff against his guardian Aristichmus, who had, 14 years before, compromised the dispute by a payment of 3 talents, Demosthenes is naturally led, in defense of Aristichmus, or his son, the plaintiff, to emphasize the dishonesty of proceeding with an action where a release has been previously granted. Incidentally, the orator happens to refer to private settlements for homicide in the following passage. This I presume you will all acknowledge, that other people have suffered wrongs before now, of a more grievous nature than pecuniary wrongs, for example, unintentional homicides, profane outrages, and many similar offenses are perpetrated. Yet in all these cases the injured parties are finally and conclusively barred when they have come to a settlement and given a release. This rule of justice is so universally binding that when a man has convicted another of intentional homicide and clearly proved him to be polluted, yet if he afterwards condones the crime and releases him, he has no longer the right to force the same person into exile. Nor again, where the murdered man has released his murderer before he died, is it lawful for any of the relatives to prosecute, but those whom the laws sentence, upon conviction, to banishment or exile or death, if they have been released, are by that word release at once absolved from all penal consequences. This passage is repeated verbatim in the speech against Pantaenetus. Muller points out that both passages are disputed by many scholars. he thinks that there should only be a reference to involuntary homicide. It is of course possible that for the word letter 1F10 cap omicron upsilon sigma iod omicron upsilon, voluntary, Demosthenes wrote letter 1F00 cap omicron upsilon sigma iod omicron upsilon, involuntary. So Muller would amend the passage. But apart from such a solution, the very fact that Nosymachus was legally entitled to sue, even after a compromise or release, proves that Demosthenes is rhetorical rather than logical. As the passage stands, it is in direct conflict with the law of DRACON forbidding immersement after conviction, a law which we have already quoted. We are convinced that such settlements were illegal and criminal in cases of willful murder. In manslaughter cases, at least 1 year's exile was necessary, with or without trial. In practice, some of the relatives may have drawn up a release immediately, and such relatives could not perhaps take part in expelling the slayer. Our conclusions on this question will appear more fully later. We have already referred to the release, which was given by the dying as a most important factor in Greek homicide law. We also admit that settlements were occasionally made, though not legally authorized, and it is clear that such settlements could easily be confused with the appeasement of relatives in manslaughter cases, especially in the pleadings of an orator. We should contrast with this Demosthenic passage another from the speech against aristocrats, in which there is reference to involuntary homicide. If, he says, the accused be convicted and be found to have done the deed, neither the prosecutor nor anyone else has control over him, but the law alone. And what does the law command? That a person convicted of involuntary homicide shall on certain stated days leave the country by an appointed road and remain in exile until he has appeased certain of the relatives of the slain. Above all, it is right that the laws should control everybody and everything. Similarly, in his speech against Medias, a judge who accepted money in settlement of a prosecution for assault is said to have taken no account of the laws, and another man who settled a case of assault is said to have bidden farewell to the laws. As an instance of Demosthenes' rhetorical skill in the distortion of the meaning of words, we may refer to a passage in the 3rd Philippic. The question at issue was really one of treason, not of murder. A certain Arthemius of Zelia, in Asia, having distributed Persian gold for political purposes at the time of the Persian invasion of Greece, was solemnly declared letter 1F04 tau, ode mu omicron sigma, by the Athenian people. Now a decree of letter 1F04 tau ode mu iota alpha for treason involved much more severe consequences than the historical exile penalty for murder. It was the sole historical survival of collective and hereditary punishment, and involved not only the traitor, but also his family and all his posterity. Alpha letter 1F50, tau omicron sigma, tau epsilon kappa alpha letter 1F76, gamma epsilon nu omicron sigma. In practice, no doubt, it was but a trifling penalty to an Asiatic, like Arthemius, who had no intention of living at Athens or in the Athenian Confederacy. But Arthemius was declared by this decree to be an outlaw within the territory of Attica or within the Athenian Empire. If found within this territory, he or his descendants could be slain with impunity. Demosthenes, anxious to illustrate the patriotism of the Athenians of former days, compared with that of his contemporaries, by showing the severity with which treason was formerly punished, even in a foreigner, has recourse to the subtle hypothesis that letter 1F04 tau, a mu omicron sigma in the decree against Arthemius, did not mean merely degraded from civic rights, but should be linked up with a verb tau epsilon theta nu alpha tau omega, to form a clause which means, let him be slain with impunity. The word letter 1F04 tau ode mu omicron sigma in this decree has, he says, the same significance as it bears in the murder laws, in the case of murderers for whom the legislator forbids a prosecution for homicide, where it is said, letter 1F04 tau ode mu omicron sigma, tau epsilon theta nu alpha tau omega. It is true that the word letter 1F04 tau ode mu omicron sigma could be used to mean unpunished, but when the Athenians declared a person letter 1F04 tau ode mu omicron sigma, they meant by the word degraded, not unpunished. They declared the person dishonored or degraded from civic privileges. Moreover, in the laws of DRACON as Demosthenes, quotes them the word letter 1 F04 tau iota mu omicron sigma does not occur, and the adverb used to denote, with impunity, is nu eta pi omicron iota nu epsilon iota. Plato also has letter 1 F00 nu alpha tau iota. Demosthenes, then, is quite capable of juggling with words, and with the wording of laws, in his desire to secure a rhetorical victory. But here Demosthenes, without knowing it, weakens the very point which he desires to emphasize. A decree of letter 1 F04 tau iota mu iota alpha for treason was much more severe than any penalty in the Attic murder laws. A murder regzel could be slain with impunity, as a traitor could, if found within Athenian territory. But his descendants could not. His family could remain securely at Athens, in full enjoyment of civic rights. If the word letter 1 F04 tau iota mu omicron sigma in the decree against Arthmius meant what Demosthenes asserts that it meant in the murder laws, then it is incorrect to speak of the punishment of the traitor, and his descendants, alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron sigma tau epsilon kappa alpha, letter 1 F76 gamma epsilon nu omicron sigma. Now what does Demosthenes mean by the phrase, in cases where the legislator forbids a trial for homicide? The context gives the only possible meaning. He means, in cases where an already convicted murderer returned to forbidden territory and could be slain with impunity without trial. We shall return to this question in our next chapter, when treating of manslaughter in Attic law, but we may for the present conclude as the most probable hypothesis that in historical Athens, private settlement, as a means of absolution from homicide guilt, was sinful and legally punishable, in all cases where the dying victim did not grant a release, and where a public prosecution was otherwise legally possible. This hypothesis, if correct, shows that amongst the Greeks, as amongst the Semites, wergeld was abolished by the religious doctrine of homicide as a pollution, as an offense against supernatural beings. Assuming, as a result of our general reasoning in this chapter, and for other reasons which will presently appear, that the historical murder laws of Greece were as universal and as uniform as the Greek purgation rites for homicide, assuming that the novelties which they contain, in regard to their ideals of punishment, and their insistence on compulsory state trial, were not the creation of local legislators, but the product of international amphictyonies, which expressed their compacts in oracular decrees. Compacts, which were only gradually evolved in a compromise between local customs or desires and a new religious doctrine, which was adopted from Asiatic peoples. We will now proceed to a brief colligation of the laws of DRACON concerning homicide, and after giving such commentaries as these laws may seem to demand. We will then review the Attic murder courts and offer an explanation of their origin and evolution. Footnotes: Thuc I12, H and HP 259, Op Sit P 54, Ib P 255, Op Sit P 259, EAG P 405, P 330. Dorian's Volume Roman 2, pp. 64-6. See also Ridgway Op. Sit. P 659 and Thuc. Roman 2, 101 Roman 4, 78 Roman 8, 3 Demosthenes Phil. Roman 2, 71 Olenth. Roman 2, 20. Op. Sit. Roman 2, 71. Roman 4, 126. E.G. Home, HGI 175. Gilbert GCA, P4 Herod. V72 Roman 6, 51. Pausanias Roman 3, 22, 7. Muller Op. Sit. Roman 2, 1823. Athenaeus Roman 6, 265. Muller Op. Sit. P31. Muller Op. Sit. Roman 2, 54-8. Op. Sit. P334. Ib. P250. Leaf P315. Muller Dorian's Roman 2, 71. Op. Sit. P259. Op. Sit. Volume Roman 2, P18. HGI 180. HG Volume Roman 2, Chapter 6, P262. Op. Sit. pp. 1040. Anab Roman 4, 825. Infra P173. See Aristotle, Politics, 1271b22. Strabo X 481. EAG P 629. Op. Sit. P 339. Dorian's Roman 2, 65. p52. HGP 161. Life of Philip p30. I2 Jowett. I6. I12. Op. Cit. p225 ff. Works and Days 180-193. Supra p122. Op. Cit. p228. See also Coolidge's Op. Cit. p336 ff. pp. 325-327. p397. I12. Op. Cit. pp. 171-2. I.e. apart from the Eructium, I26. Coolidge's pp. 171-2. p. 173. Theseus 24. Roman 2, 15. Dorian's IP 256. Op. Cit. p. 332. Op. Cit. p. 169. See further article JHS. XL. Part 2. p. 202 and Pollux Roman 8, 109-111. Op. Cit. pp. 320 ff. Ib. p. 331. Ib. p. 338. Ib. pp. 345-6. Ib. p. 365. Ib. p. 369. Op. Cit. p. 373. Ib. p. 354. See infra BK, Roman 2, ch, Roman 3. See also Gilbert GCA, Eng, trans p. 350. Glotz Op. Cit. p. 328. Coolidge's Op. Cit. p. 158, Supra p. 88. See Pollux Roman 8, 111. Social Life in Greece pp. 1618. Greek Civilization p. 32. Ib. p. 41. Hall History of Near East p. 47. HG p. 77. Op. Cit. p. 78. Op. Cit. p. 113. Ib. p. 114. See Glotz Op. Cit. pp. 231 ff. Kinkel Epic gr. Fram. IP 33. I35. Infra p. 151. Supra p. 118. Cicero Top. 17 Muller Eam, p. 107. Genesis Roman 9, 6, Numbers Roman 35, 1134. I.e. without intent to kill. Exodus Roman 21, 12. I.e. if one slays by accident. Exodus Roman 21, 12. Numbers Roman 35. Cf. Deuter Roman 4, 41 Joshua Roman 20, 19. Op. Cit. p. 153. Roman 2, 102 Jowett. Genesis Roman 4, 1115. Laws Roman 9 ch. 12. Supra p. 110. Roman 2, 23. Proleg p. 221. Il Roman 6, 155-05. Muller Eam p. 92 Smith Dict GK, Ant, SV, Phi Omicron U Omicron Sigma. Op. Cit. p. 314. Infra p. 173 ff. Dem in Aristoc 632-634. Op. Cit. p. 218. Infra p. 166. Supra p. 122 ff. See infra ch. Roman 2. See infra p. 181 and dem in Androtian 593. Dem c. Pantine 893-59. Infra p. 176 ff. Lysias c. Agar 41-78. 16. 5e. E.g. Rep Roman 2, 379 D383. Laws Roman 9 ch. 11. Laws Roman 9 ch. 9. Ish Eam 886. Ib 655, 660. P 155, Dinarchus 47 Antiphon Decede, H11 Posson, I28, 6. Supra P 112 ff. Ish Eam 283. Ur if T 1224. I24. I35. 255 ff. 474-85 Trans L. Campbell. SC Vessel. 107. Supra P148, glots op, sit, P155. Laws Roman 9, ch, 8. But C infra, P153 ff. 1175 1230. Apollo Roman 2, 2-3. I-35. Aristotle Ath Paul ch, 1. Dorians, I-227 8. If Tor, 1175 ff. Eam, 230 5245 and 447 9. E.g. Roman 9, ch, 12. Eam, 581. See Dem in Androtion, 593 26 and Plato Laws Roman 9, ch, 12. Eam, 448. For the Attic Court Frito C infra ch, Roman 3. Eam, 451 ff. 474 85. See Supra, P151. 840 ff. Eam, P136. Ariup, P63. See Plato Laws Roman 9, ch, 8. Supra, pp. 113 and 119 ff. Infra, P173 ff. Il Roman 9, 404. Il Roman 2, 520, Muller Dorians, I-220 6-32. 110, see also Pausanias x5. Cf. Ish Eam 18. x5. Harrison, Themis pp. 396 429. See James, Varieties of Religious Experience, p. 387 ff. Euripides Ion, 226 ff. Ibid, 225. Eam, 95 200. Ale var hist Roman 3, 1 plut, QGR Roman 12. Aeschylus Eam, 440. Dorians, I-297 ff. Il Roman 2, 517, Roman 9, 405. C. Barry, HGP 361. Op. Sit, P 157. Op. Sit, P 695. Coulanges Op. Sit, P 279. Muller Dorians I 258, 270, 272 9. Muller Op. Sit, P 232. And Euripides Ion 1111, 1220, 1256 there quoted. Cf. Plato Laws Roman 9, ch. 11 Ray kinslaying. Let the judges of these matters be the same as those to whom has been given the power of deciding upon sacrilege. Muller I 263 5. Barry Op. Sit, P 159. Law of DRACON Dem in Arist 632. Cf. Coulanges, p. 279. Thuck Roman 2, 102. Her Roman 7, 197. SV, letter 1 F10 Xaida Gameta Tau Alpha Iota. Laws Roman 6, ch. 7. 16. Ancient City, p. 252. Xenophon Anabasis Roman 4, 825, C. Infra, p. 173. Arist Ath Paul, 7-1. Plutarch Solon 17. Op. Sit, p. 252. Laws Roman 9, ch. 12. See Aeschylus Agam, 1557. Supra, p. 47 ff. See article SV. Phi Omicron U Omicron Sigma in Dernberg and Saglio, p. 440. Laws Roman 9, ch. 12. See Infra, pp. 229, 236 ff. See Infra ch. Roman 2. BK Roman 9 ch. 12. See Demosthenes in Aristoc, 637. See Laws Roman 9 ch. 8. Letter 1 F41, letter 1 F10 kappa delta, epsilon lambda phi letter 1 FF6, mu kappa omicron, mu iota sigma theta epsilon letter 1 F76, sigma nu omicron sigma, letter 1 F24 gamma omicron epsilon u, chi rho eta sigma mu letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 F10, pi letter 1 F76, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, letter 1 F04 kappa omicron nu tau omicron sigma. Letter 1 F00 nu epsilon lambda omicron nu tau omicron sigma, tau letter 1 F78, nu phi letter 1 F76, lambda omicron nu. Letter 1 F14 kappa tau epsilon iota nu alpha sigma, sigma letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F11 tau, alpha letter 1 FD6, rho omicron nu letter 1 f00 mu epsilon nu omega nu. Omicron letter 1 f50, sigma epsilon mu iota alpha iota nu epsilon iota, alpha letter 1 f37 mu alpha. Phi omicron nu omicron epsilon delta, letter 1 f72, pi epsilon lambda epsilon iota sigma, kappa alpha theta alpha rho omega tau epsilon rho omicron sigma, letter 1 f22, pi alpha rho omicron sigma, letter 1 f26 sigma theta alpha. Letter 1 f41, letter 1 f00, nu delta rho letter 1 f76, phi iota lambda letter 1 ff7, theta nu eta sigma kappa omicron nu tau iota, pi alpha rho omega nu, pi epsilon lambda alpha sigma, omicron letter 1 f50, kappa letter 1 f10 pi alpha mu epsilon nu alpha sigma. Letter 1 f24 lambda epsilon theta epsilon sigma, omicron letter 1 f50, kappa alpha theta alpha rho omicron sigma. Pausanias I28, 10. Supra, p. 157. In Aristoc, 632. Supra, p. 145. In Aristoc, 632 634. Infra, p. 164 ff. See Supra, p. 142 ff. Op. Cit., p. 218. Laws Roman 9, ch. 8. Ib. ch. 11. Ib. ch. 8. Tau letter 1 fc6 sigma, chi omega rho alpha sigma, tau letter 1 fc6 sigma tau letter 1 ff6, nu omicron mu omega nu, tau letter 1 ff6, nu delta epsilon kappa epsilon rho ota alpha sigma. Dem in Aristoc, 647 8. Locke, Cit. Supra, p. 145. Op. Cit., p. 218. Ib. p. 214. Roman 7, 238. Roman 8, 114. Roman 9, 64. I 156, 157. Op. Cit., p. 214. Pyth Roman 2, 32. Eam, 444. See note Eam, add Locke. See Addition of Eumenides, p. 78. Supra pp. 2165. Supra, p. 142. Laws Roman 9, ch. 12. Skal ad Eam, 444. 580 ff. Infra bk, Roman 3. Laws Roman 9, ch. 9. Muller Eam, p. 141. Supra, p. 158. 612 616. 618 622. 32 ff. Infra, p. 348 ff. 600 ff. Sophocles Ed, Rex 95 ff. Infra, p. 173. Infra, p. 311. We do not attach any legal importance to Oedipus, reference to parricide, 1441. It would have ruined the dramatic plot if this word were mentioned earlier in the play. Odd, Zi 271 ff. See Ed, Rex 805 ff. Ed, Rex 1438. Infra bk Roman 3, ch. Roman 2. Soph Ed, Call 600 770. See Phonacy 60 ff. 1626. Infra p. 382. 1640 ff. 1245 ff. 1330 ff. 1155 ff. Supra p. 139. 495. 1010 ff. 1282 ff. Supra pp. 130 158. Anabasis Roman 4, 825. Laws Roman 9, ch. 8. Ib. ch. 9. Supra p12. See Muller Dorians, I 227. Areopags pp. 148 9. Op. Cit. p. 314 ff. Eam p. 123. Supra p. 112. Eam p. 92. For conclusions, see p. 213. Supra p. 143 ff. See Elijah C. Agar, 4042. C. 94 ff. 117 ff. 179 ff. See Plato Laws Roman 9, ch. 8 for greater and lesser purifications. Op. Cit. pp. 237 8. Ib. p. 314 ff. See Plato Laws Roman 9, ch. 11 and ch. 12 Pollux Romanate 90 Arist Ath, Paul 57. p. 428. C. Infra, p. 181 ff. C. Pantine, 983, 20, also C. Nosimachum, 991. Muller Eam, p. 92, thinks this refers to manslaughter only. C. Agar, 4042. Ib, 78. Ib, 96-7. Smith Dict, G.K., Ant, S.V., Phi Omicron U Omicron Sigma, Volume Roman 2, p. 385. Eam, p. 92. Infra, p. 205. See also p. 198. Infra, p. 210. We interpret the Greek words letter 1F0 phi epsilon sigma iota sigma and letter 1F00 phi o, edemio iota as implying release, when blood guilt is entirely remitted, as in the Demosthenic passages cited on page 176. Plato, however, obviously applies the terms to partial release or forgiveness. Laws Roman 9, ch. 9. Ibid, ch. 8. Eam, p. 93. Infra, p. 186 ff. Op. Cit. pp. 319-321, 360-364, p. 377. Dem in Aristoc. 629-630, see also Infra, p. 222. See Op. Cit. pp. 377-8. Op. Cit. p. 373. Plutarch Solon 18. 593. Letter 1F00 sigma epsilon beta epsilon iota alpha sigma, gamma rho alpha phi eta nu. Sigma epsilon u epsilon beta eta. Op. Cit. p. 322. Ib. pp. 314, 324, 372. 16, especially C5e. See Werg et Nazib, 1161. Supra, p. 143 ff. Op. Cit. p. 314. Ib. p. 324. 1331 Reisk. Ariup pp. 148-9. Op. Cit. p. 315. 1150 41166. Chof 3. Lambda alpha theta rho alpha gamma letter 1F70, rho letter 1F26 lambda theta epsilon u. Omicron letter 1F50, pi iota theta letter 1F7c, nu tau Omicron letter 1F7a, sigma kappa epsilon rho ode Omicron epsilon sigma. Op. Cit. p. 315. Eam, 317, 428, 496, 656 ff. Infra, p. 340 ff. 991. Cf. Also see Pantine, 983. 983 Reisk. Eam, p. 92. Infra, p. 213. See Infra, p. 212 ff. Supra, pp. 146, 178. 63 ff. 526-7. Roman 3, 44. Glotz Op. Cit. p. 465 ff. Dem in Arist, 640. Laws Roman 9, 871e. Letter 1F51, pi letter 1F72, rho letter 1F67u, mu letter 1F74 delta, iota delta, letter 1FF7, phi omicron u omicron upsilon, delta iota kappa alpha sigma theta alpha iota. Refusal of burial to executed murderers. From Plato, we infer that there could be no burial for murderers who did not go into exile and who were executed by state officials. We need not again call attention to the importance of burial in ancient Greece. It alone gave repose to the dead and enabled the entombed spirit to be periodically revivified and even recalled from Hades by the offerings made at the grave. The refusal of burial to murderers, especially kinslayers, to traitors and sacrilegious persons, was a particularly revolting form of supplementary punishment. Their bodies, stripped naked and cast beyond the boundaries, were devoured by dogs and birds. No wonder that a pleader in a Demosthenic speech says that to them death was not easy, as it was to ordinary men. No wonder that the slayer would flee and lose his property rather than preserve it for his children at the cost of such a fate. Plotting and contriving murder. Included in the category of willful murderers, from the legal standpoint, were the plotters or contrivers or instigators of murder, at least when the plan materialized. Andocides, in his speech on the Mysteries, says, "This law existed in former times and now also exists, namely, that the plotter shall be liable to the same penalty as he that has wrought with his hand." From the law of DRACON, which declares that, if anyone shall kill a murderer or be the cause of his death, alpha, letter 1F34, tau iota omicron sigma phi omicron u omicron upsilon, while he abstains from the markets on the civic boundary, he shall be liable to the same penalties as if he had killed an Athenian. We can infer that the equation of plotting to kill with unjustifiable homicide, which is here mentioned, applied also to ordinary willful murder. Plato confirms this conclusion, but suggests that in regard to burial the slayer was more severely punished than the plotter. If a person, he says, shall not with his own hand perpetrate, but shall suggest to another a deed of murder, and by deliberate plotting, beta omicron upsilon lambda sigma epsilon iota, kappa alpha letter 1F76, letter 1F10 pi iota beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon sigma epsilon iota, be the cause of slaying, let there be for him similarly a trial and verdict. If convicted, let it be lawful for him to have the family burial place. Demosthenes puts the matter beyond the pale of doubt when he says, "Remember, the father of the priestess at Broron, who was admitted not to have touched the deceased, was sentenced to exile by the Areopagus because he instigated the actual striker to strike." This sentence of banishment for plotting murder probably carried with it the confiscation of the plotter's property. Aristotle tells us that one of the terms of the peace made between the rival factions in Athens in 403 BC was as follows: "Trials for homicide in accordance with the ancient laws shall only be held in the case of persons who have killed with their own hand." We can understand the political significance of such a condition, but it was merely a temporary amnesty for criminal political intrigue. The guilt of the plotter or contriver of homicide is frequently referred to in Attic tragedy. It was, we must suppose, a strong feature in traditional legend. Euripides, as we shall see, refers to this blood guiltiness in several plays, for instance in the Orestes, the Electra, the Medea, the Andromache, and the Heraclide. But there is another kind of homicide guilt which may easily be confused with this, namely, attempted murder. The Greek words beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon sigma iota sigma and beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon sigma alpha sigma are unfortunately ambiguous, as we have already explained. Subjectively, the guilt of the plotter and of the attempter is the same, but objectively there is a difference. In one case, a human life is violently taken. In the other, it is not. Lipsius seems to have confused these issues. In Aristotle's account of the Attic murder courts, he finds a reference to beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon sigma iota sigma being tried at the Palladium. Knowing, from the speech of Demosthenes against Canon, that plotters were tried at the Areopagus, he supposes that a change of jurisdiction had taken place shortly before 330 BC before this. He implies that there was a division of labor, by which beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon sigma epsilon iota sigma, phi omicron u omicron upsilon, letter 1F00 cap omicron upsilon sigma iota omicron upsilon were held at the Palladium. And beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon sigma epsilon iota sigma, phi omicron u omicron upsilon, letter 1F11 cap omicron upsilon sigma iota omicron upsilon at the Areopagus. We confess we cannot find any meaning in plots of manslaughter. It is a contradiction in terms. Now Post, in his translation of this Aristotelian passage, does not use the word plotters in connection with the Palladium. He translates thus: homicide with malice aforethought is tried in the Areopagus, including homicide by wounding, by administering poison, or by fire. Involuntary homicide, attempts to commit homicide, are tried in the Palladium. Thus, we see the difficulties which arise from ambiguities of language. We have quoted Andocides for the principle that plotting murder was regarded as equivalent to willful murder. A draconian law mentions both kinds as equally punished in cases of unjustifiable homicide. Therefore, plots to kill would normally always have been tried by the Areopagus. Post's translation of Aristotle, which is superior to Lipsius in this respect, nevertheless suggests perhaps that malicious wounding without fatal results was not tried by the Areopagus. The law which Aristotle gives is that of DRACON, and it means that the Areopagus tried willful murderers, plotters of murder, wounding with intent to kill, poisoning with intent to kill, and arson, whether with intent to kill or not, we cannot say. Attempted murder must be defined, we think, owing to some discrimination in Attic legal procedure, as an attempt to kill which did not cause any actual bodily harm. Such attempts may have been always tried at the Palladium, but what the penalty was we cannot say. It was probably banishment for a period of years. For wounding with intent to kill, the penalty was perpetual exile, which was not accompanied, we think, by confiscation of property. The penalty for plotting murder, which was successful, was death or banishment, accompanied by confiscation. Wounding without intent to kill was a case for civil damages before the Heliastic courts. It was perhaps a delta iota kappa eta alpha letter 1F30 kappa iota alpha sigma. State execution of death penalty. Before discussing the legal aspect of parricide and of kinslaying, we must examine the question of the origin and evolution of official state execution in the capital punishment of homicide. The establishment of this method of execution had, we believe, an important influence on the penalty for parricide, and probably for all general cases of willful kinslaying. The prevailing opinion on this subject tends to suppose that the method of private execution which is found in the Iliad and the Odyssey was the normal method of execution in historical Greece and even in Athens until the time of the orators, that is to say, the 4th century BC. The only difference which can be found, according to this view, between the Homeric and the historical modes of execution is that in the former case the execution was unauthorized by any written law or by any public trial, while in the latter case it was legally authorized and permitted. Thus, Gilbert holds that the relatives of the slain personally executed the slayer in Athens in the 5th century, and that the exceptional instances of state execution must be attributed to the sacred right of sanctuary, and especially to the Athenian sanctuary of the Semnithae. Glotz minimizes as far as possible the change which, he is compelled to admit, had taken place in historical Greece. It was, he thinks, from philanthropic motives that the state consented to execute the murderer if it was requested to do so by the relatives of the slain. The old principle of primitive society, de voluntario convictus parentibus vel cognatis oxisi tradetur occidendis, gives place to an alternative principle that murderers are put to death sometimes by the judges, sometimes by the relatives. At Athens, the ideals of philanthropy went one step further. Execution, etant fate onam du pupil par la deltidum iota omicron sigma, public executioner, le parent qui avate engage la poursuit contre le mutrier, assistate a son supplice. It is clear that Glotz regards this public execution as strangely exceptional. He cannot, however, ignore the evidence of the orators, but he seems quite certain that this custom did not apply in the time of DRACON. Si dans l'Iliade et l'Odyssée quand surprend les origines des phi omicron, nu iota kappa omicron, letter 1F76 nu omicron mu omicron iota. Si quella famille se demandait à l'Iliade, d'après la loi de DRACON, si aidait la permission de s'y venger. Il fallait donc, que son droit fut reconnu, non seulement au moment des poursuites mais si elle l'emportait, au moment du supplice ou de l'expulsion. À l'origine de la juridiction sociale, comme dans la période antérieure de l'arbitrage, le tribunal, pour faire exécuter ses arrêts, en avait que les armes de celui qu'il déclarait vainqueur. Si aidait le principe universel en droit grec, que l'exécution du jugement fut abandonnée à la partie gagnante. Reconnaître le privilège de la famille en matière de poursuite et d'exécution, si aidait pour DRACON admettre le principe de la vengeance privée, sauf opposition de l'État. But philanthropy will not explain the evolution of state execution, any more than the right of sanctuary will explain it. Public execution may be of a much more revolting character than the private infliction of death by an avenging relative in some secret place or at the tomb of the victim. Moreover, Glotz cannot suggest any definite date for the change of custom. He would probably have attributed it to Solon, only that he cannot assume a tremendous growth of philanthropy in that space of 20 years, which separated him from DRACON, and he could not attribute an act of philanthropy to a legislator whose main object was the exaltation of state power. We admit that there is a certain suggestion of private execution in the infliction of death which was not only permitted, but commanded when a murder outlaw returned to forbidden territory. But in this case, slaying was not the exclusive privilege of the relatives of the slain, but it was the duty of the first citizen who met him to act as the avenger of the law. We have already described such an execution as a case of justifiable homicide. It is not in the least indicative of a system of private execution. The slayer acts as a state executioner. Neither can we argue, as Glotz does, from the right of an injured husband to slay an adulterer in flagrante delicto to the prevalence of private execution. Such an act is definitely declared by law to be justifiable homicide. Our opinion on this subject may be thus summarized. 1. It is misleading to assume that the Achaean system of vengeance, which is found in the Iliad, and the Odyssey is the norm or standard of blood vengeance, either of tribal village communities or of synochized states possessing a strong centralized government. Even amongst the Achaeans, we have shown there was a certain submission to military discipline, to a public opinion which discriminated between murder and vengeance, and therefore the Avenger's Act was not entirely private. 2. On the analogy of Indian tribal life, which Maine has investigated, we may suppose that amongst Pelasgian village communities or tribal cities there existed a body of official police who acted as the supporters and preservers of tribal law. If, in such societies, homicide was not officially avenged, this was only because homicide was what we should now call a civil offense, a matter for retribution between the families concerned. 3. It was in post-Achaean times, and especially in the Hesiodic period and in the Dark Ages of Greek history, that murder and vengeance passed outside the control of law or discipline. In such conditions, it was more than probable that murder would be unjustly punished, but it was equally probable that it would not be avenged at all. Into this abyss of chaos came in the 7th century the Apolline religion of pollution. The birth of great states, the dawn of synochized nationhood, was overshadowed by the wrath of gods and ghosts, which reflected the vindictive hatred of human vengeance. Amongst the first essential duties of the newborn states was the prevention of murder and the regulation of vengeance. In Attica, especially, where the blight of chaos fell most lightly, could the new religion be most promptly honored and obeyed. 4. We will not maintain that the pollution doctrine, alone and unaided, would have led to the official state execution of the penalty of death. Amongst the Hebrews, one may point out, the pollution of the murderer coexisted with the avenger of blood. The obligation of the state, one may hold, was satisfied by the trial and the condemnation of the murderer, and by the sentence of outlawry which was pronounced against him. But we would suggest, on the other hand, that Greek states did not confine themselves to a sentence of outlawry. The murderer, in Greek law, at the moment of his condemnation, nay, at the moment that he challenged a verdict and uttered his second speech at the trial, no longer ranked as an outlaw. He was a state criminal whose insult to the state and its gods must be atoned by public execution. Like the sacrilegious criminal, he must be executed solemnly and with public execration. His body cannot be buried in the tomb of his fathers. Naked, it is cast beyond the civic boundaries, amidst the curses and the groans of the mob, to be eaten by dogs and wild birds when it has been bruised and mutilated by the stones and missiles which are hurled not by the relatives only, but by an angered populace. Yet we cannot suppose that the pollution doctrine of itself degraded murderers to the same level with sacrilegious criminals, at least in the judgment of Apolline theocratic nobles, the prehistorical Greek sacerdotal aristocracy. From the Ion of Euripides, we infer that sacrilege was the main element which the Delphian nobles and magistrates condemned in the attempted murder of Ion, the priest of Apollo, by Creusa. We cannot infer that ordinary homicide would have called for such public action unless we assume that the Delphians, in addition to being priests, were also the leaders of a civic government. Their action in the Andromache in slaying, in conjunction with Orestes, Neoptolemus, who was consecrated by his presence in the sanctuary, cannot be reconciled with their procedure in the Ion unless we assume that the death of Neoptolemus was an act of vengeance. Such indeed it was, but, as Euripides presents it, it was entirely out of proportion to the offense. The attitude of the Delphians in the Ion, and also the survival of the avenger of blood in Hebrew society under the operation of pollution doctrines, prevents us from asserting that private execution was abolished by pollution. 5. but we have suggested that the murder code of historical Greece was a compromise between three forces. A. The tribal traditions of material retribution to the relatives of the slain. B. The Apolline doctrine of homicide as an offense against the gods. And C. The conception of murder as an insult to the majesty of the state and to its gods, which arose after the syncretism of local peoples and the establishment of strong civic governments. As we believe that the pollution doctrine abolished wergeld, so we believe that the concurrence of the pollution doctrine with state power led to the abolition of private execution for homicide in the rare cases in which the murderer refused to flee and was put to death, because he had the audacity to perjure himself in the attempt to prove his innocence. It follows that official execution was in existence in DRACON's time. There is no more reason for delaying its arrival 20 years in order to link its advent with the name of Solon than there is for supposing that wergeld was not abolished before the time of Solon. Between 600 BC and the time of Demosthenes, we know of no civic or legal innovation to which such a change could be attributed. The 11, who obeyed the verdicts of the Heliasts, also obeyed the decision of the Areopagus and of the pre-Solonian EPHETAE courts. Such evidence for state execution as we possess in Plato and the Attic orators, far from suggesting that it was a recent innovation, implies on the contrary that in their time it was a well-established practice. Lysias, speaking of a certain Menestratus, who was a prominent informer and an accuser of citizens under the 30 tyrants, says that the citizens of the restored democracy, having arrested Menestratus in court on the ground that he was a murderer, condemned him justly to death and handed him over to the public executioner, and he was cudgeled till he was dead. Letter 1 F00 pi epsilon tau upsilon mu pi alpha nyo, ota sigma theta eta. There is, of course, a political complication in this case. The guilt of treason was added to that of murder, yet the procedure is similar to that which would have taken place if an ordinary murderer challenged the verdict of the court. Plato, speaking of the punishment which was decreed for a slave who had willfully murdered a freeman and who was condemned to death, says, "Let the public executioner lead him to the tomb of the deceased or to a place from which he may see the tomb, and having scourged him with as many stripes as the plaintiff, a relative of deceased, shall order slay him if he survives the scourging." Even on a slave, then, who had murdered a man, the relatives could not personally execute the death sentence. Again, speaking of willful kinslaying, for which in his code of laws there is no option but death, he says, "Let the servants, letter 1 F51 pietero epsilon tau alpha iota, of the judges and the rulers, letter 1 F04 chi omicron u tau epsilon sigma, put him to death and cast him out naked to an appointed place where 3 roads meet, and let all the public officials, or magistrates, on behalf of the whole state carry each a stone and hurl it at the head of the corpse, and free the whole city from pollution, and, after this, carry the corpse to the civic boundaries, and cast it out unburied, according to law, tau letter 1 FF7 nu omicron mu letter 1 FF3. There is here no mention of the relatives of the slain. We must suppose that if these relatives had been the normal executioners, the kinslayer would not ordinarily have been slain at all. Human nature, as well as the actual evidence, compels us to believe that the relatives of a kinslayer would have revolted at the infliction of death, whether in Pelasgian or in historical times. Again, Aeschines suggests that the enemies of a man condemned to death were impotent to do more than attend as spectators at his execution when he says, "It is not death that is so terrible. The really horrible thing is the insult suffered at the last moment of life. How pitiable a fate to see an enemy's face relaxing into a broad grin and to hear with one's ears the insults of enmity." This quotation has been taken by Glotz to imply that the memory of private execution was still vivid in Athens in the time of Aeschines, but in our opinion, it merely shows that public execution was a regular and established custom. A private enemy could have laughed as a freeman died. He could have counted the stripes and commanded their continuance as a slave murderer was scourged to death. But his hand was bound. He could not strike the blow of vengeance. Demosthenes attributes to a certain Diodorus, whose uncle was indicted for impiety by Androtion, because he had not prosecuted his nephew on a charge of parricide, the following statement: "If Androtion had succeeded in his prosecution of my uncle, I, as a convicted parricide, should have been deprived not only of my property, but of my life. Nay, even to die, which is the common lot of all, would not for me have been easy. This passage implies that Diodorus, if convicted, in this indirect manner, of parricide, would have suffered a cruel death. The conjunction of the death penalty with confiscation in this instance points very forcibly to state execution. Hence we believe that the cruel death to which Diodorus refers was the public execution which Plato describes when he speaks of stones being hurled at the corpse, and of its abandonment to the dogs and the birds. Glotz has, we think, completely misinterpreted this passage. He thinks that the penalty indicated is perpetual exile, and thus renders the concluding words of Diodorus, Geni serais passulement depule de ma fortune, geni pores plus vivre, et le refuge commune de tous les hommes, la mort liberatrice, ni serait pas un asile pour moi. Demosthenes confirms our hypothesis of the evolution of state execution in another passage, which concerns willful murder. Speaking of the accuser, he says, if his accusation is considered just and he obtains a conviction for murder, even then he gets no power over the condemned man, who is given over for punishment to the laws and to the persons charged with that official duty. The accuser may be a spectator while the condemned suffers the penalty which the law imposes, but he can do no more. This quotation speaks for itself. Its value as a link in our chain of reasoning it would be impossible to overestimate. The conclusion which it points is indisputable. The explanation which Demosthenes gives of this law is not, indeed, very profound. How comes this to be the case? He says, men of Athens, because they that made the laws originally, whoever they were, heroes or gods, did not seek to oppress the unfortunate, but in a humane way as far as they could with justice, they alleviated their misery. But Demosthenes shows a certain clarity of vision in another place, in which he examines the question why the laws were so careful to preserve the lives of murderers abroad. One of the reasons was, he says, to prevent an infinite series in the avenging of injuries. We have already quoted Euripides for a similar sentiment. Right well, he says, did our ancestors in olden times enact these laws. They punished the murderer with exile, but they suffered no one to slay him in return, for in that event, each successive avenger would be liable for bloodshed. This sentiment may have been inspired by the atmosphere in which Euripides himself lived, and taken in conjunction with that which we have just cited from Demosthenes, suggests that the Greeks did not practice the private execution of death penalties within the living memory of those authors. In the light of our conclusion, we shall proceed to examine the position of parricide and of kinslaying in historical Attic law. Parricide and kinslaying. Two problems present themselves for solution. First of all, we must inquire whether parricide and kinslaying were civic offenses which were punishable by state law, or whether the avenging of these deeds of blood was entirely at the discretion of the relatives and the clansmen. Secondly, we must decide what the nature of the legal penalty was, if the penalty was legal, in the historical era. The opinion of Glotz on this subject has already been given in outline. He suggests that the pollution doctrine affected the penalty for parricide, but he maintains that it was merely a public opinion which reinforced this doctrine, and that the historical penalty was perpetual exile. The draconian law, he holds, did not interfere in the jurisdiction of the family. En realite, DRACON en edictate aucune sanction contre le parricide pars, que ellet et en avate, pas es occuper avec cela. La juridiction de la famille subsistate sur tous les points où elle en edate pas aboli par une disposition express. La loini parlate donc du parricide, tout cs questions échappant à sa compétence. Quand la conscience sociale si mit à intervenir contre les criminels, elle s'y proposait seulement de faire respecter les vieux usages. Elle obligeait tous les meurtriers à quitter le pays au moins pour un certain temps. Le meurtrier d'un proche, elle obligeait à sortir de sa famille pour toujours. In passing, we may note how inconsistent is this statement regarding the exile penalty for homicide with Glotz's favorite hypothesis of the legality of private settlement. It is not true that the pollution doctrine confirmed and preserved old customs. It was in many respects opposed to them. It tolerated them only by way of compromise. The last clause of the quotation, which declares that the penalty for kinslaying was perpetual exile, is based upon a misinterpretation of a passage in the laws of Plato. Plato clearly states that death was the invariable penalty for kinslaying. The exile penalty to which Glotz refers is applied by Plato only to extenuated or involuntary kinslaying, and in this connection there is no question of perpetual exile in the ordinary sense, but merely of banishment from the domestic hearth, not from the state or the country of the slayer. Glotz quotes various analogies, such as the Irish clan law, which is revealed in the Census More, in support of his theory. But in historical Attic law, we have left behind us the clan laws of tribal society. We are in the presence of civic legislation and of international religious authorization. Kalimer, who is admittedly influenced by Glotz, holds a very similar view. He says, Il est très vraisemblable que la juridiction de la famille n'y fut pas notablement modifiée par DRACON, et que le chef de famille garde le droit de juger et de punir sa femme, ses enfants, ses esclaves. Avant Solon, le chef de famille, en vertu de sa magistrature domestique, pouvait ou bien mettre à mort la coupable, ou bien la chasser de sa maison. Solon en ignorate, pas qu'il y avait à Athènes des parricides, mais il laissait à la famille le soin de les punir, la société n'a pas intervenir directement. Si cependant les parents manquent à leur devoir, une action publique va être donnée contre, ou et elle pèsera de tout son poids sur el homicide. The public action, which is here referred to, is clearly the indictment for impiety, such as was brought by Androtion against the uncle of Diodorus. But this indirect state interference, which Kalimer is compelled by a passage in Demosthenes to regard as admissible in cases of parricide, was the only kind of state interference which was permissible in cases of ordinary homicide in historical Athens. If then parricide and homicide stand on the same plane, so far as social justice is concerned, why should we assume a distinction between them in regard to state jurisdiction and state execution? Kalimer attributes undue importance to an anecdote which is related by Cicero concerning Solon. On demandate, he says, un jour à Solon pourquoi il n'avait pas établi de peine contre le parricide. J'ai pensé, répondit-il, que personne n'y s'en rendrait coupable. Pourquoi statuer contre un attentat jusqu'alors sans exemple, le défender pourrait en inspirer l'idée. In view of the fact that Solon did not change the murder laws of DRACON, that the wording of those laws was sufficiently general to include kinslayers, and that Roman ideas of jurisdiction and execution were different from those of Greece, we should be slow to base any theory upon such an anecdote. We read in Livy that a certain P. Horatius, the father of a famous warrior who in a moment of passionate triumph slew his sister, and who was in consequence arraigned before the king and the duumviri, said to the judges that he considered his daughter was justly slain, and that otherwise he would have punished his son by right of his parental authority. Again, Livy tells us how a certain Cassius, a consul, as soon as he went out of office, was sentenced to death and executed. There are some who say that his father inflicted the punishment, that after putting him on trial in private, he scourged him and put him to death. Such passages illustrate the well-known patria potestas of a Roman father. Yet even in Rome, the state could interfere in such matters, since we find that a decemvir ordered the arrest and the imprisonment of a certain Virginius who had slain his daughter. Rome, however, can give us no really valid evidence for Greek law. The power of a father to sell his daughter as a slave, which Solon abolished, was a remnant of patria potestas. But Solon's interference in such matters proves that the sacred jurisdiction and power of the family had been already in his time invaded by the state. All matters which concerned public morality and utility, all matters which were affected by national or international religion, had naturally passed out of the exclusive control of the kindred. We have already indicated the survival in historical Greece of clan courts and of local religious corporations. We have also quoted Plato for the operation of local jurisdictions in cases of wounding in a passion between members of the same kindred. But the religious doctrine of pollution placed the actual slaying of kinsmen on an altogether different plane. Moreover, we believe that the evolution of state execution affected the question of the penalty for kinslaying. Demosthenes, in two passages recently cited, makes his client Diodorus say that if Androtion had succeeded in the indictment for impiety which he had brought against the uncle of Diodorus, he himself, as a result of the indictment, would not only have lost his property, but would also have lost his life. Now such a confiscation of property must have been a state confiscation. and the only authority which could decree or execute such a confiscation was a state court and state officials. It is therefore natural to assume that the death penalty would also have been carried out by the state. Plato describes in hideous detail the execution by public magistrates of the slayer of a kinsman. Even for malicious wounding within the family, the penalty of death is decreed. For wounding in a passion, a fine could be imposed by the parent or the male kindred of the offender. But if a parent was wounded by his child, death could be inflicted, even by a tribal court, in which none of the relatives of the child could act as judges. Lysias makes one of his pleaders repudiate, most emphatically, the suggestion that parricide was not criminal and illegal. The word letter 1F00 nu delta rho omicron phi omicron nu omicron sigma, or homicide includes, he says, implicitly if not explicitly, the slayer of a parent. Pollux, however he be interpreted, must be regarded as implying that parricide was a crime, which was probably punished by the Areopagus. We have quoted the relevant passage already. Pollux is describing the Areopagus, which was the admittedly regular court for willful murder. He refers to the preliminary affidavits, and, speaking of the final trial, is represented by the text of Dindorf as saying after the first speech it is lawful to go into exile, if one has slain one's parents. Now, if we suppose that this text is correct, it would follow that parricide was a state offense which was judged by the Areopagus state court. But the same conclusion can be maintained even if, as we believe, the text is incorrect. We believe that Pollux wrote not epsilon letter 1F30, but epsilon letter 1F30, mu letter 1F74, and that he means, unless one slays one's parents. He clearly implies that parricide also came before the Areopagus. Finally, the Euthyphro of Plato, which represents a man actually bringing an indictment or a charge of murder against his father, cannot be explained on the assumptions of Glotz and Calamer. The weakness of Euthyphro's legal position is pointed out by Socrates, namely that Euthyphro was not a kinsman of the slain. The threatened indictment was a delta iota cap eta, not a gamma rho alpha phi letter 1F74. It was a regular charge of homicide, which was lodged with the Archon Basilius. Now Socrates' objection would not apply if the slain man had been a kinsman of the accuser. And this would necessarily have been the case if the father of Euthyphro had slain a member of his own family or kindred. We have seen that in the days of private vengeance and of tribal society, kinslaying was normally punished by exile, as wergeld was impossible, and kinsmen revolted against the infliction of death. In those days, kinslaying was normally a matter for the jurisdiction of the clan. In historical times, kinslaying was punished by death and the confiscation of property, and these penalties can no longer be regarded as in conflict with clan psychology, since the slayer was prosecuted in a state court and was executed by state officials. All these facts are therefore quite consistent, and they are mutually explanatory. It was the doctrine of pollution and the evolution of civic government which produced so drastic a revolution in the punishment of kin murder. We can now understand quite clearly the meaning of Plato's reference to the penalty of kinslaying. Of a kindred blood defiled, he says, there is no other cleansing, and the pollution cannot be washed away until the life of the slayer shall atone for kinblood by kinblood and appease, and set to rest the anger of all the kindred. It is proper that a person be restrained from such deeds by the fear of such punishments from the gods. Euripides also expresses the same sentiment in the Medea. The chorus say, "Stern upon mortals the vengeance falleth for kin's blood spilt. From the earth it calleth, a voice from the gods, and the slayers appalleth, on whose homes it shall light." How then do we suppose that the murder of a husband by his wife, or of a wife by her husband, was punished in Attic law? Such parties were usually not akin by blood, yet they lived in the same house and they ate at the same table. The penalty in this case was, we think, precisely the same as the penalty for ordinary willful homicide. The slayer had the option of going into exile forever if he fled before conviction, or of suffering death at the hands of the public executioner if he did not flee. Hence, perhaps, Euripides is thinking of the historical Attic law when, in the Orestes, he makes Tyndarus assert that Orestes should not have slain his mother, but should have put her on trial and have banished her as an exile forever. We must assume that in the event of exile the property of such slayers was confiscated, though it seems very cruel that children whom murder and vengeance had deprived of both their parents were compelled in addition to forfeit their patrimony. The malicious wounding of a husband by his wife or of a wife by her husband did not, apparently, involve such a confiscation, but did involve perpetual exile. This identical penalty is applied by Lysias to ordinary cases of malicious wounding. Hence, Plato is quite authentic when he says, "If a woman wounds her husband with intent to kill, or a husband his wife, let the offender undergo a perpetual exile. Let guardians manage the property and take care of the children as if they were orphans. In case there are no children, let the kindred, as far as cousins, on the male and female side, come together and appoint an heir." It is in cases of involuntary homicide or of homicide in a passion between man and wife that the influence of the pollution doctrine is especially apparent. The penalty for such deeds, as Plato assures us, was perpetual exile from the family and temporary exile from the state. Now, temporary exile, in ordinary cases of involuntary homicide, was terminated by the appeasement of the relatives of the slain. The primeval tribal law in which appeasement ultimately originated recognized the payment of material retribution in cases of husband-wife slaying. But the pollution doctrine prevented the survival, in historical times, of appeasement in cases of this kind. Plato assures us that such offenders could never, in any circumstances, return to dwell in their old homes with their children. We have now completed our review of the murder laws of DRACON. We have not referred in this connection to the law which related to the seizure of hostages in default of extradition, letter 1F00 nu delta rho omicron lambda psi iota alpha, because this law has already been discussed and explained. We have also omitted many legal details, of which some will find a place in our next chapter, which deals with Attic murder courts, and others have not been considered sufficiently important or sufficiently relevant to our main purpose, which is, in effect, the philosophical explanation of the origin and evolution of Greek homicide law. There is one point which, in conclusion, we wish to emphasize, namely the value and the importance of the Platonic Code when considered as a supplement to the laws of DRACON in cases where they do not directly reproduce them. It is easy to assert that Plato is an idealist when his ideas do not correspond with one's pet hypotheses. But what, we may ask, was the source of Platonic idealism, and was this source of such a kind that it would have affected the historicity of his homicide laws? The idealism of Plato was, we think, derived from the Orphic Pythagoreans and also to some extent from the Eleatic philosophers. His theory of ideas originated, as Burnet has shown, with the Pythagoreans. So Glotz rightly says, "El eschatology de Platon present une grande cohesion, el vint de el orphisme." Was there, then, in Orphism any special doctrine which could have affected Plato's attitude to homicide? Could such a doctrine have imported new ideas into Plato's legislation? It is true that murderers were excluded from the famous mysteries at Eleusis when those mysteries came under Orphic domination, from 400 BC onwards. Murderers were punished by everlasting fire in the Orphic Tartarus, and parricides and matricides were singled out for the most severe punishment. Aristophanes has a line which has been interpreted as referring to human bloodshed. Letter 1F40, rho phi epsilon letter 1F7a, sigma mu letter 1F72, nu gamma letter 1F70, rho tau epsilon lambda epsilon tau letter 1F70, sigma theta, letter 1F21 mu letter 1Fd6, nu cap alpha tau epsilon delta epsilon iodic psi epsilon, phi omicron nu omega nu tau, letter 1F00 pi epsilon chi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. But the phi omicron nu omicron iota, which are here mentioned, denote the sacrificial slaying of animals, to which the Orphics objected. Horace puts it more clearly when he says, "Sylvester's homines sacer, interpresque diorum cedibus, et victu photo deterrut Orpheus." Orphism, then, stands in the same relation to the Apolline religion of pollution as Christianity does to Judaic religion. It supplements the punishment which angry deities send upon criminals here on earth by a further punishment hereafter. But, considered as modifying factors in the evolution of social law, the Judaic and the Apolline doctrine of pollution are incomparably more important. We have seen that Christianity accepted wergeld in Europe, while Judaism abolished it in Israel. Orphism, as we conceive it, had no effect upon the murder laws of Greece. Plato was, naturally sympathetic towards the Orphic religion. Still, he does not place much trust in merely posthumous punishment for so great a crime as homicide. And hence in his penal code, he falls back on the historical Greek laws which were the offspring of a Pauline religion, because there was no other code available. Thus he says, "Let our prelude include a myth, which many of those who seriously take to heart such matters in the mysteries have heard and believe firmly, namely, that for such persons, i.e. murderers, there is a punishment in Hades, or that it is necessary for them to come back hither to suffer punishment according to nature, by a natural law, to suffer from others what they had done themselves. For him who is persuaded, and who terribly fears such punishment, there is no necessity to frame a law, but for him who is not persuaded let the following law be written thus." Here Plato, as a prelude to his homicide legislation, definitely states that these laws are intended for the general public and not for Orphic votaries. So again he says, "Death is not the extreme punishment. The pains spoken of in regard to such persons, i.e. murderers, in Hades are still more extreme, though they who tell such truths accomplish nothing by way of deterrence, letter 1F00 pi omicron tau rho omicron pi eta, for people of such a character. Otherwise there would never have arisen matricides and impious attacks on parents. Hence the punishments here in this life for such crimes should rival in efficacy those in Hades." Here we see that, despite the Orphic sympathies of Plato, he has to adopt as his legal model the historical Greek murder code, which was mainly derived from the Apolline pollution doctrine. He has to appeal to the religious sanctions of Apollinism, just as in modern society Christian preachers appeal to Judaic doctrines when a more ideal and higher conception of religion fails to deter the shedder of blood. The homicide code of Plato was therefore not affected by Orphic ideas. It was based on the Attic code of DRACON and also on local traditions, or, as Glotz would describe it, la ville jurisprudence des exegetes. Supra, p. 143 ff. Op. Cit. pp. 314-316, p. 324. Eam, p. 93. Supra, p. 174 ff. In Aristoc, 634-5. See Muller Eam, p. 93. In Aristoc, 643-4. Glotz takes this word too literally, op. Cit. p. 311 ff. Supra, p. 178. Laws Roman 9, ch. 9. Supra, pp. 163-173. Laws Roman 9, ch. 9. Zen, mem. I 313, see Muller Eam, p. 94. Supra, p. 163. Plato Laws Roman 9, ch. 8. Supra, p. 8. Supra, p. 146. Supra, p. 108. Supra, p. 143 ff. Supra, p. 196. See Infra, pp. 278, 295, 347. See Infra, p. 291 ff. Laws Roman 9, ch. 9. See Aeschylus Eumenides. See Euripides Orestes, 1645 ff. Infra, p. 352. Ath. Paul 57. In Aristoc, 629-639. Laws Roman 9, chs. 812. In Aristoc, 639. Ib. 629. Ib. 636. Ch. 8. Ch. 12. Supra, p. 161. Infra, p. 240 ff. Tetralogy, I5. Supra, p. 192. Supra, pp. 59-74. Ariup, p5. I28, 10. See Roman 9, 36-4. Dem in Aristoc, 634. Dem in Aristoc, 632. Ib. 629. 528. Laws Roman 9, ch. 11. In Aristoc, 643. Tau letter 1F78. Nu pi rho omicron tau epsilon rho omicron nu, letter 1F1 fork psi epsilon sigma tau iota nu, epsilon letter 1F30, pi omicron nu tau alpha lambda omicron gamma omicron nu, mu epsilon tau alpha sigma tau letter 1F6, nu alpha iota. Roman 8, 117. See Dindorf ad loc. Infra, p. 233 ff. E.g. Smith, dict, GK, ant, SV, phi omicron U omicron sigma, volume Roman 2, p. 385. Supra p9ff. p238, Supra p81. Supra p7. Supra pp. 93 144. Glotz p521. Dem in Timacher. 702, infra p236ff. Demist 149 150. See also Plato Laws Roman 4, ch. 2. p523, ff. Supra p189. E.g. in Aristoc, 644. Infra p225. Against Medias, 528. Ath Paul 47. Roman 8 99. pp. 516 539. On the murder of Eratosthenes, 50. Ariop pp. 112 125. At Proc, 1st ed., p. 307. Op. Cit., p. 517. p. 578. I2. Op. Cit., p. 316. Supra, p. 175. pp. 319 ff. 377. Supra, p. 173 ff. Laws Roman 9, ch. 11. Infra, p. 231. See Supra, p. 106 ff. In Timacher, 702, infra, p. 232. See Smith, dict, GK, ant, volume Roman 2, p. 386. 94. In Aristoc, 632. Laws Roman 9, ch. 11. See Canon, 1264 20. Ath Pauls 39. 75 416, 600, 770. 1294, 1300. 485. 340, 810. 280, 1020. Supra, p. 194. Op. Cit. pp. 443, 612 ff. 1264, Rysg. Cf. Phrase capitao epsilon iota nu omega nu, letter 1 f22, letter 1 f10, pi iota chi, epsilon iota rho, letter 1 ff6, nu in law of Solon re tyrannicide, andoc. Demist, 98. Lysias C. Simon, 42. Plato Laws Roman 9, ch. 14, Andocides Demist, 94. Plato Laws Roman 9, ch. 13, Dem C. Canon, 1262. GK Const. Ant. p. 380. p. 308. p. 307. pp. 308 309. p. 306. p. 312. Supra, p. 214. pp. 317, 322. Supra pp. 60 76. Ancient Law, p. 217. Supra, p. 82. Thuc, I2. C. E.g. Joshua Roman 20, 19. C. Infra, p. 406. C. Infra, p. 411. Andromache, 1095 1200. Supra, p. 143 ff. Infra, p. 263 ff. C. Agorat, 135 56. Lambda alpha beta omicron u tau epsilon sigma, letter 1 f10 nu, delta iota, kappa alpha, sigma tau, eta rho iota, letter 1 ff3, letter 1 f61 sigma, letter 1 f00 nu delta rho omicron phi omicron nu, letter 1 f44 nu tau alpha. Laws Roman 9, ch. 11. Ib ch. 12. Pi alpha rho alpha pi rho epsilon sigma beta, 181 2. p. 309. In Timacher, 702. Infra, p. 260. p. 438. In Aristoc, 642, 25 643. In Aristoc, 643. Ib. 632 20. Orestes 497 ff. Supra, p. 62. Supra, p. 181. Op. Cit. p. 321. Ib. p. 322. Ib. p. 235. Supra, p. 174 ff. Laws Roman 9, ch. 12. Ib. ch. 9. Op. Cit. p. 323. See Art. in Derenberg and Saglio, p. 441. Dem in Androtion, 593, in Timok, 702. Op. Cit. p. 442, Sic. Pro Ratio Amico, Roman 25, 70. I-26. Roman 2, 41. Livy, Roman 3, 48. Glotz Op. Cit. p. 350. Supra, p. 84 ff. Laws, Roman 9, ch. 15. In Timok, 702, in Androtion, 593. Laws, Roman 9, ch. 12. Ib. ch. 14. Ib. ch. 15. cf. Andicides demissed. 74. Letter 1F04 tau iota mu omicron iota, letter 1F26 sigma alpha nu, tau letter 1F70 sigma omega mu alpha tau alpha, tau letter 1F70 delta letter 1F72, chi rho eta mu alpha tau alpha, epsilon letter 1F36, chi omicron nu. Cthium nest, 116, 78. Roman 8, 117. Supra, p. 218. 4c. 2a3e. Supra, p. 9. Laws, Roman 9, ch. 12. 1270 trans a way, cf. 1339 also her. Furens, 1280, 1325. C. Ur, Alcestis, 534. Orestes, 497 ff. C. Simon, 42. Supra, p. 225. Laws, Roman 9, ch. 14, cf. Andicides demissed, 7475. Laws, Roman 9, ch. 9. Supra, p. 164 ff. C. Glotz Op. Cit. pp. 537, 594, and contrast p. 234. Phaedo Introduction, p. Roman 44. p. 594. C. Smith Dict, G.K., Ant as v. Eleusinian, Volume IP 722, Isocrates, Panger, 42. Plato, Phaedo, 113 E114, Laws, Roman 9, ch. 17. Frogs, 1032. Harrison, Proleg, p. 470, Pausanias, Roman 9, 30. Ars Poetica, 391. Supra, p. 9 ff. Supra, pp. 3, 140. Laws, Roman 9, ch. 10. Op. Cit. ch. 17. p. 234. DRACON and the EPHETAE. Was it then DRACON who established the EPHETAE courts, as Solon established the Heliastic courts? Gilbert finds it difficult to decide this question. Whether DRACON himself, he says, introduced or merely codified, in accordance with customs already existing, the system by which murder cases were tried at Athens, and which, even measured by the standard of today, is tolerably complete, can as little be decided with certainty as can the question whether he was the founder of the 5 different courts, at which in later times the trial was held according to the nature of the case. Yet a few lines previously Gilbert decides the latter question in the affirmative. DRACON, he says, transferred the judicial powers which the Areopagus had previously possessed to 2 new bodies which he created, the EPHETAE and the Prytanes. This question, for many scholars, has turned on the interpretation of a passage in Pollux, who wrote 800 years after the event. Pollux says of the EPHETAE that they were 51 in number, and that DRACON established them, chosen on grounds of birth. They were the judges of those accused of bloodshed in the 5 courts. It was Solon who established in addition the Council of the Areopagus. Philippi was the first to question the value of this evidence. As the phrase, chosen on grounds of birth, occurs in a law of DRACON which mentioned the EPHETAE, Philippi thinks that Pollux is arguing from a false interpretation of that law, suggested by a false reading tau omicron upsilon tau omicron iota sigma for tau omicron upsilon sigma in the law as quoted by Demosthenes. As the verb alpha, letter 1F31 rho epsilon iota sigma theta omega, nu may have a middle or a passive meaning. The sentence tau omicron iota sigma delta. Omicron letter 1F31, pi epsilon u tau eta kappa omicron u tau alpha, kappa alpha letter 1F76, epsilon letter 1F36, sigma letter 1F00, rho iota sigma tau iota nu delta eta nu alpha letter 1F31, rho epsilon iota sigma theta omega, nu may be translated, for these i.e. the fraters, let the 51 be chosen according to birth. Instead of these fraters, tau omicron upsilon sigma, let the 51 choose according to birth. But the Demosthenic citation of the law contains a reference 2 lines earlier to an existing body of 51 judges of the plea of involuntary homicide, and therefore, the reading tau omicron iota sigma is obviously false. Gilbert says that this supposition of Philippi is possible but not necessary. But it seems obvious from the law, as cited, that the supposition is fanciful and impossible. Yet we hold that Pollux was in error in asserting that DRACON instituted the EPHETAE. The reason for the error has been correctly indicated by Muller. This title EPHETAE, he says, occurred so frequently in DRACON's laws that it gave rise to the opinion which we find in Pollux that DRACON instituted the College of the EPHETAE. We may add that in the laws of DRACON there is no suggestion of the creation of homicide judges or of homicide courts. Their existence is presumed, just as clearly as the distinction between grades of homicide guilt and the details of the various penalties are presumed. DRACON, in our view, merely codified existing laws in relation to homicide and allotted the trials of the different kinds of homicide to the tribe kings, on the one hand, and to the 51 EPHETAE on the other. This conclusion will be confirmed by a consideration of the meaning of the word EPHETAE. Muller rightly points out that the ending tau eta sigma normally has an active signification. The word letter 1F10 phi epsilon tau eta sigma, we will assume for the moment that the plural form letter 1F10 phi epsilon tau alpha iota had a corresponding singular form, should not, says Muller, denote a person appealed to, but rather a person who permits an avenger to punish. Muller thus connects the word with the verb letter 1F10 phi iota edem iota, I permit, rather than with the term letter 1F14 phi epsilon sigma iota sigma, meaning appeal. Scammon and Gilbert also connect the word with letter 1F10 phi iota edem iota, but interpret the verb as an archaic form, which means I direct persons as to the manner in which the accused should be punished or proceeded against. The EPHETAE, according to this view, are the directors or the determining arbiters of prosecution or vengeance. Philippi points out that this opinion gives to the term too wide and general a meaning. We agree with this criticism. Any judge or group of judges could have been called EPHETAE, according to this view. Why then, we may ask, did not DRACON call these judges by the ordinary title of homicide judges, namely, dicasts, delta iota cap alpha sigma tau alpha iota? Such was the usual title of the democratic Heliastic judges. Lange, who at a later period came to favor the Scammon Gilbert view, originally proposed that the term EPHETAE was an abbreviated clause, that the words omicron letter 1F31, letter 1F10 phi epsilon tau alpha iota are derived from the phrase omicron letter 1F31, letter 1F10, pi letter 1F76, tau omicron letter 1FD6, sigma letter 1F14 tau alpha iota sigma, letter 1F44 nu tau epsilon sigma, i.e., those who presided over the citizens of full right, the foremen or heads of the old aristocracy of tribal Attica. Philippi favors the original theory of Lange, which is, he says, so excellent from a linguistic point of view that I am entirely satisfied. Philippi points out that, according to this view, the EPHETAE are the Athenian counterpart of the Spartan Gerousia, and that therefore we can understand their selection on grounds of birth. Glotz also adopts this interpretation. He speaks of les ephetes o chefs d tau alpha iota. Now, the Homeric word letter 1F14 tau alpha iota may mean either cousins or comrades. It was a word which could denote, in Pelasgian life, members of the same clan or of the same phratry. The chiefs of the phratries were therefore nobles, closely connected with the kings of the tribes. It is therefore significant that the only homicide judges who are mentioned in the draconian inscription of 498 are the kings and the EPHETAE. Pollux assures us that, in the time of DRACON, the EPHETAE sat in all the 5 great homicide courts. They therefore sat on the Areopagus at that time, and also in the Prytaneum. In the time of Aristotle, the judges at the Prytaneum court were the tribe kings and the king archon. The EPHETAE continued to sit at the Delphinium, the Palladium, and the Phredo courts. These facts suggest, prima facie, a survival in the democratic era of the judicial power of the old nobility of birth. Pollux states that the tribe kings were EPHETAE, which implies that they were members of the old Attic nobility. The EPHETAE, he says, were chosen on grounds of birth, a fact which proves, as Gilbert points out, that they also were EPHETAE. Aristotle says that before DRACON, the highest magistrates were elected from the ranks of the aristocrats and the oligarchs, and that these magistrates were the final judges of the suits that came before them, not, as in his own time, the preliminary investigators. Is it not obvious, therefore, that we must interpret the evolution of Attic homicide courts as a gradual encroachment on the part of the new plutocracy and the new democracy upon the domain which at one time was administered exclusively by the sacerdotal aristocracy of birth? According to this view, the EPHETAE and the tribe kings, who once sat in all the great Attic courts and who were never suppressed, though they certainly were submerged in the classical period of Greek history, were the lineal descendants of the tribal elders of Pelasgian days, whom Homer describes as sitting on smooth stones in a sacred circle, with scepters in their hands. According to this hypothesis, DRACON did not create the Athenian EPHETAE. He did not even establish them in the role of homicide judges, for such they had been from time immemorial in the local judicature of tribal society. And such they must also have been in the centralized civic judicature, which before DRACON, though perhaps not long before him, had evolved under the twofold influence of political synocism and the religious doctrine of homicide as a pollution. The exegetii and the number 51. We have frequently referred to the EPHETAE in connection with the exegetii or interpreters, and we have described both these groups as a sacerdotal nobility. We must now attempt to explain this connection, and, incidentally, discuss the origin of the curiously constant number, 51, which is usually associated with the EPHETAE. According to Suidas, the exegetii or interpreters were appointed or controlled by the oracle at Delphi, and they were 3 in number. Pollux defines the exegetii as those who gave information regarding omens and other sacred matters. But the tribe kings, as Pollux states, were also concerned with sacred matters, and so, therefore, probably, were the EPHETAE. Now Demosthenes does not mention the number 3 in connection with the exegetii. Neither does Plato. Plutarch states that the EPHETAE of Athens were the exegetii of sacred law. This statement implies that the exegetii were a widespread caste rather than a group of 3 individuals. Similarly, Lysias refers to the eumolpidi of Eleusis as the exegetii of unwritten customs. Taking it for granted that the Athenian interpreters were 3 in number, Gilbert and Scammon explain the number 51, which is applied by DRACON to the EPHETAE, as composed of 48 EPHETAE, elected by the 4 Ionian tribes of Attica, 12 from each tribe, and of 3 exegetii. According to this view, there was in DRACON's time no distinction between the exegetii as interpreters and the exegetii as homicide judges. Muller, however, thinks that the 3 exegetii were not judges, but only purifiers, and he explains the number 51 as a clisthenic or post-clisthenic figure, made up of, say, 5 members from each of the 10 clisthenic tribes and 1 additional judge who was presumably the king archon. But we may point out, the number 51 occurs in the actual, unrestored, draconian inscription of the year 498 BC, and it is improbable that any changes were made in the law in the time of Cleisthenes. Plato says that the interpreters, in his ideal state, should be elected annually 1 from each tribe. It is therefore better, we think, to abandon the hypothesis that the exegetii were at all times 3 in number. Suidas is a very late authority for this number, and he may be referring merely to the chief members of a group. But how, then, do we explain the fact that the number of the EPHETAE was invariably 51? It is, we think, very possible to suppose that in early times the 3 most important archons were EPHETAE, who acted in conjunction with the other EPHETAE, who were therefore 48 in number, and that the number 48 was made up of the 4 tribe kings and of 44 nobles elected by the 4 Ionian Attic tribes, 11 from each tribe. Aristotle assures us that the 3 archons in the 7th century were nobles, and that they were final judges, not mere investigators. It is not necessary to assume that in later times the EPHETAE always sat together as a body of 51 judges. Sometimes they may have adjudicated as a single group, but more frequently they were divided into sections which sat in different courts. The presence of the king archon and the tribe kings at the Prytaneum suggests perhaps a previous condition of things in which these officials sat with the entire EPHETAE body in the more important homicide courts. We prefer, therefore, to suppose that the EPHETAE and the exegetae were for a long time identical. They were both members of a sacerdotal nobility of birth, which preserved the oral traditions of tribal law and expounded these traditions. As these nobles normally supervised the ritual of public sacrifices, they naturally also, after the advent of the pollution doctrine, acquired control of the ceremonial of homicide purgation. Thus, Muller says, the purification of the bloodshedder came under the sacred law of Athens, which remained in the hands of the old nobility even after they had lost their political authority. The number 3 applied, apparently, in Muller's view, to the 3 chief purifiers or supervisors of the rite of purgation, though Muller is not quite explicit on this matter. But we cannot suppose that this figure limited the number of purifiers at any time. Solon and the Areopagus. In regard to the question of the Solonian origin of the Areopagus, Gilbert, arguing from Aristotle's account, holds that the Council of the Areopagus was in existence even before Dracon's time. The great powers, he says, which the Council of the Areopagus possessed in the government before Dracon were considerably curtailed by him, for whereas the Areopagus before Dracon exercised judicial functions. So long as Dracon's constitution lasted, that council was merely the guardian of the laws and superintended the magistrates. Dracon transferred the judicial powers, which the Areopagus previously possessed, to the EPHETAE and the Prytanes. This account exceeds, we think, the limits of legitimate inference from the text of Aristotle. We cannot even be sure that the text of Aristotle is trustworthy. The Athenians did not possess any accurate evidence in regard to their early institutions. Muller rejects the view, which is also held by Scaman, that Dracon interfered with the judicial functions of the Areopagus. Pollux states definitely that Solon added the council of the Areopagus to the already existing EPHETAE courts. Gilbert regards this statement as a confirmation of his theory that Dracon created the jurisdiction of the EPHETAE. We think it is rather a refutation of it. Plutarch apparently did not believe that an Areopagus court, as distinct from the EPHETAE, existed before Solon's time. For he thinks that a so-called law of Solon which referred to persons condemned by the Areopagus, by the EPHETAE, or in the Prytaneum by the kings, should have read, those condemned for such offenses as now belong to the Areopagites. We believe that there was a council of state which was also a state court, connected with the hill of Ares or Areopagus, in Dracon's time and even before it, but that it was not then distinguished from the EPHETAE who, like the Spartan Gerousia, were the supreme council of the state. When Pollux says that Solon added the council of the Areopagus to the EPHETAE, he is not quite accurate. What he should have said, perhaps what he meant to say, was that Solon established a new Areopagus as distinct from what we may call the older EPHETAE Areopagus, and that he gave to this new body judicial and administrative functions. The error of Gilbert and of Aristotle lies in their failure to distinguish between the personnel of the Old Council and that of the New Council. The Old Council was composed exclusively of the old nobility, that is to say, of the EPHETAE. It was a select group, within the EPHETAE caste, a group, for instance, of nobles who had held executive power. The new council which Solon created was composed of exarchons or ex-magistrates, but the basis on which these archons were chosen was essentially different from that on which the EPHETAE were chosen. For wealth, not birth, was the qualification which was necessary for the office. The motive which induced Solon to establish this new Areopagus council was probably his desire to set up a plutocratic body, surrounded by a halo of sanctity derived from the traditions of the older EPHETAE Areopagus, which would act as a check on the increasing power of a more democratic council, which Aristotle also mentions, namely the Draconian Senate of 400 or 401, which was appointed, by lot, from the ranks of all citizens. It was, we think, this democratic council, or senate, which threatened most seriously the power of the aristocracy. The wide powers of supervision which the EPHETAE Areopagus possessed were, of course, a valuable possession, but with the growth of the Senate, the legislative and executive powers, and perhaps even the judicial powers of the old council of noble elders were endangered. Hence Solon, who was neither a democrat nor an aristocrat, but who was, as we conceive him, a plutocrat, instituted a new plutocratic Areopagus at the expense of the EPHETAE on the one hand and of the draconian Senate on the other. Though he allowed an appellant jurisdiction to the popular heliastic jurors, the normal homicide jurisdiction remained attached to the court of the Areopagus, even though its personnel was now changed, just as in later times it continued attached to the EPHETAE courts when the heliasts acquired the privilege of sitting there. The explanation of this strange fact is to be found in the religious doctrine of homicide as a pollution. In these 5 courts alone, the fact that one of them was now a council does not matter, were homicide trials held at night, in the open air, solemn oaths and imprecations were sworn, and the King Archon sat without his crown. Solon, then, did not create the court of the Areopagus. He merely changed the personnel of the court. The EPHETAE, that is, the nobles, were no longer the judges in that court. According to the literal interpretation of Pollux, we might conclude that there existed in Solon's time 6 Athenian homicide courts. But Pollux must have been well aware that the EPHETAE, including the tribe kings, from Solon's time onwards functioned only at the 4 minor courts, which were known as the Delphinium, the Palladium, the Prytaneum, and the court at Phredo. Why then, we may ask, did Solon select the Areopagus as the court in which the EPHETAE were compelled to give place to plutocratic exarchons, and why was the jurisdiction of that court, now perhaps for the first time, limited to cases of homicide, with malice aforethought? Muller offers a solution of this problem. The administration, he says, of the rites of expiation could not be taken away from the old aristocracy of Athens, even when the constitution underwent in other respects a complete change. None but an aristocratic court was competent to pronounce an act of homicide expiable, and itself to preside over the rites of expiation and cleansing. Accordingly, the cases reserved for the decision of that court were those in which a person was accused of unpremeditated slaying, for here expiation came in after the exile. Further, where the plea put in by the accused was that of justifiable homicide, in this case there was no punishment. But still it was necessary, at least in certain cases, that he should undergo purification. Further, in case an unpremeditated was followed by a premeditated act of homicide, it being then a question whether expiation was admissible or not. Lastly, the formalities observed in trials of the weapon by which blood was shed necessarily devolved upon the managers of the ancient rites of expiation, as willful murder, on the contrary, could not be expiated. There was no need in this case to refer to expositors of ancient sacred law, so that Solon was at liberty here to vest the cognizance of such cases in a corporate body which he formed out of the most affluent Athenian citizens who had filled the offices of archon. This hypothesis is very ingenious. We have little doubt that there is a large substratum of correctness in its underlying principle, namely the association of the old nobility with purgation rites. But surely the court of Phredo was not based on the probability that purgation would have followed the trial. Again, the Palladium frequently tried cases of willful murder between metics and between foreigners. These murderers could never have been purged at Athens, since the deed was committed there. Moreover, all these EPHETAE courts, except the Prytaneum, could in all probability have brought in a verdict of willful murder, just as the Areopagus could have acquitted the defendant and admitted him therefore to some kind of purgation at the shrine of the Semnithae. Furthermore, Muller is not quite consistent with himself in associating purgation exclusively with judges as in this quotation, and in maintaining elsewhere that the 3 exegeti who supervised those rites were not judges at all. By his own reasoning, therefore, he would be compelled to admit that the exegeti could have cleansed the accused after acquittal in any court. Again, he holds that in early Attica there was no discrimination between murder and manslaughter, and that the same courts originally tried all these different pleas. But yet he maintains that a certain distribution of functions, which was based on this discrimination, had already taken place in the time of Solon. We believe that a discrimination between different degrees of homicide guilt was recognized in early tribal Attica, and that in the 7th century BC, when a compromise took place between what we may call Apollinism and tribalism, the Apolline religion was compelled by tribal aristocracy to define the kinds of homicide to which purgation could be applied. Moreover, the detailed formulae and ritual of purgation were confided as a secret and sacred trust to this aristocracy. But even within an exclusive nobility, there must eventually arise a division of labor. The same nobles who judged a suit might also be appealed to for purgation, and hence they probably found it more convenient to delegate the latter duty to one particular family or clan. Most especially would the EPHETAE of the Areopagus, who in those days held in their hands the reins of civic government, have found it difficult to discharge at once the various duties of a council of state, of homicide judges, and of purgation priests. Hence, therefore, we may assume that the EPHETAE Areopagus limited its activities as a homicide court and confined itself to charges of willful murder, of plots to kill, and perhaps also of arson between the citizens, who were, originally, the nobles, not merely because of the necessity for a division of labor, but also because the Areopagus court was the supreme council of the state. To the other courts, therefore, fell the duty of trying minor homicide cases, and such cases as were more likely to require purgation. Thus, willful murder between foreigners was comparatively a minor issue and was no longer tried by the Areopagus. Such cases were relegated to the Palladium court, perhaps because it lay outside the city. Again, charges of murder which were brought against a person already convicted of manslaughter were naturally tried at Frido, as such a slayer was not permitted to land in Attica. It was in some such way as this, we think, that a traditional custom had grown up in regard to the distribution of homicide pleas among different courts in the time of DRACON and of Solon. Solon made the Areopagus the basis for a reform which was directed against the old nobility, partly because it was feasible to introduce innovations into this court with the least possible interference with existing religious traditions, but even more so because the EPHETAE Areopagus was the keystone of the fabric of aristocratic power. Here, despite the advancing influence of the Senate of 400, with its increasing executive and administrative powers, the old nobility retained the strongest outpost of authority in a court which, amidst other privileges, possessed the right of final decision in matters of life and death. This right of final decision was not a privilege of the new Solonian Areopagus. It was transferred to the popular Heliastic courts. The innovations of Pericles and EPHETAE in 460 BC reduced the Areopagus almost to the level of a simple homicide court. Yet its personnel, which was composed of exarchons, enabled it as a judicial body to command general respect. But it was, nevertheless, the traditions and the religious procedure of the court which lifted it above the level of the crush and the triangle. This theory, which we have propounded, of the origin and evolution of the Areopagus is in perfect harmony with the statement of Demosthenes that neither tyranny nor oligarchy nor democracy have ventured to deprive this tribunal of its jurisdiction in murder. But Gilbert's theory of draconian interference with the judicial powers of the Areopagus is not consistent with this statement. The opinion of Pollux and of Plutarch that there was no Areopagus court before the time of Solon contains at least an important element of truth, since it may be taken to imply that the Areopagus of historical times, the personnel of which was composed of exarchons, did not exist before the time of Solon. The pre-Solonian Areopagus was not, in our opinion, really distinguishable from the EPHETAE. Hence, there is a sense in which the statement of Pollux is true, that in Solon's time, the EPHETAE sat in the 5 murder courts. We have now sufficiently indicated the methods and laws of Greek blood vengeance in the post-Homeric epoch and in historical times. We may, therefore, proceed to examine, and, if possible, to explain the problems of blood vengeance which are presented by Attic tragedy. In our account of Homeric homicide, we found it necessary to distinguish between a military-dominant Achaean caste on the one hand and a subject Pelasgian tribal people on the other. In our exposition of post-Homeric and historical developments, we found it indispensable to distinguish the post-Achaean and Hesiodic periods from the Pollution era, and to regard the final evolution of historical Greek murder law as a resultant compromise between divergent forces. When we turn to the legends, which are given by the Attic tragedians, we must be prepared to consider the operation of several distinct alternative factors in the creation of these legends. Some legends are presented to us in a form which seems quite consistent with the period to which they refer, either because they came down comparatively unadulterated through the ages, or because the dramatist consciously and correctly archaized. Other legends, however, become so adulterated in course of time that they are difficult to analyze and their evidential value is very small. Again, different myths about the same event assumed, in different places and at various times, forms which were legally, at least, incompatible. It was open to the dramatists to make a selection from amongst the most suitable varieties of the legend, but they naturally aimed at consistency in characterization, rather than at harmony in their legal conceptions. As a result of the variety of inconsistent legends, it was obviously impossible for those dramatists to fulfill the maxim of Horace. Denixit quidvis, simplex dumptixat et unum. Footnotes. See Supra, p. 80 ff. Supra, p. 81. Supra, pp. 93, 144. Eam, 688. Op. Cit, pp. 282-3, but see leaf ill, Roman 14, 485 n. I-28. Eam, 420. Supra, pp. 72, 185 f. In Aristoc, 641-25. Eam, 685. Ib, 688. If Tor, 960-1420, Electra 1260. I-28, Pollux Roman 8, 119 makes Aegeus the founder. Pausanias, I-22-28. Il Roman 9, 632. In Aristoc, 644-20. See Muller Eam, p. 141. Roman 8, 119. I-28. Supra, p. 215. See Infra, p. 254. I-24. I-28. Glotz Op. Cit. pp. 178-9. See also Herodotus, I-132, 140 Roman 2, 41-42-54. Supra, p. 108. Infra, pp. 250-256 f. Paus, I-28, see Soph, Ajax 1020. See Muller Eam, p. 134 and Sandy's note, Aristotle Ath, Paul p. 228. Roman 8, 117-120. In Aristoc, 627-20. Locke, Cit. I-28. Infra, p. 250. Roman 8, 121-122. I-28, see also Aristotle Ath, Paul, 63. Ath, Paul, 52. In Aristoc, 647, Infra, p. 257 ff. Aristotle Locke, Cit. Op. Cit, p. 14 ff. De Hierodes Kede, 130-139. Ath, Paul, 57. Post-translation, homicide by wounding, is obviously incorrect. See also Pollux Roman 7, 90. Supra, p. 225. Op. Cit, pp. 443-612 ff. See Canon, 1264-20. Supra, p. 248. Arist Ath, Paul, 25-27. Op. Cit, 26. Op. Cit, 63. See Post's translation of Ath, Paul, p. 114. Roman 8, 125. Pollux Roman 8, 90. In Aristoc, 641, 18642. Supra, p. 244. De Hierodes Kede, 130, 139. See Theomnest, 117-11. Roman 8, 117. See Paus, I-28 trans Shalito. Duher, Kede, 130-139. Dem. Op. Cit. 643-20. Infra, p. 273. Pausanias, I-28. Dem. Op. Cit. 644-15. Supra, pp. 195-215 f. Op. Cit. p. 616 ff. Demost in Aristoc, 644-20. Demosthenes Locke, Cit. See also Europe, Orestes 1650. Eam 490. Laws Roman 9, ch. 9. Dem. Op. Cit. 645-15. Supra, p. 250. Supra, p. 201. Dem. Op. Cit. 645-25-646-15. See Supra, p. 177 ff. Supra, p. 213. Laws Roman 9, ch. 8. Op. Cit. 646, 25647, 7. Supra. p. 249. Ath. Paul 52. Op. Cit. p. 428. Dem. in Aristoc. 629. Roman 8, 121. Roman 8, 40. Areopag. 156, 7. Op. Cit. p. 373. Art. in Dernberg and Saglio, SV. Phi Omicron U Omicron Sigma, p. 440. See Supra, pp. 147, 182, 237. Plato, Eusifro 2a, 3e. See Werg et Nazib, 1161, Supra, p. 182. In Timok, 702, in Androtion, 593, Supra, pp. 181, 232, 236. In Aristoc, 646, 647. Roman 8, 121. Ath. Paul 52. Ariop, pp. 156, 7. De Mist 29. See Andoc 104.10. Supra, pp. 81 ff. 91 ff. Supra, pp. 93 f. 112. GCA, Eng, trans, p. 124. Ib, p. 123. Roman 8, 125. Areopag, p. 139. In Macart, 1069. Op. Cit. p. 124. Eam, p. 138. Locke, Cit. Job, FCL, Phil, 1875 I 196. Locke, Cit. Areop, p. 213. De F. Athen, Nomin. Areopag, p. 213. Op. Cit. p. 313. Roman 8, 125. Ath. Paul 57 LL 3031. Ib 57 L 24. Roman 8, 111. Roman 8, 125. Op. Cit. p. 124. Ath. Paul's 3. Il Roman 18, 500 ff. Supra, p. 192. SV, letter 1 F10 Xaida Gameta Tau Alpha Iota. Roman 8, 124. Roman 8, 111. Theseus, 25. See Andoc, 104.10. Op. Cit. pp. 124, 387. Eam, p. 152. Ib, p. 148. Supra, p. 193. Laws Roman 6, ch. 7. Ath. Paul's 3. Ib, ch. 57. Infra, p. 273. Eam, p. 135. Ib, p. 153. Op. Cit. p. 122. Ath. Paul, 348, 25, 27, 57. Eam, p. 137. See Gilbert Op. Cit. pp. 123 4. Roman 8, 125. Solon 19. Ath. Paul 4.8. Ib. ch. 9. Eam, pp. 135 136. Eam, p. 135. Ib. p. 153. Ib. p. 135. See Supra, p. 254. Aristotle Ath. Paul, 25 27. In Aristoc, 642. Op. Cit. p. 122 ff. Roman 8, 125. Solon 19. Pollux Roman 8, 125. Ars Poetica 23. Book 3. Poine and Attic Tragedy. Chapter 1. Aeschylus. The ruthless hand of callous fortune has robbed the world and civilization of all save 7 of the dramatic works of Aeschylus, the first and perhaps the greatest of European tragedians. Of these 7 extant plays, there are only 3 which directly and formally present any problems of blood vengeance. These 3 plays are concerned with a single theme, the murder of Agamemnon, king of Argos, by his wife Clytemnestra, and by her paramour Aegisthus, and the subsequent vengeance of Orestes. In the remaining plays, if one excludes the Persians, one finds occasional and incidental references to bloodshed, which require and will receive from us only a brief discussion. It is the ORESTES trilogy, which is our first and chief concern. Horace mentions the following maxim as one of the canons of ancient dramatic art. Aut famam sequer, aut sibi convenientia fin. Either follow tradition or create new themes which are congruous and consistent. Now these alternatives are not necessarily mutually exclusive unless the tradition is rigidly stereotyped. A considerable scope for inventive genius and dramatic skill was provided by such legends as those which centered around Orestes. We are convinced that there existed quite a number of variants in the story of Orestes. First of all, there was the original Homeric story, to which we have already referred. In this account, Orestes slew his mother and Aegisthus in strict accordance with the Achaean system of vendetta. His act was not murder, but just revenge. There is no suggestion of an ancestral curse, of an indefinite series of murders continuing from generation to generation. Blood has been shed, blood is avenged by blood. It was the Achaean principle, whether for strangers or for kinsmen. There is no trace of divine interference or of social justice. Apollo has no place or part in the story. There is no trial or official execution. We cannot discover even the element of psychological conflict. The Achaeans were soldiers, trained in the stern school of war. Neither emotion nor family religion stood between passion and its satisfaction. But the legend or legends which are found in Aeschylus present very obvious and important points of difference. Are we to suppose that Aeschylus was not aware of any other tradition save that which Homer gives, that all the non-Homeric elements in the Aeschylean account are Aeschylus' own invention, and that in this invention he was guided by the laws and the atmosphere of his own time? This is not our view of the matter. The Homeric legend, in our opinion, had a long and varied career before Aeschylus was born. It came down through many centuries, reflecting, as it came, many different atmospheres and assimilating many different points of view, as it took shape in various localities. Thus there was, we maintain, an Arcadian legend which told how Orestes came as an exile, a murder exile, to Azania and to the town called Orestium, and how he died there as the result of snakebite. It is impossible to reconcile this version of the story with another which represented him as having married Hermione and as having reigned as king of Sparta, and with another story of his reign as king of Argos. Again, we shall see that there probably was an Argive legend, which mentioned a trial of Orestes at Argos at which he was condemned to death. From a legal point of view, this is the most important variant of the Homeric saga. Euripides gives it due prominence in the Orestes, but Aeschylus and Sophocles ignore it altogether. Again, in what we conceive to have been the Attic forms of the legend, there must have been at least two variations. In our analysis of the Attic law concerning justifiable homicide, we pointed out that at one point the conception of homicide as justifiable may be very closely related to the conception of homicide as extenuated. The short duration of the exile penalty in cases of manslaughter or of slaying in a passion, when the act is forgiven, indicates a very slight legal difference between these two standpoints. Yet they cannot, of course, be regarded as identical, and they cannot even be fused or blended without a considerable indifference to consistency. In the transition from the Homeric age to historical times, it was inevitable that Apollo, the champion and founder of the pollution doctrine and of homicide purgation rites in Greek lands, should have been drawn into the story. He is ignored, as we shall see later in the Argive legend of Orestes, but he is found in all the other variants, yet his role is not simple and definite. He purges Orestes certainly, but what was the nature of the guilt which he has purged? Was the act of Orestes justifiable or extenuated? In Homer, the act was justifiable from the Achaean standpoint, but the legend makers of the pollution era could not accept that solution. For them, the immunity of Orestes could only be explained by the direct intervention of Apollo in advance. But this intervention was at one stage conceived as a complete justification, at another as a mere extenuation of the vengeance of Orestes. We shall find traces of both these conceptions in Aeschylus. In Sophocles, the conception of Orestes, act as justifiable matricide, is predominant. In Euripides, it does not appear at all. The interpretation of Orestes, act as extenuated matricide, does indeed appear in Euripides, but it is subordinated to another viewpoint which is quite incompatible with this, namely, the viewpoint of the Argive legend which ignores Apollo and regards Orestes as a common matricide who is worthy only of death. one or two other minor variations may be traced in the Orestian legends. Thus, we read of a sentence which is very suggestive of perpetual exile in the Electra of Euripides, while in other plays, there is a reference to the penalty of exile for the duration of a single year, a penalty which is elsewhere extended by a decree of Apollo so as to permit Orestes to embark upon a second expedition, this time to the Tauric Chersonese. Again, the story which was invented to explain the Athenian pitcher feast, and which is mentioned in the Iphigenia Taurica of Euripides, is quite inconsistent with the Aeschylean legends. For in the former case, Orestes was represented as polluted when he came to Attica, while in the latter he is said to have been already purged. The legal aspect of the Oresteia is further complicated by what we may term archaic assumptions. We hope to show presently that the Attic legends of Orestes would have been legally unintelligible if the Athenian legend makers had not assumed that Orestes came to Athens as an exile after he had slain his mother, and not, as Homer said, before. Again, if they had not assumed that the Areopagus court, which in historical times did not normally judge cases of homicide between strangers, did judge such cases in early times, and that its verdict of acquittal, which was ordinarily a proof of the innocence of the accused, could at one time have been applied to a person who admitted the fact but pleaded justification, the legal analysis of this legend would have been impossible. We have seen that before Solon, the Areopagus court adjudicated in all kinds of homicide cases. The attribution of such functions to the Areopagus by Attic legend is therefore an archaism, even though it is an historical archaism. We cannot be certain whether the archaism was transmitted from the 6th century onwards, or whether it was invented by later minds by a process which is described as conscious archaizing. Again, according to the legend which conceived Orestes act as extenuated matricide, he had already served a period of exile before he reached Athens. In this account, therefore, the Areopagus merely decreed him immune from further penalties. But such a decree was never associated with the historical Areopagus. Thus, it is clear that the Orestian legends sometimes contain unhistorical archaisms. We must now consider in detail the Aeschylean presentation of the story. The Agamemnon. The outstanding event of the Agamemnon drama, the pivot upon which the plot revolves, and the catastrophe which gives it meaning, is the brutal murder by Clytemnestra of her husband, Agamemnon, king of Argos, after his triumphant return from Troy. In this play, Aeschylus follows in the main the Homeric story, but there are one or two non-Homeric features which must be indicated. In the gloomy chants of the chorus, in their veiled fears of coming danger, one finds something more than the echoes of a political conspiracy. One finds the unmistakable influence of the creed of the ancestral curse. Are we to suppose that Aeschylus invented this non-Homeric doctrine, which, in his own day, was a creed outworn? Such a supposition is improbable, for we know from Stesichorus that this doctrine had already in the 6th century been incorporated in the legend. We have already attributed the flowerwood of this doctrine to the post-Homeric age of chaos. Such beliefs survive in dogma and in ritual long after men have ceased to adhere to them. In Aeschylus, the ancestral curse began with the famous Feast of Thyestes, but Euripides attributes its origin to the murder of Myrtilus. The Erinyes of the children who were brutally slain by their kinsman Atreus continued to pursue the children of the slayer. Hence, in this play Cassandra, the prophetess, cries out on her arrival at Argos, "Yea, there, here's evidence enough smell? Nay, I see, I hear them. Little children whose throats are cut, still wailing of their murder, and the roast flesh of father tasted, swallowed." Again, "See the beginning of sorrows. What are these, what dream-like forms kneel on yon roof? Young boys as they'd been slain by those who should have loved them, holding a burden piteous to be borne, gobbets of flesh, their very own, their entrails clearly discernible, the heart, the liver, of which their father ate." In these lines we can hear the rumblings of the coming storm. When the storm has passed, when the curse has found its mark, Clytemnestra echoes the same sentiment, thus representing herself as the divine instrument of an avenging justice. She says to the chorus, "Ye proclaim it my deed. Yet beware! 'Tis the spirit of vengeance awaking from sleep for the banquet of Atreus of old to Thyestes cruelly given, putting on the resemblance of her that was queen to the dead, that hath visited all upon him, and hath sternly repaid a grown victim for little ones slain. A second important point of difference between the Homeric story and that of the Agamemnon is the reference in the latter story to the sacrifice of EPHETAE, the daughter of Agamemnon, at the hands of her father at Aulis, and the interpretation of this act, by Clytemnestra, as a justification for the death which she inflicted on Agamemnon. It would take us too far afield if we attempted to explain, at this stage, the origin of the story of the sacrifice of EPHETAE. England gives an excellent account of this difficult problem in his edition of the Iphigenia Taurica of Euripides, and we shall recur to this topic when we come to deal with that play. The following points, however, may here be briefly indicated. 1. The sacrifice of the daughter of Agamemnon to Artemis at Aulis would certainly have been referred to by Homer if it had been an historical fact, or even if the poet had heard a rumor of such a strange event. 2. This sacrifice, which is used as a plea by Clytemnestra, and which is a well-established element in the Orestean legends of Attic tragedy, could hardly have been the invention of Aeschylus, for it tends to diminish the guilt of the villains of the drama, Clytemnestra, and Aegisthus, and it is far too complex a story to be attributed to the invention of a single mind. The confusion of the Homeric word Iphianassa with Iphigenia, which was merely a cultus epithet of the goddess Artemis, the invention of a mock-human sacrifice at Aulis, which was suggested by a sham rite of human sacrifice at a temple of Artemis in the Attic coast town of Hale, and the translation of Iphigenia to a Tauric temple of Artemis, where Orestes was said to have interviewed his sister. All these facts suggest, we think, the ecclesiastical origin of the story. 3. The doctrine of the ancestral curse would not have mediated the identification of Iphigenia with Iphianassa. According to this doctrine, the death of Agamemnon was a natural result of the curse of Thyestes. But the sacrificial death of Iphigenia cannot naturally be connected with such a curse. 4. The Attic legend, which regarded Orestes as justified by Apollo, cannot be supposed to have contributed to the genesis of the Iphigenia story. It is not probable that such a legend, which conceived Clytemnestra as a murderess and an adulteress, would have also presented her as the heroic avenger of an act of sacrificial bloodshed, which was performed in obedience to a divine command. 5. It is probable, therefore, that, although this legend of the sacrifice may have originated independently of the Oresteia, it was in conjunction with a second Attic legend which decreed for Orestes a temporary period of exile, and which depicted a less implacable but persistent pursuit by the as yet unappeased Erinnyes, that the story of the sacrifice of Iphigenia developed and took final shape. For when once a legend has admitted in the hero a degree of guilt, it is so much easier to admit also a degree of excellence in the villain. Hence it is that in Aeschylus, who follows mainly the first of these legends, this plea of Clytemnestra is not presented in a natural or forcible manner. It is only at the end of the play, when the spectators are so fully convinced of the amorous infidelity, the designing malice, the flagrant hypocrisy, and the murderous brutality of this Queen of Argos, that they cannot attach much value to the boastful words which proclaim her love of her children, that she says to the railing critics in the chorus. Prate not of dishonor. Deserving were rather the word. Had he not prepared for his house an encumbrance of woe, let him not loudly plead there below that in paying the price of her death whom a nation deplored, the branch I had reared from his loins, he is slain with iniquitous sword. Men shall reap what they sow. In regard to the penalty which Clytemnestra expects to suffer, the language of Aeschylus is deliberately vague. The chorus say, "Hast thou cut him off? Thou shalt be cut off from the state. Our citizens shall hate thee with firm hate." Clytemnestra interprets these words as a threat of exile. That is your sentence. I must fly the land with public execration on my head. We have seen that an option of exile would have been permitted in such cases in historical Attic law, for husband and wife were not usually akin in blood. But the Achaeans did not recognize the exile penalty in any circumstances. We have said that the penalty of death and private vendetta were the characteristics of Achaean vengeance. They also characterized at various periods the blood feuds of noble or royal families whose conduct was uncontrolled by law. Thus, in 4th century Macedonia, blood vengeance was still of an Achaean or quasi-Achaean type. Pausanias tells how Antipater, the brother of Alexander, ordered the Macedonians to stone to death the queen regent Olympias, and himself poisoned the sons of Alexander. How in turn Alexander called in Demetrius, the son of Antigonus, and succeeded by his help in deposing his brother Antipater and in punishing him for his matricide. Thus Aeschylus, without knowing anything of the different modes of vengeance of the Achaeans and the Pelasgians, was enabled, by the predominance of Achaean vengeance in Homer and the occurrence of quasi-Achaean vengeance in outlying regions, to visualize correctly the Achaean vengeance of Orestes and the Achaean punishment of Clytemnestra. Hence he makes the chorus say, "Oh, that Orestes, if he lives today, might yet return auspiciously to Argos and kill both tyrants in his pride of power." Hence the exile to which Clytemnestra refers is an Achaean flight from death. But the penalty of death was the ultimate aim of Achaean vengeance, and therefore the chorus say, "Robber is robbed, slayer slain, revenge is sure, firm stands while Zeus remains upon his throne, one law, who doeth shall likewise suffer." The Chophoro. In the Chophoro, Orestes slays his mother and her paramour. Two important deviations from the Homeric saga are manifest throughout the play. One, the conception of homicide as a pollution, and two, the command which is given by the Delphian Apollo to Orestes to slay his mother in vengeance for his father's murder. Thus Orestes says, "We shall not fail. Apollo's mighty word will be performed, that bade me stem this peril. High rose that sovereign voice, and clearly spake of stormy curses that should freeze my blood, should I not wreak my father's wrongful death." There is no doubt about the meaning of these words. Apollo, the oracle god of the Delphian Amphictyony, which, as we think, contributed so much to the historical homicide code of Greece, has issued a definite command. It must be obeyed. If it is executed, its execution must be just. No penalties can attach to such avenging, but punishment unthinkable follows failure to avenge. Orestes tells us that he would at least have lost his life if he did not slay his mother. But a real Homeric Achaean would not have suffered for failure to avenge. Was this Aeschylean conception, then, derived from contemporary Attic law? Would an Athenian citizen of historical times have suffered in such circumstances? We have seen that pecuniary, private settlements were actual events, though not, as we think, legal events in historical Athens. In such cases, a relative of the slain would have benefited by failure to prosecute. But we have also shown that in Athens, a relative of a slain person who did not prosecute could be proceeded against on a charge of impiety. And it is probable that, if convicted, he would have been degraded from citizenship and sentenced to perpetual exile. Are we then to suppose that Aeschylus deliberately imported into the Homeric story conceptions, which he borrowed from contemporary Attic law, and that he also imported Apollo as a deus ex machina, whose role it was to propound Athenian law to an Achaean king? This hypothesis is very unsatisfactory. We prefer to believe that the non-Homeric elements in this play had gradually found their way into the legend as it was transmitted down the ages. It is, of course, unfortunate that the legend makers did not remember that Orestes lived at a time when murder was not regarded as a pollution. But in a legend which evolved through a long period of time, it was inevitable that sentiments and customs of a later age should have been attributed, anachronistically, to the people of earlier periods. We have already referred to the anger which it was believed that a slain person felt towards his relatives who did not avenge him, and which contributed to the pollution of delinquent relatives. It is only from this standpoint that we can understand Orestes' reference to the evils that would follow his failure to avenge. The darkling arrow of the dead that flies from kindred souls abominably slain, and madness and vain terror of the mind should harass and unman me till the state should drive me forth, with brands upon my body. So vexed, so banished, I should have no share of wine or dear libation, but unseen my father's wrath should drive me from all altars. None should receive me. None should dwell with me, and my long friendless life, bereft of honors, should shrivel down to darkness and decay. The reference to the state in this quotation is noteworthy. In such a reference we find ourselves very far removed from the Homeric saga and the days of private vengeance. The brand or stigma which is mentioned is that civic degradation which is known as letter 1F04 tau O, iota alpha. We cannot suppose that these actual words were recorded in the legend which Aeschylus follows. The statement is much too long for a real oracle. Did Aeschylus then derive this sentiment from contemporary Attic life? We have seen that the pollution doctrine was closely associated, in Greece, with the interference of the state in matters of homicide. It follows that the importation of this doctrine into the Orestian legend would have naturally introduced, also, the conception of Orestes as a state criminal, worthy of state punishment. When once the legend received, so to speak, this coloring, the general atmosphere of the story would have suggested such words as are attributed in this quotation to Orestes. We believe that these words of Orestes are the creation of Aeschylus' own mind, but we do not attribute to Aeschylus the creation of the legendary atmosphere which makes such words intelligible. There is a subtle suggestion of the clash of clan feuds, which characterize the transition period of the Dark Ages in the Aeschylean description of the conflict of viewpoints between the Erinnyes of Agamemnon and the Erinnyes of Clytemnestra, a conflict which it is improbable that Aeschylus invented. The avenging goddesses are conceived as real beings. They are not mere delusions or extrajections of a distracted mind. We have already referred to Orestes' fear of the darkling arrow, which may be hurled at him by the Erinnyes of his father. On the other side, however, stand the Erinnyes of his mother, who are equally formidable. Orestes says, "Ah, what grisly troop come yonder in grey robes, with gorgon faces and thick serpent hair twisted in writhing coils? I must be gone. This is no fancy, but a present woe. I see my mother's furies clearly there." This conflict Apollo, of himself unaided, is unable to avert. But we shall now see how Apollo and Athene, in conjunction, persuade the furies of Clytemnestra to accept appeasement. It was thus, as we conceive it, that the religion of pollution and political synocism ultimately overcame the resistance of the clans to new laws and new gods. It was thus that, after years of chaos and transition, ghosts came at length to obey state gods and state laws as in tribal life they obeyed the dooms of the tribe. The Eumenides. The main theme of the Eumenides is the trial, at the Athenian Areopagus, of the Argive Orestes who had slain at Argus his mother and her paramour, and who upon acquittal returns to Argus to occupy the throne of his murdered father. We admit that the exaltation of the Areopagus is one of the motives of the dramatist. There is much to be said for the view of Blas that the conflict between Apollo and the Furies made this divine drama worthy of Athenian interest. But we maintain that Aeschylus would not have selected such a theme for presentation to an Athenian audience if it had not also contained a difficult legal problem, which was calculated to thrill the emotions of those litigious men of Athens who were at once judges, litigants, and legislators. The play was produced at the time of the curtailment of the powers of the Areopagus by Pericles and by EPHETAE. Aeschylus suggests that it was this council which held the first trial for bloodshed in a barbarian world. In this view, there is no protest against the reform of EPHETAE, for such a reform seemed to recognize that homicide trial was the sole and proper function of the Areopagus. Whether the play was produced before or after this reform, it is impossible to say. Barry holds that the play is not a protest after the event, that, on the contrary, Aeschylus approved of the reform. Other scholars maintain, however, that Aeschylus was opposed to democratic interference with the established privileges of an ancient council, and that he left Athens on this account and died in Sicily of a broken heart. Our reading of the play inclines us to support the view of Jevons, which will be manifest from the following extract. The Eumenides, he says, was produced in 458 BC, at a time of great political excitement in Athens. The oligarchical party had just been defeated on both their foreign and their home policy. Their foreign policy was alliance with Sparta. The home policy consisted in opposing such changes in the constitution as would give more power to the people, and at this time also consisted particularly in supporting the powers and privileges of the Areopagus against the attacks of the Democratic Party. The Democrats under EPHETAE succeeded in depriving the Areopagus of its political powers, leaving to it only the right of trying cases of homicide. The Eumenides is sometimes said to be a panegyric on the Areopagus, and sometimes even to have been a call to all good men to join in preserving to it the political powers which it had long enjoyed. But it is probable that the Eumenides was produced after the reforms of EPHETAE, and as Aeschylus represents the Areopagus to have been founded to try cases of homicide, the very class of cases which EPHETAEs left to it. It is more reasonable to regard the play as having been intended to reconcile those who strove for the preservation of the political powers of the Areopagus to the new state of things which Aeschylus shows to be in harmony with the original nature of the court. This view receives some support from the fact that the alliance with Argus to which the oligarchic party was opposed is also shown by Aeschylus, 727 et seq. To be in harmony with tradition, myth, and religion. Wergeld takes up a similar attitude to this problem. It is clear, he says, from the tone of the final scene, and it is generally recognized that Aeschylus did not intend to appear at least as a partisan, that he supposed himself to be a peacemaker, and to have advanced only what would be generally approved. He justifies trial by jury. He extols the Areopagus as a court of crime. He leaves room, but in vague terms, for a larger execution of its vigilant protection. He is for the middle way, neither tyranny nor anarchy. But the attitude of the poet is not that of a practical politician. Religion, always first with him, in the Eumenides covers the whole field. We do not agree with Wergeld's view that Aeschylus justifies trial by jury. If Wergeld means by this phrase trial by popular juries, such as the Heliasts of the post-Solonian age. The Areopagus was never invaded by the Heliasts. Its procedure was fundamentally different from that of Heliastic courts. Its personnel was composed of archons and exarchons. It is to such judges that Athene refers when she says that she will select, for the trial, the best of her citizens. There was for the Areopagus no election by lot, such as characterized the popular juries, nor is there in the phrase letter 1F00, sigma tau letter 1FF6, nu tau letter 1FF6, nu letter 1F10, mu letter 1FF6, nu tau letter 1F70, beta epsilon lambda tau alpha, any reference to the EPHETAE, the aristocracy of birth. Aeschylus either never knew, or he has forgotten, or he has perhaps deliberately ignored the aristocratic character of the pre-Solonian EPHETAE Areopagus. It is the plutocratic Solonian Areopagus of the 6th century and of his own day that he puts before us. When Wergeld says that Aeschylus leaves room for a larger execution of its vigilant protection, he implies that Aeschylus opposed the reform of EPHETAEs. As this view commits Aeschylus to the exaltation of plutocracy, we prefer, with the scholiast, to give a narrower interpretation to the phrase epsilon letter 1F51 delta omicron, nu tau omega, nu letter 1F55 pi epsilon rho, letter 1F10. Gamma, rho eta gamma omicron, rho letter 1F78 sigma, phi rho omicron epsilon rho eta mu alpha, and we translate it. The vigilant custodian of vengeance for the slain, whereas Wergeld takes the sleepers to mean the citizens when they are asleep at night. We think, moreover, that Wergeld overestimates the religious as distinct from the legal aspect of the play. Apollo and the Furies seem to us to present a rather sordid picture at the trial. If Apollo had maintained his traditional role of Olympian autocracy, he would have been more impressive. As it is, he condescends to discuss the justice of Orestes, act with rival deities of a quasi-diabolical type, and his arguments are rhetorical rather than logical. He advances the absurd opinion that the real parent of a child is the father, not the mother. This view and the similar opinion of Athene may, of course, be explained as a characteristic sentiment of the EPHETAE, an Athenian noble caste, who were excluded from the worship of the Semnai at Athens, a sentiment which is here directed against the Erinais, by way of anticipation, in view of their prospective metamorphosis into Semnai. But it is more probable that the argument represents an undignified squabble between Olympian gods and Chthonian goddesses, between the deities of the Pollution religion and of newborn Greek states, on the one hand, and the old clan ghosts who are here conceived as titans, on the other. The Furies are not even consistent with themselves. At one time, they pose as the avengers of all kinds of homicide. At another, they are only concerned with kinslaying. The Olympian exaltation of the father is met, swiftly and flippantly, in the manner of repartee, by an objectionable quotation from Olympian theology. Did not Zeus, the Furies ask, bind in chains his aged father Cronos? The answer of Apollo is even weaker than the question. To fetter, he says, is not to slay. Remedies for the one are easy, remedies for the other there are none. If then the religious aspect of the trial of Orestes had been predominant or paramount in the mind of Aeschylus, We do not think that he would have presented the gods in such a frivolous and futile manner to an audience of Athenian citizens. He would, much more probably, have followed a different form of the legend, which is found in Euripides and is mentioned by Demosthenes, and which represented the 12 Olympian gods as the judges of Orestes' guilt. Hence we believe that the dramatic aspect of the story was the more important one for Aeschylus. The essence of tragedy is conflict, and there is conflict in the Eumenides between rival emotions, between rival ethical theories, between rival gods and goddesses, first, last, and all the time. But next in importance to the dramatic motive, we place the legal motive of the play. We do not agree with Verrall in maintaining that what is certain is that in the law of the matter, the law proper, he, Aeschylus, took little interest. The ultimate issue of his play is not legal but religious. It matters nothing that the prosecutors in different parts of the play assume, respecting the limits of punishable homicide, views which are not compatible. Or again that the question of the validity of the oracular command, though it is a main point in the defense, and though the jury must be supposed to disagree about it, is not argued, unless contradiction is argument at all. On law, therefore, and the history of law, the Eumenides is but a dubious authority, and the reader or expositor of Aeschylus as such is not bound or perhaps entitled to consider the play from this point of view. This kind of reasoning seems to us very suggestive of a well-defined mental attitude, namely, that of a writer who knows little or nothing about law and who, in addition, does not want to know anything about it. We do not assert that the legal problems of the Eumenides are simple, but they cannot for that reason be ignored. The more difficult a problem is, the greater is the prestige of a court which can decide the issue. Athene confesses the difficulty of the problem in this play, and she requests the citizens of Athens to solve it. What an exaltation of religion! What a contempt for law! The legal complexities of the trial of Orestes arise, we have said, from the circumstances which attended the evolution of the legends. The introduction of the story of Apollo's command to Orestes was intended by the legend makers of the Pollution era to explain and to reinforce the Homeric conception of Orestes' act as justifiable matricide. That Apollo's command justified his act is the legal plea of Orestes, in this play. At least, it is the predominant plea. Thus he says to Apollo, "Now give thy witness and expound the truth. Apollo, was I just in slaying her? To have done it I deny not. Tease the fact, but whether to thy thought this matricide be justified or no, declare thy mind for information of those present here." We may naturally ask, why is Apollo appealed to for judgment when he has been cited as a witness? We have argued that, in Attic law, if we may trust Plato, matricide could never have been legally justified. On the other hand, the Apolline doctrine of pollution declared that the defaulting avenger was polluted. The pollution doctrine permitted, and did not condemn, private execution. It was synocized state power which made such execution criminal. The conflict which is presented by these different points of view was too grave a matter for the decision of a human court. The command of Apollo was regarded by the legend makers as the only solution of that conflict. The only question which a human court could be reasonably expected to decide was the question whether Apollo did actually command the act of Orestes. If the actuality of such a command was established, the acquittal of Orestes was inevitable. The only alternative possibility was a verdict of responsibility for murder against Apollo. But such a verdict, in the religious atmosphere of the ancient city, would have been unthinkable. So far, therefore, the legal issue in the Eumenides is comparatively intelligible. But we must call attention to the peculiar fact that in the play Orestes is represented as having been tried not at Argos, but at Athens. If Orestes had slain his mother at Athens, his act would have been, in Athenian law, a case of homicide between foreigners, and such an act, though normally in Aeschylean Athens tried by the Palladium court, could quite conceivably, in pre-Solonian times, have been tried by the Areopagus. But Orestes did not slay his mother at Athens, and therefore the case would not have come before any Athenian court, unless Orestes intended to reside at Athens, and his right to reside at Athens was challenged by the relatives of the slain. Now, in Greek extradition law, these relatives had no right to object to the residence of the slayer abroad unless he was guilty of willful kinslaying, as, for instance, of willful matricide. For the penalty for kinslaying in historical times was death, without the option of exile. It is precisely on such a charge of willful matricide that the Arenes, in this play, prosecute Orestes. To that extent their prosecution was lawful. But the fact that the prosecution took place at Athens implies that Orestes intended to live in Athens as an exile, at least for a time. We have pointed out that, according to Greek extradition law, the relatives of the slain could have compelled the fellow citizens of the slayer to try him or to extradite him if he fled to them for refuge. But in cases of kinslaying, it is probable that any state to which the slayer fled could have been compelled to put him on trial before they received him as an exile, or otherwise to expel or extradite him. Yet the avenging relatives were not compelled to accept a verdict of acquittal in any court as a complete restoration of the slayer to social and religious communion, just as in certain cases of kinslaying the relatives were not compelled to admit the slayer to domestic communion, even when his own state court had permitted his return from exile. Hence, in the ORESTES, a verdict of acquittal brought in by the Athenian Areopagus in regard to a foreign Argive kinslayer was primarily intended to legalize the residence at Athens of Orestes, but it could not have legalized his return to Argos unless the relatives of the slain accepted the verdict of the Athenian court as a final verdict of innocence, and ceased, of their own accord, from further prosecution. Now, the legends of Orestes seem to differ in their account of the appeasement of the Arenes of Clytemnestra. In some legends, as in that upon which is based the Iphigenia Taurica of Euripides, the Furies do not accept the verdict of the Areopagus and continue to pursue him over land and sea. The fact that they can drive him out of Athens is due to their divine power. In law, ordinary human relatives could not have done so. But it is clear that, in the absence of unanimity in regard to the attitude of the Arenes to the Areopagus, the Attic legend makers who emphasized the connection of Orestes with the Areopagus must have assumed that Orestes intended to reside, at least for a time, as a homicide exile at Athens. Now there is no evidence in Homer of such an intention on the part of Orestes. In Homer, Orestes went to Athens before, not after, he slew his mother. Hence the whole basis of the Attic legends of Orestes is a pure assumption, without any historical foundation. The main difficulty which the ancients found in the post-Homeric legends of Orestes was the interpretation of the command which Apollo gave to Orestes. Some legends, of course, such as that which we have called the Argive legend, did not include any reference whatever to such a command. But in the Attic legends, which represent this command as an essential element in the story, there is no precise and definite answer to the question. Did this command justify the vengeance of Orestes, or was it a mere extenuation of his guilt? We have said that the conception of this command as a complete justification predominates in the Eumenides, though the Arenes naturally object to this interpretation. But the command may also be regarded as an abnormal psychic factor, which would make it possible to interpret the act of Orestes as kinslaying in a passion, or extenuated kinslaying, which is akin to involuntary homicide. It is only thus that we can explain the reference in certain forms of the legend to a penalty of 1 year's exile, and to other details of punishment which are never associated with voluntary homicide. The Furies in the Eumenides find it difficult to conceive that Orestes will ever return to his domestic religion. Now Plato asserts that a son who slew his parent in a passion could not, unless the dying parent forgave, return again to his domestic hearth, even though he could return, after a period of exile, to his native state. We cannot suppose that the Furies in the Eumenides represent an attitude of forgiveness on the part of Clytemnestra, and hence we could not expect them to accept the possibility of Orestes' return to his native home in Argos. But the mere mention of such a detail suggests a plea of quasi-involuntary matricide. A verdict of acquittal on a plea of justifiable slaying is precisely the verdict which the Arenes in Aeschylus, before their conversion, cannot recognize. But they might have accepted as an alternative to their charge of willful matricide a charge of extenuated matricide. Such a charge, such a conception of Orestes' guilt, is very prominent in a form of the legend which Euripides gives. But even in Aeschylus, this conception is not altogether absent, though it is very much suppressed, perhaps because it was inconsistent with the dominant viewpoint of the Aeschylean drama. Thus, Orestes suggests that before he came to Athens to stand his trial, he had already atoned for any element of guilt which was involved in his obedience to Apollo. He says to Athene, before the trial, "Sovereign Athene, sped by Phoebus, word I come. Do thou with clemency receive the outcast, not red-handed nor unpurged, but mellowed by long time and travel-worn, among new households, alien ways, o'er land and beyond sea, taught wisdom in the school of misery, I am learned in all atonement. The stains of slaughter on my hands are dulled and pale. The guilt of matricide is washed away, for while quite recent, at Apollo's hearth, 'twas driven out and purged with death of swine, and tedious were the number to tell or of men I have communed with without harm. All mellowing time makes old defilement pure." Nothing can remove the inconsistency in this quotation. We seek merely to explain it by attributing it to a confusion of two different legends, which viewed the act of Orestes from two different legal standpoints. In this passage, Aeschylus happens to emphasize a standpoint which he usually ignores, namely the conception of Orestes as a matricide of partial guilt, or as an extenuated matricide, the conception which underlies the stories of the wandering of Orestes and of his sojourn as a homicide exile in various lands. If Aeschylus does not consistently exclude this conception from his drama, this must be attributed not only to a certain legal affinity which exists between the conception of Orestes as justified and the conception of him as partially guilty, but also to a confusion of these conceptions in pre-existing legends. This analysis which we have given indicates, at least, the value of legal considerations for the complete intelligibility of this play. For the history of law, also, we may infer from Aeschylus, or rather from pre-Aeschylean legend, that the early Areopagus, and therefore the early EPHETAE courts, adjudicated in various kinds of homicide cases. The division of labor which took place, we believe, in pre-Solonian times, and which left to the Areopagus exclusive jurisdiction in cases of willful murder, of malicious wounding, and of poisoning with intent to kill, had obviously not yet appeared at the time when this Attic legend took shape. There is thus no basis for Ridgway's hypothesis that the place of Orestes' trial was not the Areopagus but the Palladium. The image of Athene which Orestes embraces in the Eumenides was not, as Ridgway thinks, the famous wooden image of the goddess at the Palladium, but was rather, as Muller points out, the image of Athene on the Acropolis. The relation between the legal and the dramatic aspects of the story of Orestes may be indicated by the following useful, if fanciful, hypothesis. Let us suppose, for the moment, that there existed in the time of Aeschylus no other legends of Orestes except that which is found in the Homeric poems. If Aeschylus wished to incorporate this legend in the form of a tragic drama, following we may assume in his dramatic art the Horatian maxim, aut famam sequer, aut sibi convenientia finge. He could have followed one or other of two possible courses. On the one hand, he could have simply dramatized the Homeric story in its original setting, thus giving us what would be called an historical drama, or, on the other hand, he could have invented a drama in which the facts, the names and the characters alone were Homeric, but the ideas, the viewpoints, the legal and religious atmosphere were derived from contemporary life. If Aeschylus had chosen the former course, he could not have produced a trilogy such as we now possess. The Eumenides, at least, would have been impossible. He could, however, have written the Agamemnon and a Choephoro somewhat similar to, though also somewhat different from, our present play, as both these dramas are Homeric in their main outlook. Again, if we suppose that Aeschylus chose the second course, the Agamemnon would still have been possible. But the Choephoro would have been unrecognizable. In fact, there could not have been a Choephoro at all. Orestes could not have been regarded as the sole or proper agent of execution. If he slew his mother without trial, or without having given her the option of exile, he would have been a state criminal, liable to prosecution as a matricide or a violator of civic law. The Eumenides would also, in this hypothesis, have been very different. There could not have been any doubt regarding Orestes' guilt or the verdict of the court. There could not have been any conflict between Apollo and the Erinyes. There could, in short, have been no Eumenides drama worthy of the name. We may therefore, as a result of this reasoning, and from the actual nature of the extant Orestian trilogy, infer that there must have existed a post-Homeric pre-Aeschylean legend, or legends, of Orestes which predetermined the Aeschylean presentation of the story. These legends, by combining very different reflections in the course of legal and religious developments, created the moral and the legal problems of the Oresteia. It was probably these problems which constituted, for the litigiously minded Athenian people, the main dramatic interest of the Eumenides, if not also of the Choephoro. But that interest was purchased at the cost of obscurity and confusion. It is, for instance, quite inconsistent for Aeschylus to have represented the trial of Orestes as the first Greek trial of homicide, and at the same time to have conceived Orestes as guilty of bloodshed. For it was at the precise moment at which state trial and state execution came into being that Orestes became a criminal. Before that moment, he was simply the normal avenger of blood. This inconsistency is, we think, a proof that the Aeschylean story was not his own invention. For if Aeschylus had invented it, it would not have contained so many inconsistencies. On the other hand, inconsistency would naturally have characterized a legend which evolved through ages of legal and religious transitions. When once it had become stereotyped in the story, Aeschylus could not, even if he would, have thought it away. Verrall, therefore, is right in saying that a legend gave the main fact, the prosecution of Orestes by the Erinnyes before a tribunal at Athens and his acquittal there, might safely be inferred from the play and is beyond doubt. And Muller says, the transmutation of the Erinnyes into Eumenides formed in Greece an essential appurtenance to the legend of Orestes. The persecution of Orestes from country to country by his mother's Erinnyes, in the place of human vengeance, was no invention of poet or priest but Greek national tradition. The tragic Erinnyes, whom we have already encountered in the Choephoro, find in the Eumenides their real battleground. In this drama they have received from the hands of Aeschylus an immortality which no mere legend or even religious ritual could ever have bestowed. In the dramatization of those titanic shapes, the genius of Aeschylus found congenial work. But what, if any, elements of the final product were invented by him is a matter of dispute. Miss Harrison thinks that the Erinnyes, qua Erinnyes, had no special cult in Greece. This view implies that religion or image magic had not created these monstrous forms. Muller, however, thinks that in a chasm near the temple of the Semnithae beside the Areopagus there were, in all probability, carved wooden images of the Erinnyes. But these images, he holds, did not influence the Aeschylean picture. In the outward and visible form of the Erinnyes, he says, Aeschylus seems to have drawn a good deal on his invention, for the earlier poets had no definite image of the goddesses before their eyes, and though there were in the temple at Athens old carved wooden images of the Semni, still their figures could not be adapted for dramatic purposes. Hence it is that the Pythian priestess, after having beheld the Erinnyes, is only able to describe their forms without being apprised thereby of the nature of the beings she had seen. Pausanias says that it was an innovation on the part of Aeschylus to have represented the Furies with snakes in their hair. Muller holds that this was not an innovation, but that it was borrowed from the images of Gorgons. The Furies are compared to Gorgons in the Choephoro. We have elsewhere maintained that it was from the Gorgon images which, in the Ion of Euripides, are depicted as sitting around the Omphalos at Delphi, that Aeschylus got his idea of the tragic Erinnyes. But in the Eumenides, the Pythian priestess definitely states that though similar to the Gorgons, they are not identical with them. If they had been identical, she would no doubt have recognized them. Moreover, they are not harpies, she says, because they have no wings. Hence, we are of the opinion that Aeschylus, feeling that he was not bound by any definite traditional form, conceived the Erinnyes as monsters in general, but with a predominantly human shape in order to prepare the way for their subsequent transformation into Semnithae. In a certain still extant vase painting, which represents a scene from the Eumenides, the figure of the Fury could be transformed into the image of a respectable goddess by merely removing the snake which hisses at Orestes, above her head. But the nature and function of the tragic Erinnyes are not the invention of Aeschylus. Their form, indeed, his hand defined, but their nature and their character had long been enshrined in traditional legend. We have suggested the social, legal, and religious transitions which led to the birth of these quasi-diabolical monsters. While the docile Pelasgian ghosts of primeval days have many affinities with the Semnithae in whose forms Pausanias could discern nothing terrible or dreadful, The tragic Erinnyes, which are a product of post-Homeric times, appear in the role of avengers so savage and so implacable that they cannot be recognized by either ghosts or gods. Thus Apollo says to Orestes, "Even now thou seest those furies overtaken, their madness lost in sleep. Maidens abhorred aged, but ever crude, whom none that lives man, god, or beast e'er met in fellowship. To evil they were born, evil the gloom of Tartarus, their haunt beneath the ground, and hated both of men and gods in heaven the power they exercise." We have already discussed the problem involved in the refusal, on the part of the Erinnyes in this play, to recognize the purgation of Orestes. This purgation ceremony is quite naturally attributed by Aeschylus to Apollo, who was the pioneer deity of the purgation system. It could not have been performed in historical times by priests or purifiers, since the matricide had not been previously acquitted by a court. Hence the purgation of an untried kinslayer, which in Attic law would have been invalid, was naturally rejected by the Erinnyes. They say, "Such deeds the younger brood of gods will do, swaying all things by force beyond the right. One sheet of gore, mantled from base to cope, earth's midmost shrine is visibly beheld self-cloaked with horror-breathing guilt of blood. O prophet god! Thou hast stained thine own hearthstone from thine own mind, moved by no just appeal, breaking the law of gods to honor man." But Apollo regards them as Titan rebels, as deities of a barbarous past. He sees in them the avengers of the dark ages. "Begone, I bid you, forth of mine abode. Profane not with your presence this fair shrine, but go where headsmen execute the doom, where eyes are gouged, throats gashed, where robbed of prime, boys lose all hope of offspring, tender limbs are hacked or stoned, where men impaled alive moan long and bitterly. Go inhabit, as beseems such form, the den of some blood-lapping lion, nor infect with touch accursed my oracular seat. Go. Herded by no goat-herd, ye fell flock, hated of all in heaven. Away, depart." Yet the Erinnyes have not lost all traces of the ghost cult of primitive ancestor worship and fertility worship. We have already quoted the magnificent passage in which they promise their blessings to the Attic land. We are reminded of primitive ancestral ghosts by the words which Clytemnestra, herself a ghost, speaks to the Erinnyes. "Much wealth of mine ye have glutted, drink offerings, unmixed with wine, tempered to soothe your heart, and rich burnt offerings at dead of night, that hour of dread, avoided by all gods." The conception of the Erinnyes as Titans is established by comparing their frequent references in this play to Apollo and Athene as younger gods, with their words applied by Prometheus in another play to the Olympian gods. Yet who but I to these new deities gave and determined each prerogative? And again, young gods, young pride of unproved majesty. We agree with Muller that the appeasement of the Furies and their transmutation into Semnithae was an essential part of the pre-Aeschylean legend. We have already suggested the forces which probably contributed to the story of their conversion. Beneath the religious, mythical story of a transference of cult, beneath the story of the adoption by the Erinnyes of the worship of the Semni, lurks, we believe, the echo if not the reality of legal and social evolution. The conversion of the Erinnyes, which directly indicates the acceptance, on the part of non-Athenian avengers, of the verdict of an Athenian homicide court, symbolizes also, in general, the acquiescence of rebellious clans, which in the 7th century BC were deprived of material retribution in cases of bloodshed, in the new system, the historical system of murder penalties, which we have associated with Apollo and political synocism. The cult of the Eumenides, who were probably the Semni under a different name, we need not discuss here. It is a religious rather than a legal matter. It has been discussed at length by Verrall, Miss Harrison, Muller, and others, and we do not see that its elucidation affects in the least the intelligibility of this play. The Suppliants and the Seven against Thebes. In the remaining plays of Aeschylus, there is little or nothing which is worthy of comment from our present viewpoint. In the Suppliants, the daughters of Danaus, in their efforts to avoid incestuous marriage, seek asylum at Argos. They have some difficulty in obtaining refuge there, and they feel it necessary to describe themselves thus. Exiles from the sacred land bordering Syria's meads, we fly, not for guilt of murder banned by a people's just decree. In this play, the daughters of Danaus are not yet wedded, nor have they slain their cousins, the sons of Aegyptus. We believe, however, that Aeschylus is thinking of their subsequent kinslaying when he attributes to them these words. In historical Greece, persons guilty of ordinary homicide were legally entitled to reside as aliens abroad. It is only to kinslayers that we can properly apply an expression which suggests that slayers could not be accorded the privilege of exile. In the Septem, we read of the impossibility of cleansing kinslaughter, an idea which we have already explained. The reference is to the War of the Seven against Thebes and to the death of Eteocles and Polynices. Enough that Argive and Cadmean came to the issue. Blood so shed hath power to cleanse, but death of brothers, each by a brother's hand, that were a stain no time could purify. Finally, the doctrine of the ancestral curse is applied to the guilt of fratricide in the lines. What charm may purge the guilt of blood so foully spilt, whose hands shall bathe them? Oh, unhappy store of fresh woes for this house, blent with the woes before. Footnotes: AP 119. Supra P 72 FF. Euripides Electra, 1275, Orestes, 1647. Skal Adjur, Orestes, 1640. Orestes, 1654, Pausanias Roman 3, 116. Orestes, 1660. Supra P 214. 1250, 1274. Orestes, 1645 FF, if in Taurus. Infra P 375 FF. Supra P 270 FF. See Jeb's edition Soph, Electra Intrad, P Roman 22. Supra P 122. Orestes 990 FF. 1095 FF, Trans L. Campbell. 1220 FF. 1495 FF. See Introduction, P Roman 12 FF. 1520. 1410 FF. Supra P 238. Supra pp. 2 2765. Roman 9 7. See Infra P 422. 1645 FF. 1413. 1555 FF. 268 FF. Supra P 156 FF. Supra P 174 FF. Supra P 180 FF. Supra pp. 148, 178, 211. 285 FF. Supra P 285. 1046 FF. See Introduction to Eumenides. EM 685. H of G P 348. See question discussed in Barry, Locke, Sit, and in Jevons Hist, GK, Lit, pp. 194 FF. Op. Sit, p. 194. That of the Democrats was alliance with Argus. Op. Sit, p. 195. Ib. p. 196. Intrad to Eam, p. Roman 49. Eam 490. Aristotle Ath, Paul CHS, 3763. Supra, p. 269 FF. 708. 661 FF. 740. Skal Adsoph, Ed. Call 489, Harrison Proleg, p. 246. Harrison Locke, Sit. Infra, p. 300F. 338, 424. 210, 212, 608. 644. 648 FF. Orestes 1650. In Aristoc, 641, 27. Intrad, p. Roman 46. 474, 484. 612 FF. Laws Romanine, ch. 9, Supra p. 215. Supra p. 229. CP, Dracon's phrase alpha letter 1F34 tau iota omicron sigma phi omicron u omicron upsilon. Supra p. 193. Dem in Aristoc, 647, 24648. Supra p. 277. 666-65. Laws Roman 9, ch. 9. See Infra pp. 341, 359. Eam 236-40, 276-86. Supra p. 214. It must be remembered that in strict law it was not possible to plead extenuation in cases of deliberate parent slaying. Plato, Laws, Roman 9. Ch. 9. The command of Apollo, however, gives an extralegal aspect to the story. Supra, p. 272 f. See Classical Review, Volume Roman 21, p. 163 ff. Eam, p. 139. AP 119. Eam, 685. Introd to Eam, p. 38. Eam, pp. 174-5. 1046 ff. Eam, p. 178. I-28. Op. Cit. p. 188. 1046, Supra, p. 286. See Bayfield's edition, and Supra, p. 123. 224. The Orestes vase in the British Museum. Supra, p. 120 ff. I-28. Supra, p. 122. Eam, 67 ff. Supra, pp. 112-120. Eam, 162 ff. Eam, 179 ff. Supra, p. 97 f. Eam, 106 ff. Eam, 162, 781, 811. Prom, 440. Prom, 953. Eam, pp. 174-5. Introd to Eumenides, pp. Roman 35, Roman 6. Proleg, pp. 253-6. Eam, p. 173 ff. 47. Supra, p. 238. 666 ff. 725 ff. The problem of Orestes, pollution. From what has been said, it will be obvious that Orestes is more polluted in Euripides than he is in Aeschylus or in Sophocles. The pollution of a person who was conceived as guilty of willful and unjustified matricide was the greatest and the most horrible kind of pollution, and it is this conception of Orestes which predominates in this Euripidean drama. At the end of the play, the pollution of Orestes is miraculously diminished. This is because Orestes is here conceived not as a willful matricide of full guilt, but as a quasi-involuntary matricide who transfers the main portion of his guilt to Apollo. In Greek law, an extenuated act of homicide produced, even when the dying person forgave, a minor temporary pollution, which continued until the slayer had endured a minimum period of 1 year's exile and had appeased the relatives of the slain. During this period of exile, the slayer had to abstain from 3 possible states, which we have already defined. But a kinslayer was in a peculiar position. Until the fact of involuntariness was established before a court, he was liable to be regarded as polluted wherever he went. In Arcadia, Orestes was not polluted, according to Euripides, perhaps because Apollo commanded him to go there, perhaps because his residence there did not create any special anger on the part of the slain Clytemnestra. But in Argos, he would have been polluted, because Argos was his native state and could not therefore have been for him a place of exile even if he had been guilty of involuntary homicide, and not, as he was, of involuntary kinslaying. In Athens, too, he would have been regarded as polluted until he had been tried, especially if he was accused, as he was accused, by the Erinyes of willful kinslaying. But his pollution would have been that of an untried criminal, and therefore public rather than private. We shall see in the Iphigenia in Taurus that he was, in a certain sense, polluted when he came to Athens for his trial, and the Athenians based upon this pollution an explanation of a peculiar ritual of which the origin was obscure, namely the Feast of the Pitchers, Chi Omicron Epsilon Sigma, at the Anthesteria. Now in Aeschylus and in Sophocles the predominant conception of Orestes is that of an unconvicted matricide who pleads justification for his act. And if we find, in addition, the conception of Orestes as a quasi-involuntary matricide, this does not affect to any great extent the question of Orestes, pollution, because Orestes has already atoned for the guilt of extenuated matricide. He has actually been purged by Apollo himself, and he is still, so far as Athens is concerned, untried and unconvicted, and therefore his pollution is minor and merely public. That is, he is forbidden to frequent the temples or public places, but he is free to associate privately with his fellowmen. In Euripides, however, Orestes is convicted of willful matricide by an Argive court. His pollution is therefore technically so great that no Greek city could receive him. If his pollution is subsequently reduced to the minor pollution of involuntary kinslaying, this is only because Apollo acts not as a purifier, but as a dramatic deus ex machina who does miraculous and impossible things. Wed, in his edition of this play, proposes a strange explanation for the graver pollution of the Euripidean Orestes, which is based, as we think, on a false interpretation of the dramatic ideals of Euripides. In Sophocles, he says, all men will honor Orestes, in Aeschylus he is welcomed as a deliverer, in Euripides the whole state rises up in horror against him. In Aeschylus, although Orestes flies for his first purification to Apollo, many others aid in freeing him from guilt, and he associates with thousands in harmless intercourse. In Euripides all doors are shut against him, all speech is denied him, none will perform the purifying rites for him. The full rigor of Athenian law, which refused to the parricide alone among murderers the right of escaping death by flight, is exercised against him. The attitude of the whole state towards the matricide, the feeling of the murderers themselves with regard to their own act, are precisely what would be expected if in modern, 5th century BC, Athens' 2 children were induced by an oracle to take the law into their own hands and put their mother to death. This account of the facts is fairly accurate, but it suggests that the Euripidean Orestes is a definite unitary personality, whereas we have shown that there are at least 2 different conceptions of Orestes in this play. The full rigor of Athenian law is certainly apparent in the Argive verdict, but Wed assumes that Euripides, in this play, adopted towards Orestes an attitude which ignored Homer and the Attic legends made familiar by Aeschylus and Sophocles, and which paid no attention to Apolline decrees. In this respect, the account is misleading. It is based on an erroneous conception of Euripides. According to Wed, Aeschylus and Sophocles adopted towards Greek legends an attitude which was quite different from that which Euripides adopted. These 2 dramatists accepted, he thinks, the legends in their main outline and sought to reproduce them as far as possible in their archaic setting, with the least possible admixture of historical ideas. Euripides, on the contrary, adopted a critical attitude to the myths and made it his object not to reproduce them for their own sake, but to contrast them with the more enlightened feeling of his own time. This interpretation of Euripides is very similar to that of Jevons, which we have already discussed. The arguments which we adduced against Jevons are therefore applicable to Wed, but we offer here an additional criticism which is more definitely concerned with the Orestes drama. According to Wed's hypothesis, the trial of Orestes at Argos, which is described in this play, contains the Euripidean conception of the manner in which the myth should have regarded Orestes. We admit that the viewpoint of the Argive court is in the main historical. By an anachronism, it identifies the world of Orestes with that of the Argives of the historical era. But the existence of an Argive legend, which despite its lack of archaism, was of considerable human interest, would explain Euripides' description of such a trial. The fact that at the end of the play, the resultant verdict of the trial is ignored and reversed suggests rather that Euripides regarded the Attic legend as more archaic and therefore more correct than the Argive legend. We have already pointed out that the messenger's description of the trial and the opinions of some of the speakers at the trial are more suggestive of the dramatist's own views than is the verdict of the Argive court. According to Wed, the real myth occurs at the end of the play, and the rest of the play is the invention of Euripides. Euripides did not agree with the mythical presentation of Orestes, so he invented a new version which he deliberately set in emphatic contrast to the obsolete Attic myth. In our view, Euripides reproduces 2 pre-existing legends, an Attic and an Argive legend of Orestes. The Argive legend he regarded as more dramatic, the other as more orthodox, but less replete with human interest. According to Wed, the graver pollution of the Euripidean Orestes is due to the fact that Euripides conceived him as a 5th century Athenian. For us, the different degrees of pollution in Orestes are due to different conceptions of Orestes, guilt, or to the different legal and religious attitudes of the legends which the dramatists followed. They are not to be attributed to any distinction in the attitude of the dramatists to the legends themselves. The contrast is in the legends, not in the dramatists. The Erinys in Euripides. The conception of the Erinys in this play is naturally different from the Aeschylean and Sophoclean conceptions. It is similar to, but not identical with the picture of these goddesses, which we shall find in the Iphigenia in Taurus. It is, however, erroneous to suppose that the Furies who in this play assail Orestes are conceived by the dramatist as the subjective delusions of a madman. In our opinion, the Erinys in Euripides, though not actually brought upon the stage, are as real and as vital as the Erinys of Aeschylus. If the psychical effect which these goddesses produce upon Orestes is greater in Euripides, this is because the Erinys stand, so to speak, like vultures beside their prey since the Argives are about to condemn him to death, and because Orestes is conceived as irremediably polluted, a victim already devoted to the Erinys. Hence, naturally, at Argus Orestes feels that he is powerless to struggle against the Erinys. His insight into the immediate future and his contemplation of his approaching fate deprives him, temporarily, of sanity and self-control. We must not suppose that a more tender or more civilized and modern Orestes realizes his guilt more keenly than does the archaic Orestes of Aeschylus, nor must we imagine that this feeling of remorse and self-contempt produces the mental insanity which creates a more hideous Erinys. On the contrary, Orestes is here, as elsewhere, subjectively innocent. He admits no moral guilt. If the legend insists that he is guilty, if the public opinion of the Argives decides to punish him with death, he does not admit the validity of this conception or of the decision, but nevertheless, his fear of the Erinys naturally increases, since in death, even more than in life, can these titanic monsters torture the slayer. Aeschylus makes them say, "It is our fate to track the steps of men by murderous wantonness polluted, till beneath the earth they pass, nor yet for them can death grant freedom from our power." It is Orestes' fear of such titanic monsters waiting to inflict on him unspeakable punishment that makes him cry out in this Euripidean drama, "Ah, mother, do not set thy furies on me. See how their fiery eyeballs glare in blood, and wreathing snakes hiss in their horrid hair. There, where they stand, ready to leap upon me." And again, "O Phoebus, they will kill me, those dire forms, these gorgon-visaged ministers of hell." The conflicting attitudes of the Erinys of Clytemnestra and the Erinys of Agamemnon, which we found in the Chophoro of Aeschylus, are also revealed in this play. Speaking of his father's Erinys, Orestes says, "Had I in silence tamely borne her deeds, would not the murdered, justly hating me, have roused the Furies to torment my soul? Or hath she only her assisting fiends, and he no favouring power to avenge his wrongs?" We shall meet the Erinys of Clytemnestra in a somewhat similar role in the Iphigenia in Taurus. But in that play, the Erinys are not united in their conception of Orestes as they are here. Those Erinys who refuse to accept the acquittal of Orestes by the Areopagus continue to pursue him to the Tauric Chersonese. When Orestes sees them, he cries out, "Dost thou behold her, Pylades? Dost thou not see this dragon fierce from hell, rushing to kill me, and against me rousing her horrid vipers? See this other here emitting fire and slaughter from her vests, sails on her wings, my mother in her arms bearing, to hurl this mass of rock upon me. Ah, she will kill me. Whither shall I fly?" The important thing to remember about the Euripidean Erinys is that they are real goddesses, not mental fictions. The Furies of the Argive scene are the Furies who pursue the criminal convicted of willful matricide. For him, there is no cleansing. To him, no land can offer the shelter of its protection. Alone, he has arrayed against him the universe. Sooner or later, he will be put to death and will be delivered into the hands of the Erinys. But in the Attic legend, Orestes is not a willful matricide. Hence, the Erinys of the Iphigenia drama are not so implacable as the Erinys of the Orestes. They are placated by the simple device of transferring an image of Artemis from the Tauric land to Athens. The Iphigenia in Aulide and Iphigenia in Taurus. A comparison of these two dramas reveals at first sight a rather obvious inconsistency. The Aulide play centers round Agamemnon's sacrificial slaying of his daughter at Aulis, while in the Tauric play the victim reappears as a priestess of Artemis amongst the Tauri. It is generally maintained that the last scene of the Aulide play, which describes the substitution of a stag for the maiden by a miraculous intervention, is not the work of Euripides. But in the Orestes, Apollo intervenes to preserve the life of Helen, though he can do so only by deifying her. In the Aulid play, also, Iphigenia is said to have been saved from death by deification. In the Tauric drama, however, the daughter of Agamemnon has once more assumed a mortal form and appears as a priestess of Artemis among the Tauri. Nowhere else in Euripides can we find such a magical atmosphere. If the human Iphigenia was really saved, would we not expect that her father and her mother should have been informed of her deliverance? But they both believe that she is dead. The plea which Clytemnestra advances in the Electra of Euripides, namely that the death of Agamemnon was a revenge for the death of her daughter, is based upon the reality of her death. Hence, we think that Euripides reproduced both these legends of Iphigenia simply because of their human interest and dramatic merit, without any special concern for their consistency. It is clear that Euripides did not invent the Aulid story, since it is found in Aeschylus and in an epic poem entitled the Cypria, of post-Homeric date. The Tauric story is not found in any previous author, but we do not think that it was invented by Euripides. Both legends suggest a similar source. 200 years before Euripides, it was said that Iphigenia was made immortal by Artemis, who brought her from Aulis to the Tauri and substituted for her a stag victim. As soon as Iphigenia became a goddess, she could, like other goddesses, be easily transferred from place to place by a simple transference of images. Herodotus says that the goddess to whom the Tauri sacrificed was Iphigenia, the daughter of Agamemnon. The word Iphigenia was apparently a cultus epithet of Artemis, which signified her connection with fertility and her influence on the birth of men and animals. The real as distinct from the legendary deification of Iphigenia was therefore due to the abstraction and personification of a cultus epithet. The existence of a temple of Artemis Iphigenia at Aulis, whence Agamemnon sailed to Troy, and the similarity of the name Iphigenia with Iphianassa, the Homeric name for a daughter of Agamemnon, led to a belief in the deification of Iphianassa at Aulis. Moreover, the survival at Hali, in Attica, in historical times of a mock ritual of human sacrifice to Artemis, induced the further idea that Iphianassa had been deified through sacrifice at Aulis. The existence at Hali of a statue of Artemis believed to have been brought from the Tauric land, and the existence there of a temple to the maiden, at which real rites of human sacrifice were enacted, explain the origin of the Tauric belief which is referred to by Herodotus. Iphianassa, identified with Iphigenia, becomes a goddess among the Tauri, and Iphigenia is worshipped as the daughter of Agamemnon. The final transition to the stage in which Iphigenia returns to life as a priestess of Artemis at Tauri is explained by reference to the ancient tendency to identify the priest with the god, and by the ritual of resurrection or rebirth which is found in ancient fertility religion. England thinks that this stage was probably pre-Euripidean, but that the story of Orestes, visit to the Tauri, was invented by Euripides. We do not think that even this story was of Euripidean origin. It belongs rather, we think, to the legends of the wandering of Orestes, which conceived him as guilty of extenuated or quasi-involuntary matricide, which was ultimately forgiven. When Iphigenia was conceived as a priestess of Artemis, and at the same time as the sister of Orestes, the evolution of a story which described Orestes, visit to the Tauri does not, we think, require the genius of Euripides. Again, the inconsistencies of this story with the Aulid story which he has dramatized, with arguments which he introduces in the Electra and with other legends of Orestes, such as the Arcadian legend, and, moreover, the insult to Apollo, the degradation of Athene, and the exaltation of Artemis which this story involves, all suggest a local origin for the story and the inspiration of theocratic legend makers rather than the invention of a dramatist. In the Iphigenia, in Aulide, the sacrifice of Iphigenia is condemned as murder not only by Clytemnestra, but also by Achilles, whose promised marriage with Iphigenia was the bait by which legend lured her from her Argive home. This view, we have said, belongs to an age which has rejected human sacrifice and which interprets all the traditional systems of blood vengeance as unrestricted hereditary vendetta. It belongs therefore to the borderline between the Dark Ages of Greece and the civilized historical era. From the legal point of view, Clytemnestra's plea has no validity, We see in it rather a counterpart to the plea of justification which Orestes based on the command of Apollo. If Orestes claims the command of Apollo as a justification, and if this claim is disputed, then the command of Artemis to Agamemnon may also be impugned. Artemis has the same right to obedience as Apollo has. If the Furies of the dead Clytemnestra rejected the Apolline oracle, it was natural that the living Clytemnestra should have repudiated the justice of the decree of Artemis at Aulis. The Iphigenia in Taurus merits special consideration from our present point of view. As the general denouement of the plot is sufficiently familiar, we shall proceed in medias res. We may confine our comments to the speech delivered by Orestes to Iphigenia after their mutual recognition. Omitting for the moment Orestes, reference to the Athenian custom of using separate drinking cups on the libation day of the Anthesteria festival, we will give first Orestes' description of his trial at Athens and of its immediate sequel. It will be noted that he has already served a period of exile before he reaches Athens, and that the verdict of the Areopagus is not accepted by all the Erinnyes. We have suggested that the Erinnyes symbolize in this legend the attitude of the relatives of the slain, and that the Areopagus acts as a court of reconciliation rather than as an ordinary homicide court. We have seen that the relatives had always a theoretical right to refuse to accept appeasement in cases of involuntary homicide, according to the Draconian law, letter 1F01 pi alpha nu tau alpha sigma, letter 1F22 tau, letter 1F78 nu capo mega lambda epsilon omicron nu tau alpha, kappa rho alpha tau, epsilon letter 1F d6 nu. Let all be appeased, or let one objector hold the field. We cannot suppose that the Erinnyes of Clytemnestra in this play assume the same attitude to Orestes as they assume in the Eumenides of Aeschylus, for in Aeschylus the conversion of the Erinnyes signifies acceptance of the plea of justifiable matricide. Neither is their attitude to be compared to that of the Erinnyes of the Argive scene in the Orestes, for there they conceive Orestes as guilty of willful matricide. Their attitude here is rather that of the second Attic legend, in which Orestes is conceived as a matricide of partial guilt, his crime being conceived as extenuated by Apollo's command. According to this assumption, we can explain the conflict of opinion which characterizes the Erinnyes. It is derived from a legendary conception of the Erinnyes as the symbols of the relatives of the slain Clytemnestra who are presumed to have refused appeasement and to have resisted the verdict of the Areopagus, which was conceived as a court of reconciliation rather than as a high state court adjudicating with full authority on questions of guilt or innocence. Orestes says, "When vengeance from my hands o'ertook my mother's deed, foul deed which let me pass in silence, by the Furies' fierce assaults to flight I was impelled. To Athens then Apollo sent me, that, my cause there heard, I might appease the vengeful powers whose names may not be uttered. The tribunal there is holy, which for Mars when stained with blood, Jove in old times established. When to the tribunal on the Mount of Mars I came, one stand I took, and one the eldest of the Furies opposite. The cause was heard touching my mother's blood, and Phoebus saved me by his evidence, equal by Pallas numbered were the votes, and I from doom of blood victorious freed such of the Furies as their sate, appeased by the just sentence, nigh the court resolved to fix their seat. But others whom the law appeased not, with relentless tortures still pursued me, till I reached the hallowed soil of Phoebus. But Orestes' visit to Delphi merely suspends, it does not terminate, the pursuit of the Erinnyes. At this point, the religious rather than the legal aspect of the Erinnyes comes into prominence, and what may be described as a magical mode of appeasement is indicated by Apollo when he commands Orestes to visit the temple of Artemis among the Tauri, to bring back with him the image of the Tauric Artemis and to deposit it in an Attic temple. Orestes says to Iphigenia, "From the golden tripod burst the voice divine, and sent me to this shore, commanding me to bear the image hence which fell from Jove, and in Athenian land to fix it. If we obtain the statue of the goddess, I no more with madness will be tortured." Here we breathe the atmosphere of religious expiation rather than of legal atonement. The origin of this oracular command may be attributed to Attic priests of Artemis, for in the temple at Hale there was an image which was believed to have been brought from the Tauri. This expiation was not in any real sense purgation, but it was sufficiently similar in character to be readily confused with it. We are reminded of the expiatory sacrifice offered at the altar of the Erinyes, or the Semnithae at the Areopagus, by persons who had been acquitted of homicide at the Areopagus court, and by involuntary slayers who had returned from exile. We may recall also the expiatory festival which Medea instituted at Corinth after she had slain her children and put to death the king of Corinth and his daughter. In this play, a mock ceremonial of purgation is performed in connection with Orestes by EPHETAE. She says, "The strangers come, the sacred ornaments, the hallowed lambs, for I with blood must wash this execrable blood away, the light of torches, and what else my rites require to purify these strangers to the goddess." It will seem curious that Thoas, a barbarian king, should admit the necessity for such a ceremony, seeing that in the Andromache Hermione is made to say, "Such is the whole abhorred barbarian race. Friends by their dearest friends are murdered. Deeds like these no wholesome law prohibits." We shall see presently that this sentiment was the outcome of Hermione's emotional attitude to the Trojan Andromache. Orestes and the pitcher feast. The suggestion of Orestes that his pollution, when he reached the Attic land, was the origin of the Attic rite which prescribed the use of separate cups on the second day of the Anthesteria is of interest as an illustration of what is known as the etiological myth. Orestes says to EPHETAE, "There arrived none willingly received me, by the gods as one abhorred, and they who felt the touch of shame, the hospitable board alone yielded, and though one common roof beneath, their silence showing they disdained to hold converse with me, I took from them apart a lone repast. To each was placed a bowl of the same measure. This they filled with wine, and bathed their spirits in delight. Unmeet I deemed it to express offense at those who entertained me, but in silence grieved, showing a cheer as though I marked it not, and sighed for that I shed my mother's blood. A feast, I hear, at Athens is ordained from this my evil plight, e'en yet observed, in which the equal measured bowl then used is by that people held in honor high." Euripides is not our only authority for such a myth. Its existence is confirmed by Athenaeus and by Suidas. It is not probable that Euripides himself invented it. At the libation feast, which was known as the cups, chi omicron epsilon sigma, an unusual custom decreed that each man should drink from a separate goblet, and forbade any suggestion of collective drinking such as attached to the ordinary wine bowl. The Athenians did not understand the real origin of this rite. In the strange blending of joy and sorrow which characterized this Dionysiac festival, they overlooked the connection which existed between the public civic offering, at this festival, of libations to dead ancestors of the citizens as a whole and the primitive tomb offerings, chi omicron alpha iota, of tribal ancestor worship. Coulanges has indicated the private, individual, or domestic nature of such tomb offerings. He goes so far as to suggest that the origin of private ownership in land is to be attributed to the exclusive and non-communistic character of primitive ancestor worship. Even in Solon's time, the laws defined rigidly the limit of relationship to the deceased which permitted a relative's presence at the funeral. The worship of Dionysus had many affinities with the worship of the dead. It is in such affinities that we must seek, in the last resort, the explanation of the gloom and morbid mourning which permeates all Greek tragedy. But we cannot suppose that the Dionysiac festival was able to import an aspect of civic communism into the essentially local and tribal ritual of tomb libations. Hence, we believe a compromise was accepted in which men were permitted to drink together at a public libation festival, but were compelled to drink from separate vessels and to sit at separate tables. Such, we believe, was the real origin of this strange rite. But the Athenians, who were ignorant of its true origin, sought to find for it at least an intelligible explanation. They knew from the Attic legends of Orestes that this Argive prince had come to Athens for his trial. They knew that a kinslayer who had not yet been tried and declared innocent was polluted with a minor kind of pollution wherever he went. His purgation by Apollo was legally valid for Phocis if an Apolline court had declared him innocent. But in the Attic legends he was untried and therefore unpurged. They argued therefore that when Orestes came to Athens to submit to trial on a charge of kinslaying, he was prohibited from public civic and religious communion with Athenian citizens. It does not matter in this connection whether the plea of Orestes was justifiable matricide or extenuated matricide, as he had been proclaimed as an unjust slayer by the avengers, who in this case were the Erinnyes. He was polluted until he had either established his innocence or indicated the completion of his atonement to a court of reconciliation. Now, pollution was regarded by the ancients as a disease of a quasi-physical nature. Murder courts had to be held, even by night, in the open air. The polluted man could not enter the temples or the marketplace. He could not eat at anyone's table. He was isolated from public life. His civic existence was suspended. If then it be supposed that Orestes arrived for his trial at Athens during the Anthesteria festival, he could not have been received into civic or religious communion. Hence the creators of this myth could quite naturally have conceived that a compromise was agreed upon by which the Athenians preserved, on the one hand, their reputation for hospitality, and respected, on the other, the religion of pollution. They admitted Orestes to the public feast, but they insisted that he should sit apart and drink from a separate vessel. It was thus that the Athenians explained the origin of this rite, nor is the explanation to be regarded as anomalous or artificial, as Miss Harrison suggests. To people who were ignorant of the real origin of the pitcher feast, this was at least a respectable and intelligible etiology. Orestes says to EPHETAE that he had some difficulty in refraining from rebuking his hosts on this occasion. Miss Harrison's explanation of this statement is that Orestes was mad, but we are convinced that Orestes was not mad either at Athens or amongst the Tauri, though he may have been temporarily insane amongst the Argives. We have seen that there were conflicting opinions concerning the guilt of Orestes in different legends. The predominant opinion in Aeschylus and in the legend, probably Phocion, which referred to his purgation by Apollo, suggests that his act was justified. The Argive legend, which we have met in the Orestes of Euripides, conceived his act as willful matricide, which involved an eternal pollution. But the prevailing conception of Orestes, act which we find in the legends of post-Homeric times, regards him as guilty of matricide extenuated through Apollo's command. The dramatic attempt to unify these various legends is the source of the complexity of the problem of Orestian blood vengeance in Euripides. It is impossible to analyze successfully the legal and religious position of a hero who is tried and who is at the same time untried, who is eternally and who is at the same time temporarily polluted in one and the same drama. But the myth of the pitcher feast was based on a well-defined tradition. It ignored the Argive and the Phocian legends. It ignored also what we have called the first Attic legend, and it considered only the second Attic legend from which the Iphigenia in Taurus drama was ultimately derived. The surprise which Orestes feels at the partial social boycott which confronts him in Athens is, we think, to be attributed to the coexistence of the Attic and the Phocian legends. In the Phocian legend, Orestes was tried and purged, therefore he could visit any Greek city with impunity. But the Attic legend suggested that this purgation, though valid for Phocis, could not be accepted by the Athenians, so long as the avenging Erinnyes pursued, until Orestes had been acquitted by an Athenian court. This conflict of legendary viewpoints explains, we believe, the divergence of opinions which is suggested by these words. The Phoenician maidens and the suppliants, the homicide problems of the Phoenici and of the supplices may be simultaneously discussed, as both these dramas are concerned with the War of the Seven against Thebes. The dramas correspond in their general atmosphere and in regard to the problems which they present with the Septim of Aeschylus or the Antigone of Sophocles. We also find an incidental reference to the punishment of Oedipus, which recalls the Oedipus at Colonus and the King Oedipus of Sophocles. Euripides, in his account of the conflict, which took place between Polynices and Eteocles, and of the war between the Argives and the Thebans, is, from a legal point of view, more satisfactory than his brother dramatists, inasmuch as he makes a clear distinction between the different aspects of the problem of burial in both cases. Polynices may or may not have been a fratricide and a traitor, but the Argives at least were legitimate belligerents. In the Antigone, these two issues seem to have been deliberately confused. The burial of the Argives was a question for Greek international law, the violation of which brought down upon the offenders the anger of the gods. The burial of Polynices was a more delicate question, upon which the gods might adopt divergent attitudes. Tiresias, in the Antigone, does not differentiate very clearly between the religious aspects of these two problems. The gods were angry, about that there was no doubt. But might not this anger have been mainly, if not entirely, due to the non-burial of the Argives? Here are the words addressed by Tiresias to Creon. "And this evil state is come upon the city from thy will, because our altars, yea, our sacred hearths, are everywhere infected from the mouths of dogs or beak of vulture that hath fed on Oedipus, unhappy slaughtered son." Creon is unmoved by this declaration, which he regards as the outcome of bribery and political corruption. But Tiresias now utters words which strike terror into Creon's heart. "A little while, and thine own palace halls shall flash the truth upon thee with loud noise of men and women, shrieking o'er the dead. And all the cities whose unburied sons, mangled and torn, have found a sepulchre in dogs or jackals or some ravenous bird that stains their incense with polluted breath, are forming leagues in troublous enmity." Now, Euripides, on the other hand, keeps these two questions clearly distinct. The burial of the Argives, being an international question, is referred by Adrastus to Theseus, king of Athens. At first Theseus refuses to intervene, and rightly, since Athens was merely one of a number of Greek states, and she did not wish to undertake single-handed a war which was properly an amphictyonic war. But ultimately Theseus, yielding to the persuasion of his mother and of Adrastus, fought and defeated the Theban army under the command of Creon, and handed over the bodies of the Argives to their relatives for burial. That in refusing burial to the Argives, Creon had violated a Greek international law is clear from many passages in the suppliants. Thus Aethra says, "The mothers now of these, spear-slain, are fain to lay them in the grave, wherefrom the victors let them, and refuse the corpses, setting the gods' laws at naught." And Theseus says, "But lifeless bodies, harming not your state, I claim to bury, lo, all Hellas' law do I uphold." The messenger thus describes the words of the herald. "Silence, ye people, hush, ye ranks of Cadmus, hearken, we come but for the corpses' sake to bury them and keep all Hellas' law inviolate." The problem of the burial of Polynices has two distinct aspects in Euripides, as it has in Sophocles. In both accounts, Polynices was ultimately buried, as it was necessary for legend to insist that he should be, in view of the existence of tombs in Thebes which were said to contain the bones of all the 7 Argive leaders. But whereas in Sophocles it is religious fear which causes Creon to consent to the burial of Polynices, in Euripides we feel that it is rather the victorious intervention of Theseus which is the cause of this denouement. Eteocles and Polynices are represented by Euripides as having foreseen the conflict which would rage over their burial when they had mutually slain each other. Thus, Eteocles solemnly binds Creon to refuse burial to Polynices. "But I, on the city and thee, O Creon, this injunction lay, if I prove stronger, suffer not the corse of Polynices in this Theban realm to be interred. Let death be the reward of him who scatters dust o'er his remains, although he be the dearest of my friends." Again, Polynices is said to have commanded, as he lay dying, his mother and Antigone to bury him in Theban soil. "But bury me, O thou who gav'st me birth, and my loved sister, in my native land, your mediation to appease the city uniting, that of my paternal soil enough for a poor grave I may obtain, though I have lost the empire." Thus Euripides conceives in a twofold aspect the act of Polynices. Subjectively, he thinks, Polynices was justified in attacking and in slaying his brother. Objectively, however, or technically, he was a traitor and a fratricide because prima facie he was the aggressor. But the sympathetic intuition of Antigone looks beyond the superficial enactments of a political justice, of which the obscure and oscillating dictates cannot compete with her love for her brother in life, with her grief for him in death, and with her reverence for the solemn injunction which his dying lips had uttered. The punishment of Oedipus which is mentioned in the Phoenici is based, we believe, on the conception of his fatal act as voluntary homicide, but it also takes into account the facts of the Homeric narrative. The Homeric story of the continued rule of Oedipus over the Cadmeans was not in harmony with Achaean principles of blood vengeance. Homer does not understand it. Perhaps this is because, in Boeotia, as Leaf points out, the Achaeans had not established their power. It is possible that Oedipus enjoyed immunity from punishment because of his position as a Minoan autocrat. But as there existed in legendary story many capable and willing avengers, it is better to attribute his immunity to a discrimination between degrees in homicide guilt, which we have associated with Pelasgian tribal custom, and to interpret the Homeric reference as a Pelasgian reminiscence. In Homer, Oedipus lives, dies, and is buried in Thebes. But post-Homeric legend, under the influence of the pollution doctrine, could not accept these facts. Even if the plea of quasi-involuntary homicide, which Oedipus himself put forward, had been accepted, he would still have had to go into exile for at least a period of years, and even then he could not have returned to his domestic religion or have been buried in the tomb of his fathers. The duration of exile for extenuated or involuntary slaying in historical times, and therefore presumably in the pollution era, depended on the will of the relatives of the slain. One single objector could have extended the exile period indefinitely, at least in theory. According to the law, let all consent to be appeased or let one objector hold the field. But in the post-Homeric story of Oedipus, as Sophocles gives it, the plea of Oedipus was not accepted. He was regarded as a voluntary homicide and sent into exile. It is true that when Polynices himself was banished, for political reasons, from Thebes, he naturally relented, and in his altered mood, he offered to restore Oedipus to his home. But in order to restore Oedipus, it was necessary that Creon and Eteocles should be either killed or exiled, and this contingency had not been realized. In Euripides, the unhappy king ultimately suffers the same fate. Creon says to Oedipus, "But to my words, O Oedipus, attend Eteocles thy son, hath to these hands consigned the scepter of the Theban realm. I for this cause no longer can allow thee here to reside. For in the clearest terms Tiresias has pronounced that, while thou dwellst in these domains, Thebes never can be blessed. Therefore depart. Nor through a wanton pride, nor any hate I bear thee, do I hold such language, but because I justly dread thy evil genius will destroy this land." And Oedipus refers to the Apolline oracle which foretold that he would die in Athens, an oracle which Sophocles also mentions when he says, "The oracle of Phoebus is fulfilled, that in Athens in exile I shall die." But in Euripides, it is clear that Oedipus is not banished before the death of Eteocles and Polynices. A number of years is known to have elapsed during which he still lived in Thebes. But he was imprisoned all the time, and, as this suggestion is not implied in the Homeric story, we must suppose that some legend invented this novel device, by which part at least of the Homeric facts could be brought into harmony with the requirements of the post-Homeric doctrine of pollution. It supposed that Oedipus continued to live in Thebes, not however as a king or as a free citizen with full civic rights, but as an imprisoned criminal who by the very fact of his imprisonment did not pollute the state. Jocasta, who, in accordance with the Homeric narrative, is represented as living in Thebes for many years after the crimes of Oedipus were committed, says, "Soon as he learned that I whom he had wedded was his mother, the miserable Oedipus, o'erwhelmed with woes accumulated, from their sockets tore with a golden clasp his bleeding eyes. But since the beard o'ershaded my sons, cheeks their sire they in a dungeon have confined, the memory of this sad event t efface, for which they needed every subtle art. Within those mansions he still lives, but sick with evil fortunes, on his sons pours forth the most unholy curses, that this house they by the sword may portion out." We have said that pollution was conceived by the Greeks as a quasi-physical reality which resembled a contagious disease. In historical times, a polluted murderer was isolated by imprisonment. A law of DRACON, which is confirmed by Plato and by Demosthenes, prescribed that a convicted murderer en rupture de ban could be arrested and imprisoned, instead of being put to death, by the first person who encountered him. But imprisonment was never regarded, in Attic law, as a permanent method of isolation for a murderer, simply because it was not a recognized legal penalty for homicide. Oedipus, therefore, would have been justified, from the standpoint of historical law, in uttering curses against his relatives who imprisoned him. Hence we suggest that this story of the imprisonment of Oedipus was invented by some legend maker of the pre-Draconian age. In an attempt to harmonize the Homeric story of the continued life of Oedipus at Thebes with the post-Homeric atmosphere, which regarded him as polluted and debarred from civil and religious communion with his fellow citizens. Euripides implies that ultimately the Apolline oracle was fulfilled, and that Oedipus died as an exile at Athens. In view of the general acceptance of this oracle by traditional legends, and of the established fact of the burial of Oedipus at Athens, Euripides appears to have abandoned the Homeric account of the burial of Oedipus at Thebes. In this, he reveals more intelligence and a greater insight into the meaning of the post-Homeric legend than did Pausanias and his authorities who believed that the bones of Oedipus were transferred from Thebes to Athens. For either Oedipus was polluted or he was not. If he was, he could not have been buried at Thebes, since he was regarded as a willful murderer. If he was not, then he need not have come to Athens as a homicide exile at all. The statement of Jocasta that Oedipus was imprisoned in order that his disgrace might be forgotten, and that of Creon that Oedipus had to be exiled forever because he was polluted, are inconsistent. But we may infer from these statements, which Euripides himself composed, that he did not quite understand the origin and motive of the story of the imprisonment of Oedipus. For whoever invented this story did so with a definite purpose, namely, to reconcile religious doctrine with historical fact. The inventor knew the meaning and purpose of his invention. Hence the statement of Jocasta, to which we have referred, cannot have originated with the inventor of the story, for otherwise she would have said that Oedipus was imprisoned to avoid pollution. Nevertheless, we think that here again Euripides sought to achieve dramatic interest by introducing an antique variant of the story which Sophocles had ignored. In Sophocles, Oedipus dies before the clash of arms takes place between the Argives and the Thebans. In Euripides, he lives to see the realization of his own curses and becomes more easily reconciled to his own sad fate when he finds that destiny has avenged him in his turn, as Laius was avenged, and that in leaving Thebes he has removed from his life the local anger of ghosts and gods. The Mad Hercules. The theme of this drama is one of the multitudinous episodes which are associated with the life of Hercules. Now the legends of Hercules have this much in common with such legends, as we have examined concerning Orestes and Oedipus, that they refer to the deeds of a great man who has died. In Greek religion, apart from the Olympian pantheon of the Achaean caste, every great man assumed a divine nature when he died. But the Olympian religion did not recognize the right of man to become divine, and therefore whenever legend attributes human acts to such Olympian gods as Apollo or Athene, of whose mortal life there was no record, we must assume that at the time of such acts these gods have temporarily assumed a human form. But Hercules never was an Olympian. In Homer, Hercules is mentioned in a manner which suggests that he had been living quite recently upon this earth, and living moreover a normal human life. We find him in Hades, like all other dead men, though, curiously, he retains some of his old vitality, for he is married to Hebe, the goddess of eternal youth. We hear of his maternal uncles living ordinary human lives in Argos or in Thebes, and his grandsons actually fought in the Trojan War. We will not here attempt to discuss the origin of the Grecian cult of Hercules. Muller, of course, connects him with the Dorians. He thinks that Hercules and Apollo, in their respective roles of hero and of god, satisfied the normal wants of Dorian religiousness. We admit that the exaltation of Hercules as a divinity was of post-Homeric origin, but it is futile, we believe, to seek to distinguish the historical from the fictitious strata in Heraclean legends. At the dawn of European literature, the human life of Hercules, if there ever was such a man, was a thing of the past, and it is therefore more than probable that all the post-Homeric legends of Hercules are equally fictitious. The main point which we wish to emphasize here is that most of the legends of Hercules are based on the assumption that he had not yet died, that he was a mortal man, who obeyed, on most occasions, the laws of social humanity, not a god who had condescended to take human form and who was superior to the operation of natural laws. We agree that in the legends of Hercules there is a certain element of magic, such as is found in the legends of Medea, or Jason, or EPHETAE. This element imports into Heraclean legends a certain degree of lawlessness or of chaos. But so far as homicide at least is concerned, we will assume that Hercules is a man. Not indeed an ordinary man, subject to every ordinary law, but nevertheless a man, whose actions, however archaically they may be conceived, can nevertheless be explained. The difficulties which are presented by the Heraclean legends are due in part to their archaic setting, but still more to their almost infinite variety. a variety which we may attribute to the multitude of localities in which this hero god was worshipped. The greater the number of shrines which a god or hero possessed, the greater was the variety of the myths which grew up around him, because ancient myths, which are not like modern fairy tales, but which were rather sacred commemorations of religious events, could be transferred from one hero to another. Herodotus tells how Cleisthenes of Sicyon transferred the tragic choruses, which commemorated the sorrows of Adrastus, to the cult of Dionysus. Thus too must Hercules have had attributed to him the joyful exploits as well as the sorrowful events of the lives of local heroes. For this reason, and because of the tendency of myths to become more and more fanciful, we believe that the legends of Hercules as of most gods are fictitious. In the Euripidean drama, The Mad Hercules, we are told that Hercules, in a fit of madness, slew his wife, Megara, and his children. He was deluded by the goddess Hera into believing that he was thereby inflicting death upon the children of his taskmaster, Eurystheus. We may recall a somewhat similar delusion which was sent in a Sophoclean drama by Athene upon Ajax. But whereas in the Ajax no actual homicide occurs, here we have actual bloodshed, and worst of all, kinslaying. From a legal point of view, the position of Hercules is therefore quite different from that of Ajax. It is, we think, more akin to that of Oedipus. Hercules slays his children without knowing that they are his children. We may omit, for purposes of legal analysis, the death of Megara, his wife, for this death is obscured by the more heinous slaying of his kindred. Like Oedipus, Hercules discovers the truth. Like Ajax, he contemplates suicide. He gives expression to sentiments regarding the punishment of kinslaying which are suggestive of historical Attic law, though he forgets, for the moment, that his act was involuntary when he says, "Ah, why lengthen out a guilty life, when of my dearest children I am become the murderer? Why delay to leap from the high rock, or with a sword transpierce this bosom, on myself their blood avenging? Or avert that infamy which waits me, shall I rush into the flames?" Presently he begins to feel that he should not be considered fully culpable, yet he sees that it will be difficult for him to establish extenuation as a plea. The fit of madness which Hera had sent upon him was indeed a grim reality, but it would be difficult to prove it in a court of justice. Moreover, in the Euripidean account, Hercules is an alien in Thebes. His native state is Argos. We have said that exile was not permitted as a penalty for voluntary kinslaying in historical Greece. We have quoted Plato for the law that even involuntary slaying between aliens was punished by perpetual exile. If Hercules was an alien at Thebes, so also were his children. In Homer, Thebes is the birthplace of Hercules, but this Homeric fact is not accepted by Euripides. In the following passage, Hercules regards exile rather than death as his correct and proper punishment, but owing to the difficulty of proving involuntariness, he fears that no city will receive him. Thebes, he says, he must leave. To Argos, his native home, he cannot return because, as he says, he has been already banished from that state owing to his feud with Eurystheus. In other places, he will indeed be called a kinslayer, and if he cannot prove his innocence, he may be banished. This statement lends support to our theory that in historical Greece exile was not permitted for voluntary kinslaying. He says, "My fate is such that in my native Thebes I must not dwell, but if I here continue, to what temple or friends can I repair? For by such curses I now am visited that none will dare to speak to me. To Argos shall I go? How can I, when my country drives me forth? To any other city should I fly? The consequence were this. With looks askance I should be viewed as one well known, and harassed with these reproaches by malignant tongues. Is not this he, the son of Jove, who murdered his children and his consort? From this land shall not Hackerst miscreant be expelled." But the archaic atmosphere of the life of Hercules furnishes a solution for this problem. Theseus arrives from Athens. Apparently we are now living in the days which preceded the institution of citizen juries or even of EPHETAE courts. As Theseus, the autocratic king-judge, tried Oedipus at the shrine of the Semni, so also in a similarly informal manner he tries Hercules. He knows already, without being told of it, that Hera is to blame. Therefore, he says, "This mischief springs from no god except the wife of Jove." Hence he says to Hercules, "From Thebes retire, since thus the laws ordain, and follow me to Pallas city. When thy hands are there cleansed from pollution, I to thee will give a palace, and with thee divide my wealth." What we may ask is the law to which Theseus here refers. Wilamowitz rightly says that the law is that which prohibits his continuance at Thebes. We believe, however, that this was not a specifically Theban law. If it had been, the fact would have been more clearly indicated. The law in question is, we believe, an international law, which declared that when an alien slew an alien, even without intent, he must be debarred forever from the state in which the deed occurred. This law we have already quoted from Plato. Hercules therefore left Thebes and went to Athens, and we are told that when, in course of time, he dies in Athens, he will receive the worship of a hero. The similarity of this denouement to that of the Oedipus Coloneus of Sophocles needs no comment. Both these consummations are based, perhaps, on the existence of hero shrines in Attic soil. But the legend makers were careful not to give us legal impossibilities. Hercules had shrines everywhere in Greece. Yet Hercules could not go to Argos, for the simple reason that he had been exiled from that city. He could not return to Thebes because of the law. It was fortunate then for Hercules that he found a king, such as Theseus, who admitted without question the element of extenuation in his act. In historical Greece, a willful kinslayer could not have been accepted as an exile in any state. The law which is referred to by Theseus cannot therefore have reference to willful slaying, for it permitted him to leave Thebes. If he had slain his children willfully, it would not have allowed him the option of exile. If he is allowed this option, it is because his deed was viewed, either by the dramatist or by the legend maker, or by both, as extenuated or quasi-involuntary kinslaying. Such slaying in Greek law prescribed a period of exile, temporary or perpetual, pending the appeasement of the kinsmen. Owing to the important differences which exist between the Euripidean conception of the native state of Hercules and Homer's conception, we must assume that Euripides has abandoned Homer and is following an Argive legend concerning Hercules. This conclusion is strengthened by the account which Euripides gives, in this play, of Amphitryon, the father of Hercules. Euripides makes Amphitryon say that he is an exile from Argos living at Thebes, because he had slain Electryon. Now, if Euripides conceived Amphitryon as a Theban by birth, he could not legally have presented him, since he was a manslayer, as a resident in Thebes. We have seen that homicide exiles were debarred from 3 possible places of residence, namely, 1, the state of the slayer, 2, the state of the victim, and 3, the state in which the deed of blood took place. Pausanias also refers to this legend of Amphitryon. The Thebans of his time pointed out a ruined house in Thebes, where they say Amphitryon dwelt when he fled from Tiryns owing to the death of Electryon. As Tiryns was a city within the boundary of the historical Argive state, it is frequently confused with Argos in the legends. Electryon was the father-in-law and the uncle of Amphitryon. That the slaying of Electryon was not willful is suggested by certain facts. Thus, the return of Amphitryon to Argos is said to depend on the will of Eurystheus, and the labors of Hercules are regarded as the necessary appeasement. We need not suppose that there is any reference to the Pelasgian wergeld system in the story of the recompense, which was demanded by Eurystheus. This recompense is more akin to the appeasement of relatives in the Pelusian system. It was the father of Eurystheus, Esthenellus, the brother of Electryon, who had driven Amphitryon into banishment. Euripides concedes this much to the claim of Thebes to be regarded as the home of Amphitryon, insofar as he makes Amphitryon say that he has settled there as an exile. But legally, he could not have lived there as a homicide exile if he had been a citizen of Thebes. Hence Euripides calls him the Argive Amphitryon. His hopes of an ultimate return to Argos and of the appeasement of Eurystheus suggest that his act was involuntary or quasi-involuntary. The very fact of his exile points to the same conclusion. The attempt of Lycus, king of Thebes, to murder Amphitryon, Megara, and the children of Hercules is also described in the play. The motive of Lycus was political. Hercules had married Megara, daughter of Creon, the regent of Thebes, and his family was therefore a dangerous rival in the matter of dynastic succession. Hercules, as soon as he heard of the plot, put Lycus to death. This penalty, we have suggested, was a normal penalty for attempted murder, beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma iota sigma, in Achaean or quasi-Achaean society. We have discussed this penalty in our analysis of the Ajax of Sophocles. Whether there was an antique legend which referred to this penalty, or whether the dramatist is consciously archaizing, it is difficult to decide. The chorus, at least, have no doubt that the penalty was just, and Amphitryon takes the same view. The chorus say to him as he dies. Others have perished by that bloody hand. The retribution thou endurst is just. The children of Hercules. Of the Heraclidi, another family of Hercules, Pausanias says, when Hercules fled from Eurystheus at Turin's, he went to his friend Ceyx, the king of Trachis. But when Hercules left the society of men, Eurystheus demanded his children, and Ceyx sent them to Athens, suggesting that Theseus should protect them. And coming to Athens, they caused the first war between the Athenians and the Peloponnesians, as Theseus would not give them up to Eurystheus. In this Euripidean play, also, the children of Hercules are represented as dwelling in the city of Athens, in the charge of Iolaus and Alcmene, and the war between Eurystheus and Theseus for their extradition is the main theme. The presence of Iolaus in the drama is probably, we think, derived from the legend of an expedition which the Athenians made under his leadership to Sardinia. The chief point which we wish to emphasize here is that the demand for the extradition of the Heraclidi has no connection with homicide. Amphitryon had slain Electryon. Hercules had sought in vain to appease Eurystheus. It is now evident that Eurystheus has refused all appeasement, as the sons of Oedipus refused it, for political reasons. In Greek law, homicide could not continue to afflict the children of a slayer unto the 4th generation. With the death of Amphitryon, the homicide episode is closed. In this drama, the extradition demand is therefore entirely political. Upon this point, our play is quite explicit. Eurystheus says to Alcmene, "For well I knew thy son was no mere cipher, but a man indeed, though strong my hate, on him will I confer the praise he merits from his valiant deeds. But after he was dead, was I not forced, because I was a foe to these his sons, and knew what bitter enmity gainst me they from their sire inherited, to leave no stone unturned, to slay, to banish them and plot their ruin? Could I have succeeded in these designs, my throne had stood secure." Demophoon, son of Theseus, refuses to give up the sons of Hercules and uses as a pretext the right of suppliants. We recall the statement of Pausanias that Demophoon was the first Athenian who was tried at the Palladium court, a court which regularly tried cases of homicide between strangers. The words which Demophoon speaks to the herald of Eurystheus. "Therefore go thou back to Argus, and this message to Eurystheus deliver. Tell him too, if there be aught which, gainst our guests he can allege, the laws are open, but thou shalt not drag them thence," imply that the right of suppliant was not potent to protect offenders, but was only potent to secure for them a respite from merited punishment. Moreover, they imply that Eurystheus has no right to demand the extradition of offenders without the option of a trial. We have already admitted that the right of sanctuary helped to determine the locality of certain courts, but we have maintained that it had no essential connection with the origin of the principle of trials for homicide, and that its connection with murder courts is quite accidental. We have suggested that in historical Greece trial was a possible option for extradition in case of homicide. Hence the refusal of Eurystheus to accept trial suggests what Demophoon definitely asserts, that the offense of the Heraclidi was not criminal but political. But if the Heraclidi are innocent, what shall we say of Eurystheus? Is he not as culpable as Lycus is in the mad Hercules? Is he not guilty of plotting murder for political ends? If he is not yet alpha letter 1F34, tau iota omicron sigma phi omicron u omicron upsilon, is he not guilty of beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma iota sigma? For this crime, we have said, in early Greece, the penalty was probably death. It is, then, significant that in this play Eurystheus is put to death by the servants of Alcmene. Both the penalty and its mode of execution are archaic. Either legend retained these elements unadulterated in their transition down the ages, or Euripides deliberately imported into the myth an archaic atmosphere. In neither case is Euripides giving us the ideas of his own time, for in historical Greece beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma iota sigma was not punishable by death. Eurystheus was captured alive in the battle, and hence he claims the right of a captive warrior and demands the protection of the Athenians. Alcmene, however, insists that he should be given up to her for execution. What a nice legal problem was this for a litigious Athenian audience. How replete it is with that intense human interest which was so dear to Euripides. The conflict is skillfully depicted in the dialogue which takes place between Alcmene and the messenger, or the chorus, after the battle. Eurystheus, appeal to the laws of Greece, implies the existence of international legislation concerning the rights of war captives, but he himself had previously shown very little regard for the international status of exiles. In vain does he advance the plea of self-defense against these harmless but dangerous children. The Athenians decide to take no action. They cannot put to death a captive taken in war. But Alcmene claims that Eurystheus is a murderer. According to ancient practice, it is her privilege to avenge. Moreover, so far as Alcmene is concerned, she will not bury a man whom she believes to be a criminal. But unfortunately, there was an oracle of Apollo that Eurystheus should be buried in Athens. The Athenians therefore are disposed to bury him. At first, Alcmene says that she will not object to the burial of Eurystheus by the Athenians, but this assertion is incompatible with the command which she gives to her attendants later, to deliver the dead Eurystheus to the dogs. We may perhaps assume that she performed a mock ritual of exposure of the dead, that she cast the body of Eurystheus beyond the boundaries, and that afterwards his relatives removed him for sepulture. Such is the attempt which Euripides seems to make to solve the deadlock between two elements of Greek law, namely that which permitted the burial of an enemy, and that which forbade the burial of a murderer. In the archaic atmosphere of the play, homicide and attempted homicide are equated as identical. In the words of Eurystheus, who declares in vain that his death will cause pollution to his slayer, we discern at once the failure of Euripides to be consistently archaic and the failure of a dead man's ghost to impose pollution in the teeth of civic law and international religion. The Medea. In regard to the origin and the evolution of the story of Medea, which is the subject of this drama, we cannot do better than summarize the account which Wergeld gives in his edition of the play. Wergeld thinks that Medea was a Phoenician moon goddess who was worshipped at Corinth at an early period, and to whom were offered, in sacrifice, human victims including children, that these rites, which in course of time assumed a more civilized form, when a mock ritual of human sacrifice was accepted in the place of ancient realities, were transferred to the goddess Hera. That sacred legend retained indeed a memory of Medea, but the evolution of Corinthian religion degraded to the level of a priestess the Medea who once had been a goddess, and that hence arose the fiction that Medea had once slain children, in sacrifice. Later, Wergeld thinks, this Corinthian story was expanded under the influence of Eastern Greek colonization, and legend traced in the root from the Euxine to Iolcos the natural course of Medea's introduction to Greek lands. Weird Asiatic notions of sorcery and witchcraft clustered round her name. To her were attributed the atrocities which legend memory recorded of the Aeolidi at Iolcos. Thus was Medea degraded not only from a goddess to a priestess, but also from a priestess to a sorceress, and from a sorceress to the vilest murderess whom Grecian legends knew. If the creators of the story of Medea were ignorant of her original character, so also naturally was Euripides. For him, Medea is not a goddess who has assumed the form of a woman, but a woman who has not yet put off this mortal coil, and who as yet has done little to deserve that she should, after death, attain to divinity. As a woman, she is, despite her magic, subject to social laws. Her deeds of blood must be regarded from a legal standpoint, whether that standpoint is applicable to one era or to another. Let us consider how the deeds of Medea were avenged. First of all, she slew her brother, Apsietus in Colchis, to prevent his pursuit. For this crime she paid no penalty, if we accept the exile which destiny had, in any event, decreed for her. It was quite unnecessary for the legend maker to invent this additional atrocity of fratricide, for to Colchis Medea was never to return. But as exile was an archaic Pelasgian penalty for willful kinslaying, this conception bears an antique stamp, which is attributable either to the antiquity of the story or to the archaizing of later minds. Again, Medea caused the daughters of Peleus to put to death their aged father by deluding them into the belief that by cutting him in pieces and boiling him with certain magic potions, they would restore him to youth and vigor. Here Medea acts as the plotter and contriver of murder. In primitive as in historical times, such a deed was regarded as equally culpable with that of an actual slayer. Indeed, in the special circumstances of the case, she was the real if not the actual murderer of Peleus, and the daughters of Peleus were guilty, at most, of involuntary slaying. We cannot, of course, attribute to Medea the guilt of kinslaying, as she was not akin to Peleus. It is more probable that she would have been regarded, for purposes of punishment, as an ordinary murderess. In actual fact, she and Jason were expelled from Thessaly. Even so, in the play, she still fears the vengeance of Acastus, the son of Peleus. This fact does not imply that she was conceived as guilty of kinslaying, which in historical Greece was punishable by death. We believe that the Thessalian story of Medea was not conceived from the standpoint of historical law. In this story, there are complications of blood vengeance which suggest an Achaean, or rather what we may call a quasi-Achaean atmosphere. While, in Homer, Peleus, son of Poseidon, rules over Iolcos like an Achaean, by divine right, later legend revealed that he had previously defrauded his half-brother Aeson of the kingdom and put him to death, and that Jason the son of Aeson had himself narrowly escaped death at his hands. Hence it was natural that Jason, the one-sandaled hero of the oracle, should command Medea to put Peleus to death. That is the real reason why Jason, together with Medea, was banished from Thessaly by Acastus. This quasi-Achaean exile is therefore similar to the Achaean flight from death, and hence it is that Medea still fears the vengeance of Acastus. When Jason arrived at Corinth, he became affianced to the king's daughter, just as the Achaean Tydeus became the son-in-law of Adrastus. No pollution was involved in an alliance with a kinslayer. The presence of such Achaean episodes in Euripides, side by side with episodes which bear a later stamp, suggests either a marvelous capacity for archaizing on the part of the dramatist, or, more probably, the unadulterated transmission of an antique legend. The main plot of this drama reveals two further atrocities which were perpetrated by Medea. She plots the death of her husband, of his intended wife, Glauce, of his intended father-in-law, Creon, king of Corinth, and of her own 2 children, whom she had borne to Jason. Her murderous plot proved successful, except in regard to Jason. Her children she slew deliberately with her own hand. It happened, previously, that Aegeus, king of Athens, arrived at Corinth. Medea, well aware of the consequences of the murderous plot which she had planned, and being, in addition, under an edict of banishment from Corinth, entreated Aegeus to give her protection at Athens. He promised to do so, but she was not content with a promise. She bound Aegeus under a solemn oath. "Swear by the earth on which we tread, the sun, thy grandsire, and by all the race of gods, that from your land you never will expel, nor while you live consent that any foe shall tear me thence." 1 or 2 problems are suggested by this quotation. If Medea had not succeeded in securing this solemn contract on the part of Aegeus, would she have carried out her plot? And was Aegeus bound by the oath when he discovered the sequel? In this section of the story, which is the main theme of our play, homicide is conceived as a pollution, and in the pollution system, exile was not permitted for voluntary kinslaying. The murder of her children was by far the most serious offense which Medea committed, since they were her kindred. For the other deeds of blood, she could have legally sought asylum at Athens, as she was not a citizen of that state, and the deeds had not been perpetrated there. Medea seems to be well aware of these facts, for she utters no hint to Aegeus of her dreadful plans. But it was her intention of slaying her children which led her to extract from Aegeus this solemn oath. If he had refused to swear, she would, we believe, have slain all her intended victims, but she would then have committed suicide. But was the oath which Aegeus swore binding in Greek international law? Apparently Medea thought so, and Euripides seems to think so, too. The chorus, however, do not understand how Medea can find a refuge at Athens, but it is only in the slaying of the children that they seem to find a difficulty. They say, "For its holy streams renowned can that state where friendship's generous train are found shelter thee from public hate, when, defiled with horrid guilt, thou thy children's blood hast spilt, think on this atrocious deed ere the dagger aim the blow." But at the end of the play, the sun god, the grandfather of Medea, places his chariot at her disposal in order to facilitate her journey to Athens, the Corinthian gods accepting, as an expiation, the establishment by blood-stained hands of a festival and mystic rites. Jason is foredoomed to death, and we are told that Medea will escape the Erinyes of her children. If Euripides, as Wed maintains, habitually contrasts the morality of the legends with that of his own day, we can only say that here the contrast is so obvious that it need not have been indicated at all. But is such a contrast really indicated? Does the futile protest of the chorus represent the Athens of Euripides, and does the action of Aegeus typify the Athens of a barbarous past? If not, how do we explain the facts of the drama? In our view, it is Jason, not Medea, who is the villain of this play. Medea had left her home, her kindred, everything that life held dear, for the love of a Greek adventurer. Jason never taunts Medea with the slaying of his father. He had commanded it. Driven forth as an exile from the land of Thessaly, she clings to her blood-stained mate. In Corinth he deserts her, and she is ordered to go away, anywhere, somewhere, into the great unknown. To the distracted mind of a desperate woman who sees herself deserted in a friendless world, comes then the image of a two-edged sword, begotten of slighted love and sexual jealousy. Love rejected, love transferred, transforms Medea from a faithful friend into a dangerous enemy. Her children, erstwhile the sweetest pledges of affection, are now so many goads which stimulate her vengeance. The conflict of passions which rages in Medea's breast is depicted by Euripides with matchless skill. It proclaims her at once human and insane. Subjectively, therefore, she need only plead guilty to extenuated homicide, to slaying in a passion, and if such a plea were accepted, she would be entitled in Greek law to the sanctuary of exile. Why then does she bind Aegeus by an oath? We suggest that the explanation is to be found in the distinction between the objective or legal aspect of an act and its subjective or psychological aspect. It would have been difficult for Medea to have established her plea in any court, formal or informal. Aegeus might not have given her the benefit of the doubt, as Theseus did to Oedipus, and Medea could take no risks. Furthermore, this legend has an archaic setting and portrays a Greek story of a period which was antecedent to the establishment of regular state courts of justice and to codified international law. This explains why Aegeus observed his oath. There was no authority of an international religion to declare that it was not binding. Viewed in this light, the protest of the chorus in our last quotation is a confirmation of our hypothesis. They actually approve of the slaying of Creon and of his daughter, though they regret that they should have suffered for Jason's infamy. They say, "Heaven, its collected store of evil, seems this day resolved with justice to pour down on perjured Jason. Thy untimely fate how do we pity, O thou wretched daughter of Creon, who in Pluto's mansions gost to celebrate thy nuptial feast." When the chorus urge Medea not to slay her children, we feel that they are prompted by feelings of pity and humanity, rather than by any sense of legal or religious guilt. In the following passage, in which we see the strongest and most emphatic instance of their disapproval of Medea's act, their main objection is that her act is unusual. Only one woman, they say, has ever been known to do such a deed before. Art thou a rock, O wretch, or steel to slay with thine own hand that generous race of sons whom thou didst bear? I hitherto have heard but of one woman who, in ancient days, smote her own children, Ino, by the gods with frenzy stung. But she, yet reeking with the impious gore of her own progeny, into the waves plunged headlong from the ocean's craggy beach. Can there be deeds more horrible than these left for succeeding ages to produce? Thus, in this play we have no Euripidean contrast of barbarous with civilized morality. Euripides favors Medea, so does the chorus, so does the plot. So strong is her passion, so conscious is she of her own moral rectitude, so magnanimous is her soul, that if Aegeus had not come, she would have carried out her plans, and if Aegeus had not sworn, she would have done the same. But with her blood-stained hands, she would have driven into her heart the sword which had just drained the life-blood of her children. The Hippolytus. The scene of the Hippolytus is laid in Troezen, in Se Argolis, the realm of Pittheus, the maternal grandfather of Theseus, king of Athens. Thither Theseus has come because, says Euripides, he was sentenced to 1 year's exile for the slaying of Pallas and his sons. Aphrodite says, "But from Cecropia's realm, since Theseus fled to expiate his pollution, with the blood of Pallas, sons disdained, and with his queen sailed for this coast, to punishment of exile submitting for 1 year." Now Pausanias informs us that justifiable homicide was the plea of Theseus when he was acquitted for killing Pallas and his sons. We have pointed out that Pallas and his sons were slain in a civil war in Attica. As they were technically rebels and unjust aggressors, seeking to dethrone Aegeus, the father of Theseus, who was the reigning monarch, it was quite natural that from one point of view, the act of Theseus should have been morally regarded as justifiable homicide. It would not have required a court of justice to have established the validity of such a plea. Had not Eteocles been automatically acquitted for the slaying of Polynices, but why does Euripides speak of a sentence of 1 year's exile? This penalty in relation to kinslaying, Pallas was a brother of Aegeus, can only have one meaning. Plato assures us that if a kinsman slays a kinsman in a passion, and if the deceased before he expires shall have forgiven him and absolved him from blood guiltiness, the deed shall be regarded as involuntary homicide, for which the normal penalty was 1 year's exile. To explain this reference in Euripides, therefore, Theseus must be conceived as guilty of extenuated kinslaying, which was forgiven. But we are nowhere told that the Pallantidae forgave their slayer. We have said that there was a legal affinity between the conceptions of justifiable and of extenuated slaying. Yet the two kinds of homicide were never identified, and it would be all the more difficult to identify them when the deed concerned a king of Athens. Hence we must suppose either 1, that Euripides has here abandoned the tradition mentioned by Pausanias, or 2, that the legal aspect of the slaying of the Pallantidae had become confused in the legends, before Euripides, with the legal aspect of some other deed of blood, with which the name of Theseus was associated. During the sojourn of Theseus at Troezen, where his son Hippolytus was being brought up, Phaedra, the second wife of Theseus, sought to seduce into adulterous intercourse her stepson, Hippolytus. Euripides represents Hippolytus as an Orphic votary, and we will condone the anachronism because it emphasizes the probability of Hippolytus' repudiation of Phaedra's suggestions. Phaedra, in shame and anger, committed suicide, but in revenge for the Puritans' rejection of her love, she left behind her a letter in which she accused Hippolytus of forcible violation. Such an accusation, followed by suicide, would be sufficient to convict Hippolytus in either ancient or modern times. It would have convicted him of attempting an indecent assault and of attempted adultery. But would it have convicted him of having caused the death of Phaedra? Theseus believed him guilty of all these crimes and decided to banish him from Troezen, pronouncing against him, in addition, a virulent curse which, in the religious atmosphere of the ancient world, was as dangerous to the life of Hippolytus as the sigma eta mu alpha tau alpha lambda epsilon gamma rho alpha which were sent, in analogous circumstances, by Proetus to the king of Lydia in the legend of Bellerophon. He says, O Neptune, O my sire, since thou hast firmly promised that thou thrice wouldst grant me what I prayed for, now fulfill one vow, and slay my son, nor let him 'scape this single day, if thou with me design to ratify the compact thou hast made. Moreover, I will drive him from the land, for of these twofold fates, or this or that must smite him. Neptune, when he hears my curses, will plunge the miscreant to the shades of hell else, cast forth from this region, and ordain to wander in some foreign land, a life of the profoundest misery shall he drag. The crimes which Theseus attributes to Hippolytus are so many and so various that it is impossible to connect this penalty of banishment with the homicidal aspect of Phaedra's death. The penalty is too severe, as his action in causing Phaedra's death could hardly have been regarded even as manslaughter. It is to be noted that Hippolytus was banished from Athens as well as from Troezen. After leaving Troezen, as he was traveling along the coast, he was assailed by a sea monster which was sent by Poseidon within sight of the Cyrenian rocks. This point, we shall see, is important for the correct analysis of the legend. The horses took fright, and Hippolytus was dragged behind the chariot until he was mortally injured. He was brought back to Theseus, and as Artemis miraculously revealed to Theseus his innocence of the crime which had been alleged against him, the father and the son became reconciled, and, before he died, Hippolytus absolved his father from the guilt of blood. Thus the play ends. We have said that in early Greece, and even amongst the Achaean caste, adultery was not punishable by death. Hence the curse of Theseus renders him liable to blood guilt. He contrives death. He is alpha letter 1F34 tau iota omicron sigma phi omicron u omicron upsilon, even if he does not actually slay Hippolytus. He confesses his guilt in the closing scene. Now the forgiveness of a dying kinsman did not absolve the slayer from all punishment. He had still, in historical Greece, to endure a penalty of 1 year's exile from his homeland. Is it not strange, therefore, that in this play Theseus suffers no punishment for the death of Hippolytus? Troezen was reputed to have been the birthplace of Theseus. Athens was the birthplace of Hippolytus. Euripides remembers the latter fact when he represents the exiled Hippolytus as debarred from Athens. But he forgets the former fact when he makes Troezen a place of exile for Theseus. Pausanias says that Theseus went to Troezen to be purified for the slaying of Pallas and his sons, and that at Troezen Phaedra accomplished the death of Hippolytus. Moreover, Pausanias tells us that over the royal portico of the Athenian Prytaneum there was an earthenware statue which represented Theseus in the act of hurling into the sea a certain brigand named Syren. For Euripides, Syren is the name of a sea boulder in the Saronic Gulf. But Plutarch assures us that Syren was a kinsman of Theseus, that Theseus slew him, and that as an atonement he instituted the sacred Isthmian Games. It seems obvious that Euripides has either adopted an eclectic attitude to these various legends of Theseus, or that they had become fused before his time. But he is not concerned with legal accuracy or consistency, so much as with the construction of an intelligible plot of intense human interest. To Euripides, it must have appeared improbable that the temporary sojourn of Theseus at Troezen was connected, as Pausanias alleges, with purgation rites, since these rites would normally have been performed at Athens. Moreover, the brief period of time which such rites would have necessitated does not afford a sufficient explanation of his exile for the space of 1 year. Again, it was absolutely necessary to suppose that Theseus returned to Athens. But for this, it was necessary to assume that he was forgiven by Hippolytus, whom he, directly and immediately and Phaedra indirectly, caused to be killed. But we have not yet discovered the secret of that 1 year's sojourn at Troezen. We believe that it is in the legend of Syren, which Euripides ignores, that we must seek the real origin of the tradition concerning a forgiveness and a period of 1 year's exile in the life of Theseus. We have already pointed out how closely these two ideas may be correlated. We suggest that the real legends of Theseus presented some such facts as the following. 1. Theseus slew Pallas and his sons, was acquitted by the Delphinium court, and was purged at Athens. 2. Phaedra, not Theseus, caused the death of Hippolytus. 3. Theseus slew a kinsman named Syren in Attica, but Syren before dying forgave his slayer. Theseus therefore went into exile for 1 year, not to Troezen, but to the Isthmus where he instituted a sacred festival. He could not have gone into exile to Troezen, for this realm belonged to him, since he was the grandson of Pittheus, and in Euripides he claims the right to banish Hippolytus from Troezen. He was certainly a citizen of Troezen, since in legend he was born there. We must suppose, therefore, according to this hypothesis, either that Euripides selected different elements from these legends and joined them together, or that they had been confused in some one legend before his time. In this fusion, the forgiveness was shifted from Syren to Hippolytus. Theseus was conceived as the cause of Hippolytus' death, Syren was ignored, and the slaying of Pallas was regarded as extenuated but not as justifiable homicide. The Ion. The most important incident in the Ion is the attempted murder, beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma io, a sigma, of Ion, the eponymous ancestor of the Ionians, by his mother Creusa, who does not know that he is her son. Thus, we meet once more a homicide problem forming the basis of a drama, and a solution of that problem which requires for its intelligibility the application of homicide law. Euripides is deliberately pandering to Athenian national pride when he represents Ion, by repute the son of Xuthus, as really the son of Apollo and Creusa. In the temple of Delphi, he is reared as a minister of the god. Creusa has almost forgotten the issue of her ancient amour, and by a tragic irony comes with Xuthus to Delphi to consult Apollo as to the causes of her childlessness. Apollo informs Xuthus that he will give him a son and heir, and Xuthus is led to believe that his newly found son, Ion, is the offspring of some intrigue of his youth. When Creusa hears about this stranger, she regards him with hostile feelings and decides to kill him by poison. In this design, however, she does not succeed. Have we here, then, a plot to kill or attempted murder? The legal essence of the former, we have seen, is the realization of the plot. Therefore, the guilt of Creusa is that of attempted murder or beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma iota sigma. No one except Apollo is supposed to be aware until the end of the play of the real relationship which exists between Ion and Creusa. Hence, we have here a suggestion of an act which, like that of Oedipus, is objectively related to kinslaying, but which subjectively must be regarded as ordinary, attempted murder. We have seen that in early Greece attempts to kill and actual slayings were accorded equal punishment, but we find in the Ion that Creusa is not punished at all. The explanation of this problem is the main object of our present inquiry. When the attempted murder of a minister of Apollo is discovered and reported, the whole civic machinery of the Delphian state is put in motion. A court is held at which Ion is the accuser. He charges his mother with attempted murder, but there is a subtle suggestion of the additional guilt of attempted sacrilege. This court of Delphian nobles condemns Creusa to death. Creusa's servant says, Delphi's rulers have decreed my queen shall be thrown headlong from the rock, nor hath one single voice, but the consent of all, adjudged her death, because she strove in the temple to have slain the priest. Pursued by the whole city, hither bend her inauspicious steps. She through a wish for children to Apollo came, but now she perishes with all her hoped-for race. The chorus recommend Creusa to take refuge in a sanctuary. She answers that sanctuary is valueless as a refuge against the sentence of death. The chorus comfort her with the assurance that while she remains in the sanctuary, she cannot be slain. But Ion, who by a tragic irony leads the executioners, leaves no doubt that her refuge will not avail her. He says, Behold the sorceress, what a complicated scene of treachery hath she framed, yet trembles not the altar of Apollo to approach, as if heaven's vengeance could not reach her crimes. But neither shall this altar, nor the temple of Phoebus save thy life. Creusa in the ensuing dialogue advances a plea of justification. She argues that if Ion came to Athens, sooner or later, he would have slain her through dynastic rivalry. I sought to take away the life of you, a foe to me and to my house, lest I should perish if your life was spared. But this was also the plea of Eurystheus when he sought the lives of the Heraclidi. In Greek law, the plea has no validity. Ion commands his mother to leave the altar, saying, Shalt thou escape unpunished for thy attempt to slay me? At this critical moment, the Pythian priestess intervenes and requests Ion to desist. She holds that the attempt of Creusa was mitigated by passion, and that therefore she did not deserve to die. She says, Wives with inveterate hatred ever view their husbands, sons sprung from another bed. Thus does Apollo override the verdict of his priests, but he goes farther. Creusa, according to the oracular interpretation of her act, was guilty of an extenuated attempt to kill, and should therefore in strict law have been punished by a penalty of temporary exile. Yet she is permitted to return forthwith to Athens, her native country. In the following verses, Ion is urged to forgive. Banish from thy soul this rancor, now the temple thou art leaving, and on thy journey to thy native land. But we have not yet rendered the denouement legally intelligible. We think that it can only be explained by one hypothesis, namely, by assuming that Apollo takes upon himself the responsibility for Creusa's act. It was he who, by concealing the true facts, had provoked Creusa to attempted murder. It was he, therefore, who must take the blame. We have seen that there is no doubt that otherwise Creusa would have suffered death. That penalty is an archaic one, being based, as we think, on the notion of the absence of discrimination in early Greece between degrees of homicide guilt. In the more subtle analysis of Apollo, we may see perhaps a suggestion of Euripides as to the evolution of such distinctions, which characterized the historical period. But it is possible that such distinctions existed in Pelasgian groups, though not in Achaean or quasi-Achaean societies. If there is anything legally improbable in this legend, it is obscured by the dramatic interest which attaches to the recognition scene between the mother and the son. Moreover, Euripides and therefore the legend which he follows were compelled to indicate the important fact that Creusa did return with Ion to Athens, and that the glorious mother of the Ionian race had not been stained by the guilt of kindred bloodshed. The Andromache. In the Andromache, there are two events of a homicidal character which we must discuss. One, the attempted murder of Andromache, who was then a war captive in the home of Neoptolemus, and that of her son by Hermione, the wife of Neoptolemus, and by her father Menelaus. Two, the slaying of Neoptolemus at Delphi by the Apolline priests and magistrates on a false charge of sacrilege which was urged against him by Orestes. The first event is clearly a case of attempted murder, because the plot failed to materialize owing to the arrival of Peleus. The second event is more difficult to define. Objectively, it points to the execution of a normal penalty for an alleged sacrilegious attempt to despoil the temple and for a previous actual spoliation. But subjectively, Orestes was guilty of contriving the death of Neoptolemus, and he advances in private a sham plea of justification when he says that he regards Neoptolemus, who had married Hermione, his own fiancée, as a virtual adulterer. From the words which are addressed by Thetis to Peleus at the end of the play, we may infer that the plot of Orestes was viewed with disapproval by the gods. But, legally, he must escape punishment because the actual slayers could plead sufficient justification, and his private motives were not publicly proclaimed. Let us give some details of both episodes. Hermione, when her attempt to kill is discovered and frustrated, meditates suicide because, we are told, she fears that her husband will slay her or send her into exile. Thus, a nurse in Hermione's service says, "Within these doors, Hermione, my mistress, by her sire forsaken, and grown conscious of the guilt she hath incurred by that attempt to murder Andromache and her unhappy son, resolves to die, because she dreads lest, fired with indignation at her guilt, her lord should cast her forth with scorn, or take away her life because she purposed to have slain the innocent. The servants who attend can hardly by their vigilance prevent her from fixing round her neck the deadly noose or snatch the dagger from her hand. So great is her affliction, and she now confesses that she has done amiss." In this passage, death appears as the archaic penalty for attempted murder. If Neoptolemus, the husband of Hermione, permits an option of exile, it is perhaps because such an option was permitted for actual murder in historical times, and the penalties were supposed to have been identical in cases of attempted and of actual murder in prehistoric days. It is also possible to explain the option by reference to the fact that Andromache was a captive, and that therefore her master had the right to forego the full penalty. We have seen that the Achaeans did not discriminate between voluntary and involuntary homicide, and we may regard the reference to this penalty here as a case of historical archaizing, which attributed to the Achaean Neoptolemus an ignorance of the distinction between attempted murder and actual murder. But we may also suppose that there was a legend which originally contained all these details and retained them as an unadulterated tradition down the ages. In historical times, attempted slaying could not have been punished by a more severe penalty than that of exile, the duration of which depended perhaps on some form of appeasement. That such was the historical penalty may be inferred from the fact that the Palladium court tried such cases in the time of Aristotle, and we think from Solon's time onwards. When the attempt, beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma iota sigma, resulted in actual wounding or in physical injury, as in cases of attempted poisoning, the case was probably tried by the Areopagus, and the sentence was perpetual exile without confiscation of property. In this play, however, as in the Ion, the attempted murder of Andromache was unpunished. Neoptolemus, the natural punitive agent, did not live to hear of the attempt. Andromache herself warned Menelaus that the people of the district would put him and Hermione on trial and punish them. She says, "O Menelaus, be it now supposed I by thy daughter am already slain. 'Twill be impossible for her to scape from the pollution ruthless murder brings. Thou, too, by many tongues wilt be accused of this vile deed. With her will they confound thee, the abettor." Do we not seem to have here a legend which evolved? First of all, we have private vengeance. Everything depends on Neoptolemus. Then pollution enters the story, and the people have a religious interest in homicide, yet the main fact could not be got rid of, namely that Hermione escaped punishment. If Euripides is archaizing, could he not have been consistent? Or is he thinking of that vaguely defined post-Homeric age in which the conception of murder as a pollution existed, but in which homicide is still, as amongst the Hebrews, a matter for the avenger of blood? But why, then, does he mention the people? Is he thinking of the pressure of public opinion, such as was already gathering in Achaean times? Andromache seems to take a different view from that of Hermione. The issue of the plot confirms Hermione's outlook, which is Achaean. Is it not more natural to suppose that an Achaean story became partially Apollinized in later times than to suppose that Euripides gives us two different archaisms side by side? Andromache, attack on Spartan homicide becomes intelligible if we remember the anti-Spartan sentiments of the Democrat Euripides. Is not murder abundant at Sparta? Asks Andromache. When, we ask, was it abundant? Is this statement merely a retort to Hermione's assertion that murder was common in barbarian Troy? Or is Euripides deliberately asserting that Sparta was inferior even to barbarians? According to the latter hypothesis, we must assume that he is speaking of historical Sparta, and his opinions are to be attributed to anti-Spartan prejudice. In the second homicide episode of this drama, Neoptolemus is slain at Delphi. Orestes, who plots and in part executes his death, escapes all punishment, for reasons which we have already indicated. The Delphians, who are prepared, in the Ion, to condemn to death a person guilty of attempted murder, are here themselves engaged in slaying a visitor to their temple. But Neoptolemus was an enemy. He has already despoiled the temple. His life is therefore forfeit. To slay him was, like the projected execution of Creusa, a just revenge. Yet fate has dealt harshly with Neoptolemus. He now visits the temple not to despoil it, as Orestes falsely alleges, but to make atonement for a previous offense which he had committed against Apollo. Despite the false evidence of Orestes, Apollo, the prophet who knows all things, should have intervened. Thus the messenger utters a criticism which suggests the sentiments of Euripides and of 5th century Athens. Thus Phoebus, who prophesies to others, mighty king, and deals out justice to the admiring world, hath on Achilles' son revenged himself, and like some worthless human foe, revived an ancient grudge. How then can he be wise? Thetis declares that the death of Neoptolemus is a disgrace to the Delphians, and is for Orestes a murderous crime. Though slain on grounds of sacrilege, Neoptolemus is buried near the shrine of Phobos. The existence of such a tomb at Delphi would naturally have begotten the story of his death there. The fact that Hermione was, in one legend, the wife of Orestes, in another the wife of Neoptolemus, and the close connection of Orestes with Delphi in post-Homeric story, may explain his association with the death of Neoptolemus. But the murderous plot which is here attributed to Orestes we believe to be Euripidean. It has no proper sequel. It does not harmonize with anything antecedent or subsequent. It is just a novel, thrilling episode introduced by Euripides to give an artistic interest to an otherwise dull and lifeless drama. The Hecuba. A deed of blood and its avenging forms the subject of the Hecuba. The scene is laid at Troy and the atmosphere is predominantly Homeric. Polymestor, king of Thrace, having consented to act as the guardian and protector of Polydorus, the son of Priam, king of Troy, murdered his ward and cast his body unburied on the seashore. The mode of vengeance which is put in force against Polymestor is peculiarly archaic. The avengers are exclusively women and are led by Hecuba, the mother of Polydorus. The punishment which is exacted is not the death or the exile of Polymestor, but the death of his 2 sons and the destruction of his eyes. Here we have an instance of physical torture, such as was prohibited by a law of DRACON in the case of a convicted murderer caught en rupture de ban. We have also an instance of hereditary punishment, which Greek law had abolished for homicide in the 7th century, and had retained for treason alone in the historical era, in the form of a civic degradation of the traitor's posterity. Polymestor has no consciousness of guilt after the slaying of Polydorus, as he regards his act as justified in political self-defense, and therefore he proceeds to avenge himself on Hecuba and the Trojan women whom he now regards as the murderers of his children. At this stage, Agamemnon is requested by Hecuba to act as an arbitrator. In his presence, Polymestor says, "But hear my motives for the deed, to prove how justly and how prudently I acted. Your enemy, that boy, if he survived the ruin of his country, might, I feared, collect the scattered citizens of Troy, and there again reside. I also feared that when the Greeks knew one of Priam's line was living, with a second fleet invading the shores of Phrygia, they again might drain of their inhabitants the Thracian fields, involving us, their neighbors, in the vengeance they on their foes at Ilion wreak. To us already hath such neighborhood, O king, proved baneful." The chorus, however, imply that Polymestor has been justly punished. "Hapless man, how art thou visited by woes too grievous to be endured? But by dread Jove, thy foe, on him whose deeds are base, it is ordained that the severest punishments await." This passage suggests that the poet is reproducing an archaic atmosphere. Now the Achaeans, we have seen, ordinarily held no trials for homicide. The pleadings before Agamemnon, which we find here, do not, strictly speaking, constitute such a trial. We have seen that the Achaeans recognized a distinction between murder and just revenge. Athene upholds that distinction in the Odyssey. Agamemnon upholds that distinction here. He decides in favor of Hecuba, saying to Polymestor, "Know then, to me thou seem'st not to have slain thy guest through an attachment to my cause, nor yet to that of Greece, but that his gold thou mightst retain, though in this wretched state thou speak to serve thy interests. Among you perhaps the murder of your guest seems light, we Greeks esteem it base. If I acquit thee, how shall I 'scape reproach? Indeed, I cannot, since thou hast dared to perpetrate the crime, endure the consequence." The acceptance by Polymestor of Agamemnon's decision suggests to us the potency of Achaean military discipline in matters of homicide. Was this acceptance indicated in an ancient legend, which was preserved in Thrace, and which was transmitted without adulteration, or is Euripides correctly archaizing from his general knowledge of Achaean procedure as revealed by Homer? The former alternative seems to us the more probable in view of the consistently archaic atmosphere of this play. There is no reference to homicide as a pollution, to purgation, to Apollo, to state trial. A certain degree of divine anger against Polymestor is indicated, but this was caused by the violation of hospitality and by the act of deprivation of burial, both of which acts are religious offenses in Homer. Hecuba says to the chorus, "Oh, 'twas a deed unutterable, a deed without a name, surpassing all astonishment, unholy, and not to be endured. Were now the laws of hospitality? Accursed man, how cruelly hast thou with reeking sword transpierced this unresisting boy, nor heard the gentle voice of pity." Again she says to Agamemnon, "Avenge my wrongs upon the man who 'gainst his guest such treachery could commit, who, nor the gods of Erebus beneath, nor those who rule in heaven above regarding, this vile deed did perpetrate, e'en he with whom I oft partook the feast, on whom I showered each bounty, esteeming him the first of all my friends. Yet, when at Ilion's palace with respect he had been treated, a deliberate scheme of murder forming, he destroyed my son, on whom he deigned not to bestow a tomb, but threw his corse into the briny deep." In the skepticism of Talthybius regarding the existence of the gods, we have an anachronism which is strictly applicable only to the rationalists of 5th century Athens. The comparative indifference of the Achaeans to religion left the road open for this anachronism on the part of Euripides. When the son of Achilles is sacrificing Polyxena at the tomb of Achilles, he says to the spirit of Achilles, "Son of Peleus, my father, the propitiatory drops of these libations, which invite the dead, accept. O come and quaff the crimson blood of this pure virgin whom to the all Greece and I devote." For this placation of the dead by human sacrifice, we have perhaps a precedent in the sacrifice by Achilles of 12 Trojan youths to the shade of Patroclus. But the suggestion that the dead man came to the tomb to drink the blood offering indicates a fusion of Pelasgian and Achaean beliefs, such as Ridgway assumes to have taken place before the time of Aeschylus. Already in the Odyssey, however, there is evidence of the tendency to a fusion of ritual and beliefs, which reached maturity before the historical period. Such words as Euripides here attributes to Achilles could never have been spoken by the Homeric Achilles. For the Achaeans, the dead, once they were buried, could never leave Hades, and they did not, like Pelasgian ghosts, drink blood offerings at the tomb. This, then, is an anachronism, which was perhaps derived from a misinterpretation by Euripides of the Nicaea in the Odyssey. Hecuba naturally objects to the sacrifice of her daughter, but incidentally she objects to human sacrifice in general, save in the case of a real enemy. Polyxena, she argues, was not an enemy to Achilles. His ghost therefore could not be placated by her sacrifice. This attitude of Hecuba suggests that a post-Homeric Thracian legend contained a reference to a barbarous bloodthirst on the part of the dead, which we have attributed to the Hesiodic age of chaos. Euripides elsewhere attributes the sacrifice of Polyxena to the expressed desire of the ghost of Achilles. We cannot be certain whether a post-Homeric legend embodied these conceptions, or whether Euripides invented them in his desire to add to the horrors of the story another grim idea. The Bacchae. On the first introduction into Thebes of the worship of Bacchus, or of what may be termed the orgiastic cult of Dionysus. Pentheus, the reigning king, opposed the new religion, declared Bacchus an impostor, and threatened him with death. Hence the chorus of bacchanals, inspired with prophetic foresight, approve in advance the death of Pentheus, whom they regard as an enemy or a traitor. By a tragic irony, Agave, the mother of Pentheus, who has joined the Bacchic worshippers and is mesmerized by Bacchic influence, is the actual perpetrator of the death of Pentheus. She is deluded by Bacchic frenzy into believing that she is slaying a lion and returns to Thebes carrying what she believes to be a lion's head. She says, "Ye that within the high-towered Theban city dwell, come and gaze ye all upon our prey, the mighty beast by Cadmus, daughter Tan, nor with Thessalian sharp-pointed javelins nor nets, but with the white and delicate palms of our own hands. Go ye and make your boast, trusting to the spear-maker's useless craft. We with these hands have ta'en our prey, and rent the mangled limbs of this grim beast asunder. Where is mine aged sire? Let him draw near, and where is my son Pentheus? Let him mount on the broad stairs that rise before our house, and on the triglyph nail this lion's head that I have brought him from our splendid chase." Her position, then, differs from that of Ajax, in that the deed really takes place and that she did not intend it. The act is, we shall find, analogous to, but less culpable than, that of Oedipus when he slew his father. Cadmus, father of Agave, refers the ultimate guilt to Bacchus. "Justly, too justly hath King Bromius destroyed us, fatal kindred to our house." Agave adopts a similar attitude when she realizes the nature of the deed which she has wrought. But she cannot escape all punishment. At the end of the play, Dionysus propounds an oracle of Zeus, which declares that Cadmus shall become a dragon, and his wife Harmonia shall become a serpent, but that they will nevertheless conquer many barbarian cities and will be born ultimately to the land of the blessed gods. Yet they must leave Thebes now because of their impious attitude to Dionysus. Is this decree an instance of collective punishment? Is it necessary that the entire family of Cadmus should suffer for the impiety of Pentheus which he has already atoned for by an ignominious death? It may be an explanation of this obscure punishment to say that it is collective, but what shall we say of Agave? She also has to leave Thebes. Is her exile to be regarded as a penalty for impiety in regard to Dionysus? Surely she has already been sufficiently pious, and to her cost. She was actually one of the Bacchic worshippers in the play. Moreover, in going into exile she bids farewell to her father. They are all sent into exile together, yet she cannot go with her father. Surely, if impiety were the offense and the penalty were collective exile, all the offenders could have gone in conjunction. Why is Agave exiled, then, if she is condemned to separate exile? We suggest that this penalty is inflicted because of kinslaying in religious frenzy, that is to say, in legal language, in a passion. Plato assures us that kinslaying extenuated by passion prohibited the slayer from any further intercourse with her family. If a father or mother in a passion kill their son or daughter by blows or in any other violent manner, let them remain in exile for 3 years, and on returning let the husband be divorced from the wife and the wife from the husband, and let them never afterwards beget children together, nor dwell in fellowship with those whom they have deprived of child or brother, or have a share in their sacred rites. But Agave goes into exile with her sisters Autono and Ino, who had shared in the death of Pentheus. They too are separated from Cadmus. The reason is perhaps that Cadmus symbolizes the domestic religion of their home. From him, as from their home, they must be exiled forever. The Alcestis. Neither the Alcestis nor the other 2 plays of Euripides which remain for discussion are of very much importance from the point of view of homicide law. In the prologue, Apollo tells how he slew the Cyclops who forged the thunderbolt by which Zeus slew Aesculapius, Apollo's son, and how in consequence he went into bondage with Admetus of Phaerae for a period of 1 year. Thus Zeus plots the death of his grandson and punishes his son for avenging it. The reason is that Zeus regards the death of Aesculapius as justified, and therefore, as Apollo's vengeance is unjust, he must be punished. The penalty of bondage which is here referred to may be the Pelasgian servitude which we have discussed in an early part of this work, or it may be a form of that same penalty which was retained under the pollution system in pre-Draconian days when it was indispensably connected with exile. There is here, however, no reference to pollution or to purgation. Apollo was purified for slaying the Python, but not for the slaying of the Cyclops. We cannot apply to the Olympian Apollo the laws which were made for mortal men. Apollo, unlike Hercules, could not be conceived as a man. It was from Olympus, the abode of the Olympian gods, that he was banished. The obvious motive for the legend is the association of Apollo with Admetus. Some reason had to be assigned for this exile of Apollo. We may suppose that a deed of homicide was invented to explain this exile, but that its details were not worked out. The only real importance of such a legend is that it affords a certain amount of evidence for the existence of servitude as a homicide penalty in early Greece. Admetus is permitted by the fates to live if he can find a substitute. His wife Alcestis voluntarily dies in his stead. Was her death attributable to Admetus? Was he her murderer? His father, fears, seems to think so. I go, thou shalt entomb her, as thyself her murderer. Look for vengeance from her friends. Acastus is no man if his hands fail dearly to avenge on his sister's blood. As Hercules, in this play, raises to life the dead Alcestis, we are freed from the necessity of discussing the legal aspects of such a problem. The whole plot of this play belongs to the supernatural rather than to the natural order. The murder laws of Greece made no provision for such contingencies. The Troads. In the Troads, Cassandra foresees the murder of Agamemnon and the vengeance of Orestes, and connects these tragic misfortunes with the woes which were brought by the Atreidae upon the house of Priam. Aeschylus has a suggestion of this sentiment in the Agamemnon. To represent Clytemnestra and Orestes as mere instruments in the hands of destiny may be religiously orthodox to a superstitious people, especially in the dark ages of prehistoric Greece, but it has no legal validity. Such sentiments are really antagonistic to legal sanctions. Applied to Achaeans, they are, we think, anachronistic. Murder is distinct from war, and murder is not conceived as begetting murder in the course of destiny until post-Homeric times. In the decision of the Greeks to slay Astyanax, the son of Andromache, as a reprisal for the adultery of Paris, we see an instance of hypervengeance, which is characteristic of hostile belligerents. We cannot infer that amongst the Achaeans, the punishment for adultery was more severe than amongst the Pelasgians. Astyanax was not an adulterer. His punishment was a reprisal, and has therefore no legal significance. Talthybius refers to a strange proposal on the part of the Greeks, namely a proposal to set up a spear in the tomb of Astyanax. Now this spear is a symbol of future vengeance. It is strange that such a symbol should have been set up by the party who deserve and anticipate punishment. Moreover, we have seen that this custom was probably post-Homeric. The Achaeans did not credit their dead spirits, after burial, with any local habitation in the tomb or with any effective desire for vengeance. Here, the suggestion is clearly intended by Talthybius and possibly by Euripides to bring some slight comfort to Hecuba, the bereaved mother. We have referred to a passage in Demosthenes in which a plaintiff, who was debarred from a prosecution for bloodshed, because of his not having been akin in blood to the deceased, was advised by the exegete to carry a spear at the funeral. It was therefore rather a cruel piece of irony for Euripides to suggest that by the setting up of this symbol, which had come, in historical times, to indicate the absence of avengers, the Greeks intended to express at once to Hecuba the hope of retaliation, and to themselves the hope of immunity from vengeance. The Helen. The scene of the Helen is laid in Egypt. We are told that the ubiquitous Helen escapes with Menelaus from Egypt, having deceived by a stratagem her amorous protector, Theoclymnus. She was aided in her plans by Theano, the sister of Theoclymnus, and he, therefore, in the anger of disappointed passion, proceeded to slay his sister. The Dioscuri intervened in time to prevent the realization of his purpose, and all ends happily. Technically, Theoclymnus is guilty of attempted kinslaying, but the poet leads us to suppose that an ungovernable fit of passion would, in such a case, be regarded as a complete extenuation. We may infer from the words of the chorus that the slaying of one's kindred was regarded with horror by races which were outside Greece. The chorus will not permit the death of Theano, even though they intervene at their peril. They say to Theoclymnus, "Kill me, your sister you with my consent shall never slay. I rather would yield up my life on her behalf. It is most glorious to generous servants for their lords to die." Euripides also makes the barbarian Thoas, king of the Tauric Chersonese, gasp with horror when EPHETAE, the priestess of Artemis, informs him of the arrival of the matricide ORESTES. When EPHETAE says, "They came polluted with domestic blood," he answers, "O Phoebus, this hath no barbarian dared." Euripides, then, did not believe that the conception of kinslaying as a horrible and revolting act was an exclusively Grecian sentiment. When therefore in the Andromache he makes Hermione say, "Such is the whole abhorred barbarian race, the father with his daughter, the vile son with his own mother, with her brother too the sister sins. Friends by their dearest friends are murdered. Deeds like these no wholesome law prohibits. Introduce not among us such crimes." We may attribute such an assertion to a mind inflamed with the jealousy which a wife feels towards a concubine, rather than suppose Euripides not to have known that the horror of kinslaying is an aboriginal universal sentiment of the human race, when once it has abandoned the cave of the cannibal. We have now concluded our inquiry into the problem of blood vengeance in Attic tragedy. Nothing has been revealed by this inquiry which is in conflict with the hypotheses which we have sought to establish in this work, as to the various systems of blood vengeance which existed in Greece, from Pelasgian times to the age of the orators. While Attic tragedy does not in itself contribute anything to our knowledge of these various systems, there can be little doubt that an attempt, however imperfect, to investigate the origin and nature of these systems is indispensable for a proper appreciation of these dramatic masterpieces. If our analysis of blood vengeance in the works of the three great Attic tragedians has not, in many cases, succeeded in establishing definite clear-cut conclusions, this, we hope, will be attributed to the intrinsic difficulty and obscurity of the subject. We can never be quite certain whether any particular drama gives us A. an antique unadulterated legend, or B. an antique legend which in course of evolution has taken on new forms without any regard to the consistency or the historicity of the tradition, or C. whether the drama is based upon a late invention which owing to skillful archaizing takes on the garb and appearance of an antique story, betraying perhaps, here and there, by its anachronisms, the mind and atmosphere of its creator. It so happens that the attitude to homicide or to religion which the Achaeans reveal was also taken up by many individual Athenians of the Periclean age. Thus the indifference to the gods which Sophocles attributes to Ajax was common to Achaeans and to many Periclean Athenians. So the conception of homicide as a matter for private settlement, which is found in Demosthenes, and the survival, in outlying places, such as Macedonia, of family vendettas fierce and lawless, would have suggested to the mind of the dramatist that there was no very wide gulf between the primitive and the historical Greeks. Such a fact almost invites anachronisms. Nevertheless, we frequently find in dramatic legends an atmosphere so antique, so unlike that of 5th century Athens, that we may assume, as the most probable hypothesis, that these legends are not inventions, but have behind them a long and often a checkered past. Footnotes: Hist. GK, lit. p. 224. Ib. p. 225. Ib. 228. p. 229. See Euripides the Rationalist, Passim, and Introduction to Aeschylus, Chophoro, p. Roman 37 ff. Your, Orestes 1370. AP 119. See AP 131 5. See Themis 341 ff. AP 129. Poetics 25. See Wed Introd, to Orestes p. Roman 17 ff. 15 ff. Odd Roman 3, 307. Electra 1254 ff. Orestes 1648 ff. 2930. 1093 6. See Supra p. 308. Supra p. 58 ff. 500 ff. Infra p. 348. Supra Book 1. Infra p. 348 ff. 957 8. 895 ff. Odd Roman 3, 310. 1277. Cf. Soph. Electra 1483. Supra p. 236 ff. 1230. 1250. 840 ff. 1244 ff. Supra p. 282. 1266 ff. Supra p. 294. Such a conception is rendered possible by the command of Apollo, which gives an extralegal complexion to the case. In strict law, such a plea was probably inadmissible. Plato, Laws, Roman 9, ch. 9. 1644 ff. Laws, Roman 9, ch. 8. v. 67. Supra, p. 145 ff. See infra, p. 368. 445 ff. C. 1664-5. Skal adjure, Orst, 1640. Electra 1254-75. Orestes, 1643 ff. 4650. 75-6. 1292-7. Laws, Roman 9, ch. 9. C. 268 ff. 390 ff. 545 ff. 776, 1229. 414-416. 591-9. 492-5-6. 507-517. Supra p. 76. Supra pp. 122, 132. Eam 685. See Supra p. 308. 256-7. 884 ff. Plato, Apologia Socrates, 3642. Supra p. 258 ff. Ajax, 749 ff. Ur, Troades 900. Ur, Hecuba, 119 ff. Troades 715, 780. Roman 8, 117. 892-3. Eam 212, 608. Works and Days, 180 ff. 898 ff. See Supra, p. 225 ff. Supra pp. 947. 936. Letter 1 f61 sigma, epsilon, letter 1 f76, letter 1 f14 lambda epsilon gamma epsilon, nu omicron theta omicron sigma, pi omicron lambda iota tau eta sigma. Skal. Cleophon was of Thracian descent. Skal, ad v 772. 915. 914-15. 944-6. Laws, Roman 9, ch. 12, Supra p. 231. 917 ff. Supra p. 74. Supra p. 59. 923-30. 930-242. Supra pp. 58 ff. 217. Roman 9, 36. 941. 1300. Her miraculous translation to heaven is not inconsistent with, but rather, we think, confirms our opinion that she was slain. See e.g. Herodotus Roman 2, 113 ff. Ur, Helen 1640 ff. Troades 875 ff. 1140. 1625. 1645. Laws, Roman 9, chs 89. See Supra, p. 256. The command of Apollo was an extralegal extenuation of Orestes' act. This act therefore merited, though it did not actually receive, the forgiveness of Clytemnestra. 1648 ff. Laws, Roman 9, ch. 9. 1650. In Aristoc, 641-27. Infra, p. 370 ff. Supra, p. 124. Skal adjure, Orst, 1640. Supra, p. 163. See Plato, Laws, Roman 9, ch. 8. 1640, 316-52. 1665. 765. Supra, p. 223 f. 765. Supra, p. 196. 1249 and 1285. 771. Supra, p. 163. In Aristoc, 635, see also Plato, Laws, Roman 9, ch. 8. 1074. 1591 ff. Supra, p. 103. Infra, p. 375 ff. See Introduction to Orestes, p. Roman 26 ff. Supra p. 332f. Supra pp. 309, 345, 348. 1625 ff. Supra p. 344. 285 ff. Supra pp. 123 ff. 298 ff. EM 330 841. ORESTES 255 7. ORESTES 261. IB 580 84. IF Tor 285 291. Glotz op sit p. 45. If in t. 1580 ff. If all 16 1520. Supra p. 336. Agamemnon 194 ff. See England and trod to if in tp. Roman 12. Roman 4 103. See England op sit p. Roman 18. Op sit p. Roman 21. 1020 ff. 1190 ff. 940 ff. Supra pp. 337 349. Supra p. 360. Supra pp. 193 213. 949 46. 961 972. 976 982. See Callimachus, Hymn to Artemis 173 ff. England op. Sit. p. 13. Supra p. 117 ff. Supra p. 148. Your Medea 1380 ff. 1223 5. Your Androm 173 6. Infra p. 421. 947 960. X49. SV Chiomicron Epsilon Sigma. Ancient City Trans p. 78 ff. Supra p. 87. Supra pp. 175 347. Proleg p. 41. 955. Lock sit. Supra p. 367. Phone 1585 ff. Supra p. 323. Ant 10 12 10 17. Ant 10 35 62. Ib 1080 ff. Your sup 113 ff. Ib 940 ff. 1619 trans a s-way cf 310 ff. 524 7 cf 560 ff. 660 972. Your sup 1207 cf Pausanias Roman 9 18. Phonacy 774 7 trans Woodhull cf 1646. Ib 1447 50. C 360 ff and 465 ff. Supra pp. 216 323. Supra pp. 311 317. Odd Ze 271 ff. Supra p. 55. Homer and History p. 52. Supra p. 21. See Supra p. 143. Supra pp. 193 213. OC 1255 1345. Ib 1341. Phonacy 1585 94. OC 87 ff. Phone 17035. Phone 5968. Supra p. 376. Supra pp. 195 258. Phone 1705 ff. Pausanias I-28. I-28. Phone 64. Ib 1593. Odd Ze. Il Roman 2 660 ff. Dorians I-411 ff. V67. 977 ff. 840 75. 1146 52. 1253 80. 1310 1364. 1229 ff. 462 1285. Supra p. 163. Il Roman 19 98 9. HF 1285. Supra p. 234 ff. 1280 190. Soph OC 496 60. Supra p. 317. 1311 12. Attributed to Theseus by the MSS. 1322 5. Note ad loc. Laws Roman 9, ch. 8, Supra p. 163. c. 1422. 1333. 15 ff. Supra p. 163. Roman 9, 41. Your hf 19. Ib 13. hf 567, 754. Supra p. 327. Supra pp. 20, 283. 732. 755 6. I 32. i.e. when he died. 50 ff. Pausanias I 29. 997 ff. 238 ff. I 28. Supra p. 251. 252 52. Delta iota cap eta sigma, cap upsilon rho eta sigma epsilon iota nu. See Supra p. 164 ff. Supra p. 263. Supra p. 164 ff. 464 470. Supra p. 327. 1050. 1009 ff. 1022 ff. 1045 ff. 961 980. 1010. 1050. 1028 ff. 1053. 1024. Supra p. 379. Supra p. 223. Beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma iota sigma, in the sense of a plot to kill which is not realized. See in Trod, to Medea Pisa ff. 1334. 485. Beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma iota sigma, when the plot was realized. Supra p. 223 f. 735. Odd, Xi 253 ff. Pindar Pyth Roman 4, 95 ff. 735. Your phone, 410 425. Supra p. 116. 709 ff. 746 7 and 749 51. C. 796, 850, 1268, 1383. Supra p. 234 ff. 846 ff. 1321 2. 1378 ff. 1386 ff. 1389 ff. Supra p. 365. Supra p. 234. 1231 ff. 1279 ff. 347. I venture to modify Woodhull's version of V37. Letter 1 F10 nu alpha epsilon sigma iota alpha nu, letter 1 F14 kappa delta eta mu omicron nu, alpha letter 1 F30, nu epsilon sigma alpha sigma phi epsilon gamma eta nu, as he renders, to voluntary exile submitting for 1 year. I-28. Supra p. 245. Laws Roman 9, ch. 9. Supra p. 214. 950 ff. Supra p. 240 ff. 800. 877 ff. Homer ill Roman 6, 160 ff. 880 7898, omitting 890 1892. 974 1094. 1195 ff. 1282 ff. Supra pp. 58 ff. 76. Supra p. 223. I-22. I-3. Theseus 10. Paus I-22. Supra p. 178. Paus I-28. Ib I-22. Plutarch Locke sit. Through his mother Aethra. Your hip 974 1094. Muller Dorians I-265 ff. Supra p. 224 f. Supra p. 326 f. 1106 ff. 1222 ff. 1254 ff. 1259. 1275 ff. 1291 ff. 1301. 1306. 1308. 1329. From 750 BC onwards. 1330 ff. 1000 ff. 1231 ff. 802 ff. Supra p. 75. Ath. Paul ch. 57 Supra pp. 192 251. According to the usual interpretation of Aristotle, Supra pp. 225 251. Supra p. 225. 333 ff. Cf. 496. 450. 174 ff. Supra p. 173. 1106. 1161 ff. 1241 to 1240. Supra p. 195. Glotz op. Sit. p. 473 ff. 1232 ff. 1136 1144. 1085 6. Supra p. 83. Supra p. 76. 1243 51. 714 20. 780 997. 534 8. Supra p. 106. 260 ff. 40. Baki 240 ff. 356 ff. 995 ff. 1202 15. See Supra p. 325 ff. 1250. 1296. 1330 ff. 1363, 1379. 1350. Laws Roman 9, ch. 9. 57. Supra p. 44 ff. Plutarch Greek Questions 12 Alien var. Hist. Roman 3. 730 ff. E.g. 333 ff. Troids 705 ff. Supra p. 58 ff. 1150 ff. Supra p. 122. Contra Jurg et Nezib 1160 15. Supra p. 182. 1639 41. If in T. 1171. 1174. Androm 173 ff. General conclusion. Having now concluded our inquiry into the origin, the nature, and the evolution of Greek systems of blood vengeance, it may be desirable to give here a brief synoptic summary of the theories which we have sought to establish. Our summary naturally falls into two sections: A. Chronological and B. Literary. A. 1. From the earliest times there existed in Greece a code of homicide customs, which is a well-known characteristic of the tribal or group system of primitive human society. Wergeld was the dominant penalty, and exile or death, or, possibly, servitude were alternative penalties. There was regular trial and collective control. We may call the system private vengeance, but it was fundamentally different from vendetta. This system has left only very slight traces of its existence in extant Greek literary or inscriptional remains. While it persisted in a suppressed or modified form all through the course of ancient Greek history, its presence was obscured by other developments, social, religious, and political. 2. Thus there was, in the first place, the Achaean domination, say 1300–1100 BC, which is the dominant atmosphere of the Homeric poems. We have seen that the Achaean system in regard to homicide made death the normal penalty, but that this penalty could be avoided in practice, though not in theory, by the flight of the slayer. There was no regular or prescribed trial, but there existed a kind of social etiquette or a potential military discipline which established a general distinction between murder and vengeance, and which, while omitting any nice points of discrimination in estimating the degrees of guilt, nevertheless prevented any wholesale system of vendetta. 3. When in the Hesiodic Age, 1750 BC, various migrations and economic changes disturbed the peaceful operation of clan laws, and no form of control, either tribal or military, could be said to exist in the greater part of Greece, excluding, perhaps, the Attic state. Then arose, as we think, in its full vigor the barbarous vendetta system which has left so marked a trace in Greek legends. Then rose to prominence the belief in ancestral curses, which were held to fall upon children even in the fourth generation. Then came into being the bloodthirst of the dead, the mutilation of the murdered corpse, the deprivation of burial, all the barbarisms of collective hereditary vendetta. For into this state of chaos there came, as it were, by the foresight of the gods in the 7th century, the Apolline religious code. The murderer now becomes God-hated. He is shunned by society. All men must rise in horror against him, and if he is guilty, they must either slay him or banish him forever. Courts must operate, for murder, if for nothing else. The right of suppliants must be respected at least till guilt is proved. Wergeld is abolished, but a minor appeasement of the relatives is permitted after exile, for minor degrees of guilt. 5. Almost contemporaneously came the evolution of the synokized Greek state. A compromise between the old and the new ideas produced the laws of DRACON and the historical murder codes of Greece. The state now takes over the execution, as well as the trial of homicides. The avenger of blood gives place to the public executioner. Parricide and kinslaying are punishable with death. The property of willful murderers is confiscated to the state. Courts which at first have general jurisdiction specialize in certain kinds of homicide, and their specialized functions are stereotyped in law. The personnel of these courts undergoes modifications which keep pace, in the main, with the advance of democracy to complete political power. B.1. We have seen that the homicide references in Homer can only be properly understood by assuming a predominance, in legend or in the atmosphere of the poet, of the Achaean system of vengeance, and the existence of faint but unmistakable echoes of the Pelasgian wergeld system. 2. Of the Hesiodic period, the poems of Hesiod are the only authentic evidence, and such evidence is obscure. We may, however, supplement it indirectly by arguments from survivals and by the argument of elimination. 3. Of the Apolline or historical system, we need not review the evidence which has been given at length in our second book. This evidence has been examined and interpreted by many modern scholars. We have indicated what we considered the most probable interpretation of matters which were open to doubt, especially when the solution of the problem was important for the analysis of blood vengeance in Attic tragedy. We have sought to prove that Plato's homicide code should be regarded as an important and indispensable contribution to the study of Greek homicide law. However difficult the analysis of the references to homicide in Attic tragedy may have been, without Plato any such analysis would have been impossible.